Yo, are you ready? Let's go. The Campfire and PoE 2 stream are going to be right after each other. I'm sure the comments will be very positive. Indeed, they will be, I'm sure. Oh man, I can't wait. No, but let's do it anyway. Okay. How's everyone doing? I do hope they announce some good shit. Both of them, to be fair. Grab the popcorn. How long is it until the campfire, actually? Do we have like a date for that? No. Where is it? Great. Diablo 4. Here. 11 a.m. So it's in 4 hours. Okay. Let's do a countdown. And then 1 hour later it's gonna be PoE. It's 225 minutes. Okay. Let's go. What was I doing here? We're doing a crushing hand shenanigans, right? Okay, we can like move that shroud over again. They have to real a paladin and a real Mephisto fight. Copium, man. Okay. That's surely gonna happen.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need? What's still got some good in it?
And does this elixir still work? Oh. They fixed it. Wow. It's fixed. Okay, good news. What did I do today? I could try to shred through it a little bit actually while they add it. Let's do it. I wanna see how it feels. Yeah, I'm gonna do a bit of shred and then I'm gonna do a bit of victimize rogue. I wanna see how victimize feels now. Dark side said it has a 0.25 seconds internal cooldown, so you can proc it 4 times per second, which is kinda alright, I guess. You got a pit thing. They fixed everything last night. Okay. Can already remove the anti-venom mention from Quill Volley right up. Okay. I actually added some mention of it on the tier list as well. I did expect a fix for this, but I did not expect they would actually just fix it in like 1 day. Interesting. Oh, I think I'm missing a Stardust here as well. Is it like a Masterwork Stardust? No, I need to take that too. NC Soft accidentally pushed a confidential release to live on Throne. There are watermarks and I do not share warning. Unlucky. Yeah, that's true. 284 is halfway. Hi, Duxie, hi, Brian. Wait, I'm not supposed to run Harlequin for this, right? This is gonna be a petition angle. But I need to shroud. Is that on my barb? Hi, Cashlinen. How's it going over there? Hi, pardon? Okay, here's a guy. Let's take this. Finally got the expansion, gotta say, the Fresh Spiritborn was really fun. I did not actually play Fresh this season. I was, like, collecting a few items for it and stuff, but I guess we're gonna try it, like, maybe on a PDR or something. Here we go. It's a bunch of druids here. Did I actually have transmog my boots? These boots look weird.
The open road is nice, but I did miss civilization.
Okay, we need some runes here. Dude, I have not even the big emeralds in my weapon as well as. What the hell? Okay. What are my glyph levels? 97, 97, 94. Okay, they're actually good. I have 46 Paragon points. Oh my god, okay. What do we do? Let's see. So we have everything, right? Wait, do I have everything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. We can do a lot of stuff now with those points. My res is kept. More is kept. Got the wound here.
Greetings.
Have way too much crit chance. Because you have GA crit here. Which is fairly unnecessary. And probably this armor temper is also unnecessary. Or this. Is there like any other good like tempers?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Thanks.
Blah. Okay. Not really, I guess. Maybe like open bulwark shenanigans. So good Agile Wolf, which apparently works now. Okay, I think I was running... What's this what, I guess? I need diamonds. No, wait, we need... sapphires.
Well done. Spirits guide you.
Okay. I don't really want to change my gear or anything. So I guess he's gonna try to pick up more damage where we can. Not here. Undaunted. This needs int. There's int. There's int. Impairment reduction. Attack speed. What's my attack speed? Kinda low. I can try to pick that. Dude, this is laggy? What the fuck is going on? 150 latency. Oh my god. Can't even click Paragon notes, man. This needs dexterity. So much resistance armor notes I didn't take here. Okay, I need willpower here. I kind of want to have this as well. That's pretty far. Unless we do this and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh wait, this is basic attack speed. Ugh. Okay, maybe not. Can I get this one there? Alright. How much crit am I orc out? Like none, basically. I have 85. We have werewolf crit. We have attack speed. We have attack speed. No. But we do have... Yeah, we are actually at 100% already without Earth Perdition. That's too much crit. Yeah, wait, it's the wrong status ring. I should not have a triple crit ring here. This must be elsewhere. Is it here? I just added T2 to Throne today. So entire mass of new content, cracked the whip on the Maxroll for minions. I don't have anything to do with the Throne team on Maxroll, to be honest. But I'm pretty sure they're working on it. I am excited about PoE too, yeah. And the way that I know this will go is that people are going to be very hyped about the PoE 2 announcements more than the Diablo 4 announcements today. But I sure hope they're going to have something good in store for us. On both fronts here. I guess I take this. Why Diablo players are so quick to complain about bugs that only benefit everyone? If this was Call of Duty, I'd say okay, nobody can tell me they didn't have fun yesterday. I don't know, man. I used the anti-venom potion. Then I locked on my Spiritborn. I cleared 149 in 2 minutes, and then I altered fort and played Warcraft 2. So that was my day yesterday. And I'm glad it's fixed. You can do Gorilla secondary 3-6, yeah. And you can also use the resource potion if you need to early on. Maybe I should just use one of these here. Or this. Actually, we have so many rings. Maybe I should just go for one of these attack speed masterworks.
Some solid bits here.
More attack speed. Oh my god. Unlucky hit. F. Ah well. Let's just do this, I guess. Do not have core ranks, man. Do we have other Air Petition? Here's one of core. Here's one of crit. Do I need the movement speeds? We have 180. And then we have disintegrate gates, which gives us 16, and we have this, which gives us a whole fuck ton. So we don't actually need movement speed at all. We also don't need to like hit. So basically the only thing we care about is the core. Okay. Should we try to get a double? Maybe I shouldn't overdo it here. Just for like an extra rank. So screw it. We have 17 shared ranks, but I could have a lot more. 2 more there, 3 more there actually. This could be more. Nah, this amulet is just like terrible. This crit chance is completely pointless. But okay. How much does this need to get an upgrade? I said 50, 80, it needs 2 more ranks.
Solid bits here.
So get height instances. Okay.
Things on your return.
Beware the envious, my friend.
So get that. Let's do attack speed and let's try a pit. What, I have no idea what pits I was running of this. But apparently engine wolf is fixed, we can go faster now. Let's try a 75 to see what happens. Do we want to change anything here? I guess we don't need a crit chance, do we? We do not. So I could do the attack speed because it's kind of funny, it's actually so little. This 20% attack speed is so little compared to 30% life, and that's a ridiculous amount of life. But I guess I should be tanky enough, right? We don't really care. If energize, is that something we can do here? Reduce damage taken, there's also movement speed. Do we need that? I don't think we do. I don't think I ever changed this. It's also maximum spirit. Hey, Rule, thanks for stopping away. Terry's mind should be a pair of pants. Well, he can't really do that. This game already exists. This item already existed in Diablo 2, so why did we all spread out here? Okay, 75 is a bit high for this, it seems. Dude, Shred has this really weird, like, jumping behavior. Like, it jumps forward towards enemies. Only 9,000 life. Seems like mega low. But it can get a lot. Like, I teleport forward and then I shred backward. It's very odd. Oh, I think I knocked him back earlier with my left click. To make sure I don't get left click. Yeah. And then you should let go of right click as well when I teleport away. Because it also has to shred backwards. Yeah, Flurry also has a bit of a similar behavior, but I feel like Flurry is not that bad. I feel like Shred has kind of bad behavior. Like, it doesn't really feel that smooth. Like, on Spiritborn, it feels very smooth. It doesn't just, like, go backwards and then target a guy behind you or something when you have Ravager. And Flurry, it does have some weird stuff sometimes, but it's not that bad, I feel. But here, if I hold right click and then teleport, it does some weird stuff. Shred still doesn't really seem that crazy good. I wonder how like a dungeon will go though. The next time I play Druid, I'm just gonna play some good old Pulverize again. Pulverize is just cool. Wait, over 3 minutes. F, dude. Okay. It's a way that makes jumping skills feel weird on controller if it's the same between Flurry and DB. Yeah, I haven't tried in controller. Wait. Okay. Wolf versus Wolf. I guess Pulverizer has been like really strong yesterday as well. My god, single target. Do something. You went invisible. Supposed to be like a chill farm run on a tier 75. We know how to change the shapeshifting meta. Yeah. They almost did it, right? With the quick shift changes and stuff like that. I think that was nice. But then they did this. And I'm like, yeah, what's the point, you know? Wild Tatanga is just like way too good to not run. At least for like the higher end stuff. I mean, like with all the buffs now, I guess you get to the point where you don't really care about Wild Tatanga necessarily for like 1-4 content at least. So maybe you just like don't use it, you know, for like chill farming setups, and then you only do it for like the try hard pushing stuff. And I think that's okay. Like if like try hard pushing builds are actual try hard, I think that's okay, you know. Oh, look at that. Huh. Sometimes lucky, I guess. Should we run it? I should probably run it on my Spiritborn because I might get Nesicam there and then try some stuff. Let's try Vashan just because, or like, is there another boss? Andariel, oh boy. Let's see if I can do an Andariel on this. Might wanna do this though. Shackle. Need 2. Whirlwind meta. They need to make like a real Whirlwind viable, man, without all the Twister shenanigans. That would be fun. Just whirl through the monsters. You know, as like a speed farming build, that would be cool. We made the update for a bit on Maxroll, but somehow Rain of Arrows build feels stronger. Yeah, Vein of Arrows is really strong now, actually. They got a bunch of buffs in this patch. And Flurry also gets some small buffs, but I think a bit less. How many times do you use Rogue's main ability? 1 poison and 3 ability, Twisting Blades. That depends on like how many charges you have for your poison and also how often proxy bursting venoms aspect. You can get infinite poison basically. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Oh, she actually dies very fast. Really? What's the joke? I didn't realize how little HP he's supposed to have. Like, Shredwood feels so weak. It's still like... can I actually... Interesting. I shredded through the beam and didn't take damage. Or did I? Oh shit, I have the right here buff. I wonder if he actually protected me there. Do I have any like notions? Lumen. Seaside. Negate. Iron. I'll see that actually. Did he protect me from the beam? No. Here procced from one of these attacks that she did. Okay, so he did not protect me from the beam. And yeah, I just shredded through it. I didn't realize. Does it make you actually immune against ground environmental effects? Here, I just shredded right through. I would have assumed I would take damage there. Wild Touch will just be when he casts a shapeshifting skill. I mean, if they do something like that, they have to nerf it. I guess the idea of the Wild Hunger is that you have this combination of like, you know, shifting back and forth all the time. But it just makes it very clunky, right? Because there's no real way to play like a combination of, I don't know, Shred and Pulverize together or something like that. You know, these hybrid builds don't exist. And so we don't really have like any real viable setup there where you would naturally do this, right? You have to like press something like Maul to shift, or I don't know, a Claw when you're playing like a Pulverize build, for example. So I always just like use some random generator they don't care about, and it just feels weird. Wait a minute, does the dash actually work? Wait, the dash doesn't work. Wait, does it? No, I think. What? It's not working. Wait, I'm gonna re-imprint it. Do I have to re-imprint it? I just realized it's not dashing me. Still. In some videos you don't see main screen being used, and swords continue to work. It might not show on the bar when you right click or something. But you just hold down right click basically on Twisting Blades. The patches are just a dream. Dude, this can't be real. No way, man, that it messes up again. I was gonna re-imprint over it, I don't know. Let's just do that. Will I soon be making content with dodgy billionaires who finance far-right election campaigns? I have no plans right now. If we climb up there. Dude, it has rabies. I did on a PTR and it was pretty terrible. And currently I have no plans to ever try it again. But we'll see. Although, I mean, they keep buffing rabies, which is a pretty good early game skill. So leveling Druid is actually pretty decent, I guess, in general these days. Maybe let's switch the odd season and even season teams to break out the pattern. Copium, yeah. Okay, let's see this again. Shred, dash. With Agile Wolf. It says Shred gains a 4th dash attack that hits all surrounding enemies. So usually dashes 1, 2, 3, and then it was bugged, the 4th one didn't work. And then they disabled this aspect at the start of the season in order to fix it. They brought it back after week 1, saying it was fixed, it wasn't. And now in the mid-season patch they fixed it again. 1, 2, 3. Ah! Why? Oh, did they? Man, it's a sad story. Yes, kill us. Although it might be mildly hyperbolic. But he's very hyped about PoE too. As much as I can tell. Maybe it only works in Eternal. I should have used my character boost on the druid, I guess. What the fuck? There's a guy. I'll get him. There's someone. Probably gonna give one shot. But let's see. I have teleport. I can like teleport in. Let's see. Shit. Mark for blood. Ugh. He instantly froze me with some random bullshit. That was bad. I'm dead. F. Fuck, I forgot to mark for blood, man. Ugh. Ugh. I lost my whole surprise moment. And I was just like standing in the rain of arrows. Unlucky. Man, too much shit here. My stuff is like flying over there. Wait, did I lose some of the items? This doesn't look like it's all. I think they just like stopped dropping when I ran away. Oh well. I'll do this one. I could honey cash, but I am not in the mood. There's certainly other people that are also power level. Rip anti-venom. It's already fixed, yeah. If Blizzard comes to me to work for them by testing the game, but I had to stop streaming, would I do it? Well, I mean, I have done that. Not exactly working for them, but I have played Diablo 4 a lot without streaming it in order to test it and give feedback. So, wait, there's no... Oh shit, there's a softcore, huh? Do I have crossplay on? I do. Someone killed the boss and just ran away without even picking up the seeds. They don't even do the other thing. Interesting. Woohoo. Yeah, I don't think I really want to do much more on the druid, to be honest. What do I want to do then? We do some arrow storms or victimize stuff. Let's go on the chaining dummy for a second. What rogue build is the best? Looks like it's still rapid fire for pushing. Penshot is not the best, I think. But it's like definitely much more playable now, I guess. So this is my Surge rogue. Okay. It does look like decent amount of explosions. See on multiple dummies. Just like this, yeah. Yeah, I think it should work. The victimize is kind of safe with this. This amount of procs is okay. It will still be a bit weird because it doesn't always count it like per enemy basically. But they always have this like timer. So apparently you can get up to 4 explosions per second, which is alright, I guess. Should make it much less clunky. Let's take our... Let's take our stuff on the other rook. It's a fun bit of army that discarded me with my PoE guides. Well, honestly, some of those videos I made were actually really successful for PoE. Even though I didn't make many. And, well, I mean, there's gonna be a lot more PoE guides very soon, I guess. You got a unique tributes for chance on Mythics. I would do it only in Town 4. I'm not sure if it has better chances, but I think it should have better chances. Can't say I've tried. Wait, where's my shroud? I think it's on the other guy. Probably on this one? No. It must have been in the stash then. Okay, let's see this here. Yeah, life bag is fixed, guys. I'll see the difference between this and my victimized setup. I thought there was like a Paragon respec. Turns out I don't have a victimized setup. Oh my god, so many rogue guides, man. Holy shit. Alright. He's doing Eldritch Bounty here. I'm not sure, did I do that as well? Maybe actually. It's actually more convenient than Dirty Ambush. I think I was doing this. It's the Spiritborn ring. Did I salvage this stuff? Crit. Crit. Yeah, I think I actually salvaged my victimized stuff. I just noticed. In that case, let's ignore this. I'm not gonna go make new items now to play victimized that I don't really care about very much. But instead I wanna try this build a little bit and see how it feels. So you're gonna do Nokja, Tam. Tam mod maybe? 6 times get a Dark Shroud. Cast twice. We have very little cast twice here actually. That was a corruption upgrade. I should have done that actually for my Twisted Blades rogue. This is level 80. Two minutes. Oh. Okay, let's start this. Hi, Captain Caddy. Hello, Freddy. Thank you for Prime, Caddy. Size balance, what do I hope for Season 7? I mean, they have to... I mean, generally they need to not add too much stuff right now. I think they just need to take the existing stuff and just make it all better, more consistent, you know, less bugs, more options, and so on. Like, we have some builds that are like way too good compared to others. Those need to be nerfed. Not just Spiritborn, I mean, in general, there's always like one or two really crazy good builds. I'd like them to start addressing some of the fundamental problems that some builds and some classes have, you know, like the trigger attacks on Rogue, like Stagger in general, like the single target damage on all the stock builds, and so on. Shadowbug, lots of stuff like that I think needs to be fixed, finally. And then also just like balance out the existing infrastructure of content. You know, Hell Tides is like kind of too bad to really farm it. Pit is too good for XP. You know, stuff like that basically. So this is mostly what I want to see for Season 7, just like kind of take what is there and just make it all better. Okay, we should be fine. Let's try this. 75. Let's see if we can just blast through 75 this. Can you build Rogue Barrage overpower damage? You could, but that's not really the way, I think. Even with the power of overpower this season here. Okay, this stuff is too tanky actually. This takes way too long actually. Let's try 70. Yeah, masterworking is another thing that should change. Yo, Scardy, which matches do you mean? I don't have colors on the bar. I guess it could also be an Eldritch Bounty angle. Colors helps with the bosses, I guess. Just need to not press it randomly. Actually, now if I do Eldritch Bounty, I would have to use Cold Imbue, and Cold Imbue doesn't help us. We still want to have like one poison temper, so this Eldritch Bounty stuff is not really great. There was 2 other mods in Season 6 that could be introduced them. Ah, you mean like the Neve Iron and the Ingolith for masterworking? Yeah, I mean they could do a bunch of stuff with masterworking. And I would actually expect them to. The masterworking system is just like, you know, it's almost there, but it needs something for like, you know, the longevity. It's just like full RNG system, and that's like just not really fun at this point, I think. And things I kind of feel like I don't need my single target damage. This build. Do this real quick. Oh, I muted everything. So I guess not. Or to maybe do the whisper there. Oh well, I don't think I'm gonna do more of these builds that I've already tested in the past, since it just got a little bit better, and that's basically it. So yeah, close quarter skill's a bit higher now. I was actually using the wrong thing here. So okay, let's do that one more run. I had the wrong key passive actually. How much did I lose on that? I was wondering why it was so weak. That's a lot of damage. Okay, let's do an 80. Timer is small. Want me to make it bigger? Thanks, Night Opus, by the way, heard us up. Okay, better. The problem is here in AoE, I have to like, kind of like move for everything one by one. Not really good AoE clear. This is an idea beef. But that sounds very complicated to implement as well. Wait, they have like the defensive aura. I don't know where the guy is. No, not anymore. That's weird. This guy's taking 0 damage. Oh, there's like 3 of them. Properly stacked. Ugh. Not enough. Yo, we pass in. I'm not 100% sure like how the internal meta shifts. I mean, the mercenaries don't really matter that much in most builds, but the runes can matter a lot in some builds. But yeah, in general, most builds don't lose much, but some builds lose a lot from not having runes. So especially what you want to look out for is like some builds that rely on like the Quack's rune to get like extra damage for snapshotting, like long duration abilities, like Dance Nice, for example. But most builds don't really have anything crucial in their runes. And other than that, it's like the same setups, I guess. That's all the Spiritborn bugs are fixed. What build I'm most excited to try out is Season 7. It depends on also like how much they change the class. I would expect they're gonna shift some stuff around quite a bit. I'd definitely be excited to play some Crushing Hand again, or maybe Payback or so. There's also a bunch of builds I have not tried at all, like Flash. I don't want to do any Fawn stuff right now, I think. Maybe I'll try Quill with all the stuff fixed as well and see how that goes. Maybe updating the planner for Barrage or Victimize. Yeah, I don't think it needs updating. Most builds don't actually have any updates this season patch. Most of the stuff just got stronger. There's some things like, for example, Twisting Blades. I actually recorded another video about it. And I updated the planner last night after the stream a bit. So, Twisting Blades changed a bit and stuff like that. But otherwise, actually not too bad. I think I might just farm some hordes and chill a bit until later. How does that sound? Is anyone willing to join? It's a mess. It is. I could clean it a little bit. AFK hordes are good and activated. Nah, I don't have to AFK this time. I don't really have like planners to work on or anything. I'm just gonna like press buttons and chill and read chat, I guess. I just kind of feel like, you know, I don't want to farm the Paragons now. I'm not really that interested. I've played a lot of Razor Wings lately as well. I don't want to continue with this build very much. Maybe I respect this guy and just go evade and like blast through the pits while we have the XP buff. I mean, you're never gonna get XP that fast again, I suppose. Maybe I should make an evade guy. I could try that actually. This would be relatively chill as well. Rip season 6. Oh, yeah. Oh, the wrong gems, true. We're certainly gonna fix Dash Tap next season, guys. I mean, if the armory stores your entire build, including all your gear, I guess it would help with the stash problems a little bit. But I guess the bigger problem is that, you know, people would probably expect the armory to like reuse certain items across builds, right? Like you're not gonna have a copy of every single item for every single build that you want. You want to use your same, you know, Shaco and your same Shroud for multiple builds and so on, right? So how's that gonna work, I guess? Change the preselect option when enchanting for no change. Yes. Actually, I haven't seen it yet. Oh, crazy, man. Crazy. You want maximum weight charges for this, right? Like this. And then we want... Does the tax reduce the weight couldn't help us? No. So we go maximum weight charges. But what about an amulet? Dex movement. That's a lot of armor. This works now, right? Annealing hits works now with evade builds. That's next up life. Not sure about that GA crit, but I mean it's not terrible. It's like Giga Scuff. I think I could use this instead of Fist of Fate. Don't need the attack speed on it though. Then we keep this, Have any, is it glaive? No, it's not glaive, it's polearm. Have any polearms? Here's a live polearm, here's another one. I just realized there's a full stop. Damage over time duration on the implicit. And then dot. Okay, interesting. GA live, GA crit. Okay. Don't need vulnerable. Don't need attack speeds. I guess just go like Dex live. Crit live. Live crit. Did we have any of these Spiritborn rings? Dude, it's been a while since I played Evade. I tried Locran Starzone with Axial for Chain Lightning Lightning Spear. Well, the Locran's Talisman extra crit damage should not scale with Lightning Spear. Just a sheet stat. I think people these days actually run like interdiction on the neck, right? Or something like that. So get more damage from the maximum resolve stacks. And then what did they put there? I already have Binding Morass. Which is already not great. Apprehension. Not good enough. Yeah, I don't think I will have the cooldown for this. 21 cooldown, 39 cooldown. Here's cooldown on the neck, and then evade cooldown tempered. There's no way I'm gonna have that. What's my cooldown here? 34. Maybe, actually. Not good enough. Here's a GA cooldown. But 2 hits as well. You could put the Scourge thing on, actually, and just like fear stuff and do damage to them like this. I guess that would kind of work. You can do Apprehension, normal boots. Not Rakenov boots. Gonna have really crappy resistances, I guess. Sundealing hits there, Redirected Force there. Stormfield Appearance, defensive cooldown. So in both cases, running Fist of Fate. That's just fine. Do we actually have a good Fist of Fate? Wait, I don't have a Fist of Fate. Oof. But I guess it's not strictly required. Let's see if we can get a nice evade cooldown. 17.5. And Barrigen, I guess. Scroll time.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
15%. I have 5 timbers left. I can see if that's enough. I guess I need to put it on both, right? So we have 5 seconds. And then if I master arc this up a little bit, let's say 22 or so. And then again, yeah, we definitely need like another temper. Perfect movement speed. Now we're getting all the movement speed, man, that I ever wanted.
More loyal friends will not find.
Okay, it's 14 evades. And then resolve, I guess. It's not way I'm gonna get us there, but I guess I'm gonna do it anyway. Do we care about anything else? Not really. There's Stormfire potency I could do. We have a whole 3 resolve stacks here. Okay. How's my Devourer cooldown on this?
Things on your return.
I have 39. 32. Is this enough? I has 58 because he also has Rakanov. So Rakanov helps with that as well, I guess, for the Devourer. Because I will not be able to cast this, otherwise I need cooldown on my neck, I guess, at least. Maybe more here. Do I have another Harlequin? He's an armor. And another armor. I don't really want to take an armor Harlequin and then start masterworking double cooldown on it or something. But I also don't want to reset this one. So that's kind of awful, actually. Maybe I have to go for Rakanov Boots. It's 21 seconds. $18.5. So there at least we'll need cooldown on this thing. That's gonna be fun. Dude, no change. Hashtag no changes, guys. It's crazy. So he doesn't have percent dex as well. also need to sell something, man. I don't really have enough gold here. On hardcore I'm also poor as fuck. .3 cooldown, is that enough? Okay, it doesn't really change much anyway. It's 8.1 to 8.8. Let's put that at 17. So if I start masterworking, it will be fine. The question is, do I get enough cooldown reduction? Oops. Let's say we get to like 21 or something. And then we have this evade there. That is gonna be like this roughly. And then we have to cooldown on this thing. Oops. 20856. Let's say that's gonna be like 12. That's not gonna be enough. Shit, my shackle is just too bad. We need like one more hit on the shackle probably. But we'll see. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, vortex size or something. Do I have other pants? Trash, huh? Should I try to sell this? No one's gonna buy something for fresh, I guess. What's this? Armor and life. I mean, I do care about annealing hits. So I kinda wanna keep these pants. Maybe change the vortex size to barrier gen. Can we? It's kind of sad because the perfect vortex size roll. Don't really want to ruin it. It's fine, I guess. Maybe I'll be better off just like not retempering this and not just accepting I have less barrier gen. Maybe it's actually better,
Use it well.
but we'll see. Can use that. You have a chest full of items which you don't want to ruin. What are you afraid of?
Greetings. How shall
Okay, here we have to put, I guess, is it brilliance? I can do brilliance, right? Oh, wait, primary is half for this. Okay, so this one. That's going well.
see some steel you need?
Will the PoE announce today fully destroy D4? From the perspective of PoE purists, certainly. But, you know, you can announce a lot of stuff. No one has played it. I do expect PoE to be great, but will people really enjoy it as much as they think they will? And will D4 be as bad as people think it is? People just like being hyperbolic and tribal. Is my impression. I think both announcements will be pretty good today.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
Alright, round 3.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
This almost looks like a logout angle here, actually. Okay, this is at least usable. And then Stormfeather defensive cooldown. So I can do more Scourge, more counterattack. Yeah, fine, I guess. Oh my god, I totally forgot about the Devour cooldown tempers. Actually stupid. I think we do this. It's good to fix the anti-venom so soon. I did not expect him to do it that early.
My hammer sings on your return.
Gonna break this ring. Ah. Pain.
That's the spirit? Well, shame low. Not a bad PoE. Too bad, friend.
Use it well.
Yeah. Not a low. Well, a low. Shame that. Go one more. Well, a low shiny. Not a bad vassal. Too bad, friend.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Welcome to my home away from home.
When is the PoE announcement? It's 1 hour after the D4 announcement starts. So later we're gonna be switching. I don't expect that Diablo will be done by the time the PoE starts, but we're gonna be watching the PoE announcement when it starts, and then probably go back to finishing the rest of T4 stuff. So that's the plan for the night.
See some steel you need?
Oh, fucking god, dude. Don't have another ring, and I guess it's not that important to have the defensive skill cooldown reduction. But this is... ugh. Ugh. I think there's 5 timbers left. I could retry this if I have to. Just trying to get a bit of evade cooldown first. It's nice that the evade doesn't actually show how much cooldown it has. So I just have to like manually try it or calculate it. But I guess these days you can actually get away with like less cooldown reduction than before.
More there than I thought.
More armor. Maybe it's fine.
There's a good one. There's a good one. Solid bits here.
Gina Calabrese. No, I don't know her. I'll check that out though. I'll put a search for this. I've never seen her.
More there than I thought. Solid bits here.
I saw the burst from Elon on the 150s. I mean, it's just like a weird place right now, right? Like how Diablo 4 works. Actually, the evades are so slow now. Don't actually need that much cooldown reduction anymore, it turns out. Okay, interesting. What about the runes? I guess it's gonna be Concussive Strike and Teleport. When Rogue does a nice update on Maxroll. Does it need an update? I don't think anything changed. I told Mippy to maybe add a no snapshot version of it. I'm not sure if he's done that, but otherwise, I mean, this build hasn't done any changes.
What? Beware the envious, my friend.
Okay, let's just take this in. Maybe I need to refund the whole skill tree, to be honest. Wait, what the fuck? I put more points into Thunder Spike, okay. Also, like, how did he reach the next? Back Frenon. Thank you. You guys only in disguise? I don't know. Back Frenon has been here sometimes. Oh my god, I hate assigning Paragon points. Why is it always so laggy? I have 88 MS and I can't click on these fucking nodes, dude. Look, it just doesn't do it. Weird. Convenient, yeah, actually I managed to level all the glyphs that I need for this, I think. Very nice. I'm actually missing Paragon points.
you'll not find.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, let's get up a few points here. Oof. There was somewhere? Yeah, okay. Yeah, my resistances are severely lacking here. Take on more armor or more dex? Maybe just more armor. So we can cap it out. I'm not sure about this one. We have Brilliant Spectre, we're actually gonna get more, right? Don't have much move speed. Maybe instead of maximum evade charges, I actually want movement speed on my boots. So I get the extra damage from Brilliance. This might actually be kinda nice, I don't need any movement speed. Just evade and get movement speed. So I don't think we need charges, really. So, we'll see. Oh, I forgot about this ring. What's my crit? 60. This one is kind of bricked anyway. There's life, crit, tax. So ideally we don't need this cooldown reduction here, I think. Stuff like this.
Masterful work. Sublime.
Get to this.
The stars made manifest.
much barrier generation do we have? A lot, I think.
Solid bits here.
Well done.
Very little dex though. Okay, all is 100. Look at this. Let's just try it out. Dude, why is it so laggy? Look at this, man. Look at that evade animation. What the fuck is going on? She's like hovering in the air and then moving. Holy shit. Okay, let's just throw, I don't know, an 80 and see what happens. Should be like everything one shot there, hopefully. Okay, I think I'm kind of fine with this. You pretty much always at movement speed cap while evading. Wait, how though? I don't have that movement speed from evades. We are getting some speed though. From what? Ah, wait a minute. We get this buff from... Okay, I forgot about it. The Stormfighter's buff also gives us movement speed, right? Okay, yeah, we're fine actually. So in movement speed we can like remove that, okay. Okay, one tapping everything. Okay. Yeah, so that's not like properly one-shotting everything though. I also have to press stuff like Scourge if I want to do that. It's a lot of damage though. Need a tiny bit more cooldown reduction. As long as we don't get it. I got a Paragon. Devourer is fine. Maybe I should have just made a rogue on softcore and farm with dancer knives. That was also pretty fun. I kept on res. Not too bad. It's only at 4. Okay. It was just like Master, we're just slightly higher, we're fine. Or if Master is a bit higher, and then also get like another hit on the evade cooldown on the boots, we should be fine. So you want to put Dex on this one.
May your road be filled with wonders.
And this one.
Magic in all things. Let me show you. Bright aura. Brighter soul.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails, which more there than I thought.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Do we crit enough for this? We have 60 crit. I guess not, huh? Just do this, I guess. Let's do this. Shit. Balls move on 5. Hmm. Let's try it again. For crit to be higher, you have to run Eagle, Eagle. Yeah, Eagle helps a bit with the crit. It's also what I used to run. But I have very low resolve stacks already. I don't really wanna make it even worse, basically. Hello? What's up? Oh. No, you can have it if you want. Okay. Hmm. I have 5,000 armor actually. Nice. At least something good came out of this. How many resolve stacks do you have? 19. Not the greatest, but okay. 30k life. Leveling Rogue is so chill. Yeah, I agree. I really like leveling Rogue with many builds. It's always lots of cool stuff there. Using the script of evade still comes out a lot of the animation together with holding down Thunder Spike. Monka TOS. Yeah, I tried pressing Thunder Spike and evading, but it doesn't really seem like it does anything. So are we sure that this is actually happening? Is that link from Mippy? That's like new Dance of Knives. I get no, this is like his Maxroll planner, I guess. Does he have a no snapshot version though? He still has the heal pod thing. Yeah, if you want no snapshot, then you have to play my version, I guess. That I made a video about as well. Damage is too low on 80, 85. I guess I should be running the Fist of Fate stuff. But I mostly just want to have like a fast, consistent speed farming build. That's the Wushnak Pa evade. I never made it. We could do that. But the thing is that I don't really have... Like, these runs are too short for this, right? Like, Wushnak Pa will not really help you if you don't hit cap on your supremacy stacks. And I don't in these runs. Like, I don't pass Mara often enough. You'd have to go Hunter or something. Or just like for pushing. I was thinking about doing this for pushing at some point, but then I never really considered this push build anymore, I guess, at this point, so... You open 35 caches on Trio Whispers in level 53. Were they Torment 4 caches? It can happen that when you open too many at once, there's too much stuff on the ground, and then the stuff doesn't spawn. So you need to, like, you know, open a few and collect and so on. Like, at least the experience globes, they can, like, not appear. Black Friday, need a new gaming chair. Yes, Steel Series. Not Steel Series. The Secret Lab has a sale for the Black Friday, by the way. I like the chair a lot. I've been using it for almost 1.5 years now. It's been pretty nice. I guess pretty much everyone has a sale, but yeah. Why do gaming chairs have wheels? Because you gotta go fast. Still a few things I have to roll here, actually. This thing doesn't have crit. And this doesn't have dex.
What's left, you ask?
Sehr dabei. Yeah, I feel like free spinning mouse here is good enough to like chill farm with this build. I remember, I think Bob was trying to investigate if there's actually some animation cancelling with Thunder Spike or not. But it doesn't really look like it makes it fast. Like, I also just try it now and like just feeling it. I don't really notice a difference if the animation cancelling or so holding down Thunder Spike or not. So I'm not really sure if it does anything. I guess we could do like an actual test, like, you know, trying to like evade a certain distance and time it. I'm gonna do this actually. Let's see. I need mobs to do it. Wait, why do I need mobs? I mean, everything this build does is like completely irrelevant of if the monsters are there or not. Your evade is not resetting after new patch, it stops recharging after teleport. That's interesting. I'm not sure what that could be from. Maybe you don't have any maximum evade charges at all? Dark Age? Hello Harrigan, by the way. There's more projectiles flying. So you don't go faster, you just shoot faster or what? Is that what I mean? I don't think the teleport should refund the charges. You know, if you don't have charges, then, you know, it switches to teleport, and I guess it should just continue where we were, no? Yeah, like I just had like 5 charges, it switched to teleport, and I came out and I had like 4 charges anyway, instead of like 8 for example. It doesn't refund the charges. You should just have what you're... What? Okay. Dog guys. You're leaving?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be back soon. Doesn't need toilet.
Okay. Put him here.
Okay. See you later.
See him. Berlin, the keyboard is not for you. I need to press buttons. I don't have any Fist of Fate, so maybe I should at least save this one. Have something. And actually just realized, it may be actually not worth salvaging this stuff, right? I should probably not pick it up. And not salvage it. Because boss rolls give you so much more materials. Happens like once in 10 runs that you don't get the cooldown. Interesting, I'm gonna pay attention to that. So can you just like not complete the run, or is it just like you have to wait 5 seconds and then it's fine? I recommend that's nice. Blurry, if you like farm some high-end gear, it's a very good push build right now. Blurry or power build. Hence knives is like better for like farming content though, I'd say. Next Tom and 4. They also buffed Dancer Knives, so it's pretty good now. Hey Jinzi. Anti-venom is fixed, guys. Can't use it anymore. That was a quick fix. Imagine they had done that and with Spiritborn at the start of the season. Holy. Things could have gone so much better. What's Iron? Okay, basic attack to, yeah, 3 times continue. Okay, it's not bad, I guess. Just need to be aware. Imagine, man. Teleport is not an invade. You don't have to do 3 consecutive Thunder Spikes. Rail. You can do like a Thunder Spike, something else, a Thunder Spike again. There is a short window where you can continue the cycle, basically. You have like a second or something in between, so it's fine. You don't have to worry about that. Pay to win. Huge amount of winning, man, in this game. Remove everyone's enjoyment, they would never. Okay. Have a danger, by the way. Is percent damage over time still the same as percent for poison builds? No, they fixed it actually. Percent damage is just kind of pretty useless these days. Okay, how many mats do I get for this stuff? Do boss rotors also drop like what is this called? Abstruse sigils and stuff? Baleful fragments? No, right? But I guess after a certain point you don't need more of this. 30k, 25k, 57k. You don't really use much of them, I think. This is a fun zone only. Yeah, people had a lot of fun yesterday with the anti-venom, I think. At least that's what chat told me. They were like, why would they fix this? Wasn't everyone having fun yesterday? Bob had 150 build for one day. Yeah, it's kind of funny actually. Bob did 150. It's wild. And not even close, right? They did it in like 5 minutes or some shit. So why did we not see like some other stuff also? Like, I don't know. So what is the next best overpower build? Flurry overpower? Okay, that was quite behind, I guess. The other overpower builds, maybe some weird shenanigans like rapid fire overpower or something. But I guess those builds don't like 100% rely on overpower. They also have normal damage. Necro. Ah, true, they have a bunch of Necro builds. Did they also do 150? I guess if Bard went up that much, the Necro should have maybe also been pretty close at least. They fixed it too late, he based the whole build around that elixir. Okay. How did he do that? Don't understand what's the point of restart every 3 months. It's a waste of time. Oh, that's how this genre works. You just restart and then you try to do it again and better and in another way. That's the whole point. Harder, better, faster, stronger, you know? And the Bark player also had 20 stacks of air partition, okay. Yeah, it seemed kind of sus that they would do like a 5 minutes on a 50. 20 stacks of air partition is pretty powerful, I suppose. But I mean, technically, other classes can also use that, and most other builds actually also use partition, right? So there's that.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return to
Well, Vasily, go shame that. Go one more? Yeah. Hello, shining fuel. Well, shame Vasily's ghost. All finished, are you?
better than starting from nothing.
Is Roa overpower possible? Well, you have to play without the Word of Arcan. Or you try it with the rune, I guess. I guess you could like overpower every 6th cast or something. But you also have to make sure that you don't accidentally hit like your core skill with the overpower. So that is actually going to be the biggest problem there. Because you have to always alternate core skill and Roa. And then if you have, for example, you know, cast ultimate, gain the rune that gives you the guaranteed overpower, then your follow-up cast will be a core skill and not a Roa. MPE 2 starts after 1 hour before you switch to that stream? Yes. You're gonna watch PoE, finish that, and then probably finish the D4 afterwards. But you're gonna be watching PoE together with everyone. The biggest supporter pack there is. I guess they're gonna announce new supporter packs today, right? The PoE 2 stuff. It's gonna be pretty hype, I think. PoE 2 announcements. It's the first time they're gonna show us any of the endgame stuff, I believe. And then who knows what else, I guess. We've not really seen much of PoE 2. Imagine Blizzard raiding a D4 partner after stream only for them to be streaming PoE. Oof. I mean, they usually, you know, set this up in advance though, you know, it's not, they're not just like randomly raiding someone. So, you know, they ask, hey, are you gonna be there? And, you know, whatever, so. Yeah, I'll be live streaming, guys. Just raid, it's fine. Oof. Delve login. I'm very excited to see Delve actually. I really like Delve in PoE 1. Played quite a bunch of Delve at some points. I mean, Blizzard is perfectly aware that everyone will be watching the PoE stuff as well and playing PoE in December. So I guess not everyone will be like switching directly from D4 to PoE stuff like me. But I kinda have to, hashtag sponsored. Otherwise I would probably finish the campfire and then watch the PoE stuff right after or something. But in my case, yeah, you know, I made an agreement with them like long time ago. And for some reason, they both do it on the same date, so hey, that's what it is. Why do I not have the... Okay, Merlin, man, what the fuck? Sit down. He's eating my hand. Hand is tasty. Yeah. Yeah. What now, huh? Only when I have it on keyboard though. Now he's a good boy. Look. Okay. Rax straight up stop playing D4. Yeah, I mean, understandable, I guess. Rax doesn't seem like super enthusiastic about D4 in general. I guess he's just like looking forward to PoE 2 as well. I mean, I am looking forward to. I'm also like very over Season 6. We're playing some WoW. We're gonna be playing the hardcore classic OnlyFans stuff. Starting tomorrow, I guess. Since today we have all the announcements to watch and so on. Tried for a week to play the game, it kept chain crashing. Yeah, that was fixed a long time ago though. Older brother quit for Torchlight. Yeah, this Torchlight season, I heard a bunch of people are actually blasting it a lot. Seems like a very good season. I also played it a bit. I was thinking maybe I'll play some more, just because. Good luck, Isaiah. I think the campfire chat will actually go pretty well. Like, I didn't like the announcements last week. I felt like the campfire for the mid-season patch was really bad, but the patch was actually pretty good. So you cannot really ever tell, like, is it really gonna be the way you think? But at least it was a step up when the patch actually launched, and it seems like they did some surprise changes there, based on feedback as well at the end and so on. Like, for example, the pen shot buffs. They were pretty good and so on. The castle siege and vulnerability, that's really cool stuff, yeah. Seems like they're pretty good MMO there. Vulnerability. I played a little bit as well. Was that bow? I'm not sure what I was playing actually. I think dagger and bow or something like that, yeah. But I didn't go very far. Like I played like one event. It was like a streamer sponsored event before launch, where we had like high level PvP characters and did some PvP. And then like I did like a launch stream with like just leveling and stuff, and went to like I don't know what, like level 10 or I don't know what. What was fun. On Liberty. When I'm gonna do Cyberpunk stream. That will be in the distant future, I think, at this point. We have WoW Classic coming up, and if I actually want to get to like level 60 on hardcore, in like 3 weeks. I have to kind of grind quite a lot to get there. You know, together with like doing, you know, Season 7 PTR and, you know, other stuff and more IRL stuff and Maxroll stuff and whatever. Like, I'm currently not streaming very much. Like, I stream like 6 to 8 hours a day right now. So, that is not really enough to fit a lot of stuff in there. And I'm not sure if I will actually be able to hit level 16 WoW, but I want to try at least. And then comes PoE, and then, you know, as soon as PoE is there, you're gonna be back to like blasting 16 hours a day non-stop and doing nothing else, so I need to do a lot of IRL stuff in between as well. Until then. Like, that's always the problem, you know, new season launches. And I'm just kind of like gone from anything for like 1.5 months. And then I have to like catch up on, you know, 1,000 emails. And, you know, all the kind of bullshit like this. And sometimes touch grass. 16 WoW ain't what it used to be though. Ah, okay, I mean, there's like people doing like weird like AoE farming strats on mages and, I don't know, carrying each other or something, but I'm not planning to do any of that, if that's what I mean. Just gonna like chill level. It takes like, I don't know, 100 to 150 hours, I guess, if you're fast on hardcore to get to level 60. So yeah, it can be done like in like a week or something if you try. But again, this needs like, you know, all day, everyday blasting, and I'm not doing that, so. Max life for the most part. And if that doesn't happen, then all stats is also fine on Mega Man. You can also see it in the guide, I think I have it there in the pit push. Oh, Stunners is annoying, man, here, when these champions are just not getting hit. And these stuff getting too tanky. I guess I should use my fear a little bit more for this. To draw more damage and we actually spread them out. I think RPGs that have sequels should incorporate the best systems from the previous games. I think that the new game should have all new systems. I don't know. And just because that's the best system of that game doesn't mean it's going to be a good system in another game. You know, if a game is designed, it can be a different way. Like, you know, if you talk about Diablo 4 specifically, you know, Diablo 4's whole like design philosophy was completely different from how Diablo 3 works, for example. Open world, always online. You know, the whole concept was very different, right? Like the leveling was the goal, you know. They designed Diablo 4 very much like WoW Classic, for example, where, you know, the journey to 100 is the entire thing, right? There's like, there was like not really a big endgame or anything like that on launch. So you can't just say, okay, just take everything of the best things that Diablo 3 had and put it in Diablo 4, because Diablo 4 is a completely different game. Gonna watch a bonfire over PoE 2 livestream. I never said that. This is the evade build here right now, by the way. Hi, Wen. Doing fine, how about you? Extremely petty to schedule a chat for the day after last week. Why is that petty?
My hammer sings
I mean, get it? They did like one for the mid-season patch and then one for the PTR. And they just like did the PTR thing earlier than usual, I guess. So it kind of like lands on the following week.
use it well.
Since, you know, the holidays are coming and so on. And they want to get the PTR out, I guess, before PoE 2 launch. So I expect the PTR on the 3rd of December. So when exactly do you expect them to do the PTR Campfire chat, if not this week, for example? I mean, it could maybe do it next week, but that's like really the absolute latest. And we first have the campfire, guys, and then we have the PoE stuff in 1 hour. PoE in 2. Lots of people take the whole week off. I mean, taking the week off or not, you can still make the campfire now. Secret damage, a good temper, or spirit feather potency is just way too good. Yes, it is way too good. Especially in your weapon where you have like, you know, double the brick basically. You definitely want to have the spirit feather potency there. I heard of an ARPG called Wayfinder. I have not. Okay, first day next week is Thanksgiving Day. Okay, in that case, I can see that, why they want to do it. So I guess, yeah, this basically left them only the option now to do the campfire, right? So they did the mid-season campfire and the PTR campfire. I don't really get it, why would that be petty though in any way? Just did like one campfire for one thing and one for the other, like what's the problem exactly? No matter the timing, really. Everything on a PTR was developed in that 1 week. Oh no, man. I don't know about this, Aaron. Should probably ask Maxroll. He's played a lot of Sever right now. I haven't actually gotten around to playing some Necro yet. I'm not sure if I will make a Necro actually at this point. Then maybe. Maybe I'll try it next season. System would be easier to fix, tempering or masterworking. I mean, I think tempering doesn't really need fixes, but masterworking definitely does. An incinerate build for the people. From the people, for the people. I was planning to do some incinerate, yes. I guess for now we're gonna do a bit more paragons and stuff. Since we made this build now, I'm gonna like farm this and see. You have a bingo card, can you show it? I didn't make one. Soul damage good on its build? Yes. You always have vulnerable effect. I'm gonna perk retribution.
I can cure what ails you. Oh, an exquisite concoction.
Yes, K is great. That's explained actually in the guide somewhere in the mechanics. But basically, resource cost reduction adds more damage when you have Kipaleka. Because you have a larger pool. It thinks you have like a larger pool basically. In the case of channeling, it gives you the equivalent of like a 75% resource cost reduction. So you get like a nearly times 4 damage. No mic. It's like unofficial leaderboards that people use, but they are pretty scuffed. What is the question, Joe? Usually I play... Well, lately I've been mostly playing hardcore when I played PoE. Like hardcore trade. Otherwise I play softcore trade quite often. In the past. A bit of hardcore SSF as well here and there. I will not play Frozen Orb. What would be interesting to see, like how strong is Frozen Orb actually these days? Since it doesn't have this weird overlap with Lightning Spear anymore. Frozen Orc. Ah. Well, I will be our Orc Hunter in OnlyFans, if that's what you're asking. Zugluk. Indeed. Yes, Ilmas did clear 150 in less than 2 minutes, Shanebug. Yeah, OnlyFans is the name of the streamer guild in WoW Hardcore Classic that's launching today. Every single streamer known to man is gonna be in that guild, basically. And it's gonna be a fun adventure. Also some of the RPG blasters. So I saw Karn, Tai Tai. I think Sis is gonna play it a bit as well, apparently. I'm not sure about any of the Diablo guys, though. If anyone is there. I guess if Sis is there, then maybe Nuki and Steela are also there. As he said, bit pigs. Oof. Before moved from slower gameplay to faster gameplay, Incinerate is the design for much slower. I think it's fine that some builds have like a design for slower gameplay. I think the main problem that Incinerate has in that regard is probably that it has this like stacking mechanism for the damage from the aspect. Maybe that should just not be a stacking effect. So that you always have the damage. But I guess you just like stack it once at the start of the run and then it has a 5-second timer, right? So it's just like, I need to tap it once in a while and that's it. So it's not really a problem, I guess. And it's still a Sorc, you know, Sorc is like a very fast class in general with like teleporting and stuff. So it's not really that big of a deal, I think. If anything, I should just make sure that, you know, the super fast builds maybe slow down again a little bit at some point. So we actually have like a little bit of combat, you know. Because that's, you know, the big strength that Diablo 4 had over like any other RPG was like the combat design. And that is kind of like going out of the window slowly. Maybe not even slowly. I also thought I would not like Incinerate, but I actually had surprisingly much fun with it when I played it last time. Just like in Season 4, I believe. There's something about Incinerate that just feels good. There's a thing on the portal. Spiritborn is still really bugged and nothing was fixed. Mods got an invite. Yo. Okay, I guess we can consider Mods somewhat of a Diablo guy. Feels like the free Archon. Yeah, maybe this is kind of why. That it's channeling a beam and then blasting everything is just kind of cool. D4 feels less fast-paced than D3. Yeah, D3 is probably still a bit faster overall. But D4 is getting pretty close. On the other hand, you know, D3 also has like a proper pushing mode that D4 is still lacking, where the slower pace is also present. Like we have pit pushing, but it's like just not nearly the same as what D3 was with Greater Rifts. I wonder if they're ever gonna address that. Hope they do. Make pit more fun on like the pushing end. Triple helm. Wow. Isn't the 2-star play speed more preferred by the masters? By all the masters that are still playing Diablo 2? Okay.
Greetings. How shall I get use it well?
Well, shame. Hello, Vassili's not a bad. Hello, shining beauty.
Yeah, in 1 hour we're gonna have the campfire, guys.
Well, hello, shining. Not a bad. Vassili's ghost.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? What's left, you
The
ask?
song is Dystopia Power Nerd. Fires in 0.98 hours, Frankie. Not that many anymore. I heard good things about PD2. If you have like the D2 nostalgia and you want to play like an upgraded version, then PD2 is probably the play. But I don't really want to play like anything Diablo 2. If anything, I'll just go and play PoE. But I'm also not too much in the mood for that these days. I'm waiting for PoE 2. Still checking my elixir of anti-venom. Yeah, fresh start, character found, self found, all this stuff, man. Would be so cool to have in Diablo 4, man. Imagine the kind of events we could do, like, you know, community-wise, if we had that. Like, I would host, like, a fucking, like, a huge race and, like, all this kind of stuff, man, every season. There would be so much cool stuff you can do if you had these options. But the game just, like, doesn't support anything. It's so scuffed to try to make any events, really. PD2 is Path of Diablo. Oh, wait, is it? Wait, what is PD2? Path of Diablo 2, I guess. I'm not sure why there's a 2. Project Diablo 2. Ah, yeah, sorry. Now, is POD Path of Diablo? Yeah, sorry. I confused the two. Either way, though. Yeah, Project Diablo 2 seems very nice, too. For, like, you know, upgraded Diablo 2 stuff, that's what I meant earlier. You're more excited for PoE 2 livestream? I guess most people are, probably, at this point. Who's more excited for D4 livestream, and who's more excited for PoE? Oh, look, I got a 30% interdiction. Yo.
Use it well.
Actually pretty big damage upgrade. 20% instead of 13, okay.
Impeccable. The magics await your return.
I'm so excited to hear which bugs they will be fixing in Season 7. Well, don't confuse it. Which bugs they intend on fixing in Season 7, okay? Have you heard about Agile Wolf aspect, my friend? I'm excited to hear how many bugs they will be introducing. The features. What do you mean? It's funny how much I can feel the damage upgrade now, actually, with that interdiction roll. Wild. Did Danger send us the bingo card? Okay, I need to check. Apparently we got the planner update, guys. Let's see if there's, like, some problems, or is everything in there? This doesn't seem up to date. Did I get it? No, I still have the old version. Control 5. Okay, I don't have this. Poll is up. Okay, we got a poll, guys, on Twitch. Campfire or PoE to stream? What is the more exciting? Don't try Denati, I think. It'd be hopeless. You'd be surprised if my viewers were more interested in PoE 2. I don't know, it seems like there's generally a lot of hype around PoE 2. Even on my channel. I mean, I've also, you know, played a lot of PoE, talk about PoE regularly, you know, I watched all the other PoE 2 stuff. I had an interview with Jonathan, and you know, stuff like that, so why not? I guess I don't make enough default bad content to attract a PoE audience. Maybe that's right. This build I'm using update on Maxroll after the initial version was nerfed. Yeah, this is almost exactly the Maxroll build that I'm running right now. I have some slight tweaks. I'm not running Fist of Fate. I put Fell Soothsayer. I'm not running Record of Boots. I put the Scourge duration aspect. And I'm never really pressing Scourge. So that's kind of whatever, I guess. Too much effort. If I want to go a bit higher, pit tiers down would be nice. Now I can't be bothered to actually press the button. I'm the biggest D4 streamer. I don't think that's necessarily true anymore these days. Yeah, this potion system rework was a really good announcement, I think. I felt the same also when I played even at like level 15 or something when I played PoE 2. I was like, man, why do we have like 5 fucking potions again in this game? I think we'll see potion mods in D4 again. What do you mean with again? For some reason I went to cover shot. From the free. I mean like, you know, special powers on your potion. I don't know. I don't really like the idea of like making the potion do more than healing, to be honest. I think, okay, there could be some cases where it would be fine to like have maybe multiple versions of the potion, but only a few maximum. Like for example, you have barrier-based builds or something like that, right? Where, well, you don't lose life, so what do you care? On the other hand, I mean, the potion is there for healing, so if you ever lose life through your barrier, then it can press it. Which is kind of like exactly what it should do. D4 Campfire, 1 by 1 vote. 51% D4 Campfire. PoE 2, 49%. That's funny. Wow. And that says something for sure, I guess. I also expect there's gonna be a lot more people in the PoE category today than in the D4 category watching. PoE2 is already at 30k. Damn. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, all the PoE streamers are online today, starting streams, and, you know, everyone is hyped. And a lot of them will just not even go watch the Diablo 4 stuff. So it kind of makes sense that there's a lot of people in the PoE category already. And then who knows, maybe some of the big guys are also there, you know. There might be like an Asmongold showing up or something. Ah, yeah, I got a bug. If they made reset. But it only stopped me for like a half second or something. I guess I have enough cooldown to actually like over reset my evade basically. But it's slowly recovering. Very slowly. Oh. When is the AD cycle? Well, it's set in Q1. So this will probably be... yeah, I suppose like February. Since Diablo 4 launches on 21st of January, they have to avoid that. And then I guess they have to time it around PoE 2. You know, whenever they patch, you know, the first big update of the early access or something. I guess we're probably gonna see something like a half-year early access of, you know, probably 2-3 major patches in between. Is my expectation or something like that. So yeah, I guess they will try to like, you know, dodge PoE somewhere in February is my expectation for last epoch. I don't think they're gonna do it before D4. So be like, you know, right after like New Year's, Christmas and stuff like that. I think that's probably... they haven't even announced anything, right? So... but who knows. I mean, they started when? In July, right? It was July for LE? Oh man. I'd really like to play some LE again. I actually talked about it the other day. I was like, maybe I was gonna log into LE a little bit the next days or weeks until PoE. Maybe I'll just like make a new character and stuff. Stop blasting. We've been playing LE. Let's say his bugs has gone. Yes, the anti-venom is fixed. Didn't last very long. Going to start a hardcore dive bomber. Good luck. I need to find something that I like. I've played so much Falconer, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna do another Falconer. I mean, I guess it depends a bit on the meta and what they're buffing and stuff, so maybe there's gonna be some cool new stuff in Cycle 2.
See some steel you need? Use it well.
Well, hello. Vassali's ghost. Hello, shining. Oh, not a bad pull, that.
Depends on how fast PoE 2 early access evolves. Yeah, as I said, I would probably expect that we're going to do some, if there's like major problems, they're probably going to fix that really fast. But outside of that, I would expect like a few, big updates, okay, here's a reset, here's a big new patch, it's basically like a new season start. And there you go, or something like that. I could imagine that they're going to do this a few times throughout the early access. FCL Lich looked kind of fun. That's actually one of the first characters I played in Azapok. I think my second character was actually DefCL, like melee Lich character. It's kind of funny. Replied to Elon yet? About what? What did I miss? Did he reply to one of my tweets again or something? I didn't really check actually. Oh, Danger sent us the bingo card. Okay, let's see. Alright guys, here comes. We're tightening things up. Materials? Question. I love the question mark. He's asking if PO2 good. Ah. Oh, I can check that. We like where pits are at. Oh my god, dude. Adam's earpiece. Unexpected, actually hype moment. Snapshotting addressed. Copium. Spiritborn buffs. We like where druids are at. Rabies or shred buffs. Mediocre season 7 theme. Colin swears. Fuck yeah. Some random dude asking about some random thing in QA. I mean, yeah. The questions in QA are usually really random, man. Free stuff. Spiritborn nerfs. Talk about learnings from season 6. Oh no. Pet mount cosmetics. Philosophy of nerfing and fixing bugs. Dude, every single campfire, right? Armory. Keep the feedback coming. No meaningful sorcerer buffs. New unique items. Funky hand switches to describe balancing. Undercity reference. We have a long list of patch notes to talk about, so let's get to talking about the patch notes that we totally don't have a lot to talk about. And incinerate buffs. Okay. Interesting. Bingo card. What else can we add, guys? Danger made this. One of our druid guys on Maxroll. He's here in chat right now. That shocks everyone, announces 10 new classes for Season 7. Yo. And they can clear pit 6900, man. Dude, they can't introduce leaderboards, man. At this stage in the game, I don't know. Like what would we do with leaderboards at this point, you know? Like all these crazy exploits and like look at this season, man. Imagine if we had leaderboards, man. This would be a fucking shit show. Even without it, it's like horrible. Like everyone wants leaderboards, including myself. But they have so much stuff to do before that is even like a possibility. We tried fixing all the bugs. Nice. I think they need, you know, one of the Druid developers on the job. Just take the guy who fixed Agile Wolf. He's so good at fixing, he fixed it 3 times already.
Nobody walks anymore.
New endgame activity, leaderboards, life per second change, stonks, eating good, Joe Shaley sighting. Okay, also interesting stuff for the bingo card.
See some steel you need? I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Yeah, I looked at my Shred Druid earlier. I was like, okay, let's see how this works, you know, with the Druid buffs. And Agile Wolf now finally dashing. Little did I know. This is actually unbelievable. How is that possible, man? Yeah, where's Joe Shaley, man? Everything was better under Joe Shaley. Don't you agree, guys? Curious Mind from Horchest, nice. Oh, I still have to do my the city runs. I have 2 Mythic Tributes, actually. Oh, 3 now, but I think one is on softcore. Oh wait, we are on softcore, we are on a Druid. We found it on Druid earlier. We can do 3 runs, I believe. They locked up Shaley and Pypura somewhere. Feels bad, man. Right. Need David Breivik back, man. Why don't I just recruit David Breivik back to fix Diablo 4, guys? Make Bjorn announce Spiritborn buffs. Well, I think I'm generally I don't know what I'm more excited for. I guess I'm generally more excited for PoE 2 stuff, because PoE 2 will definitely define my more immediate future. And maybe also my long-term future. Who knows? Maybe maybe we're gonna be PoE early at some point. I definitely plan to blast the early access as much as I can, and then, you know, we'll see like how much, you know, we'll balance D4 versus PoE 2 in the future, depending on how it goes. But that's really the best part, you know. Even if we have a shit D4 season, I can still go play PoE 2, or vice versa. And that's gonna be really nice, I think. Wyatt Chang. Is Wyatt Chang actually still game director on Immortal? I had a few talks with him actually. He's actually a really nice guy. It's kind of sad to see him on Immortal. I have not tried PD2 actually. We forgive the phone comment, fix the game. Yeah, he was actually very interested in, you know, feedback from people like me, Wyatt Chang. Like actually at some point, you know, like early in, I think it was actually before launch and stuff, and then also like post-launch, you know, I actually had like a call with him and some others and stuff like that, and you know, he was actually like taking some, you know, also long-term ideas. And I've actually no clue if they ever like really made it into the game or something, but Wyatt Chang is actually kind of interesting person to talk to, I feel. He also has like a YouTube channel where he talks about like game design and stuff. I did not tell him I have a phone. I was playing Immortal on PC anyway, at least after the betas. Like when they launched the game, they had the PC client. In the betas, I had to play on phone, and I'm very glad they made a PC client when they launched game, because I was blasting so much. Going for Paragon 300 in softcore too? Maybe. But I'm still, I don't know, like 30 hours away or something from it. Which, I mean, okay, if I just like do this here for like the next week, 5 hours a day, I'm basically done. So, maybe. Poor guy took a bullet for Blizzard. Yeah, probably. Well, it streams game jams he participates in. That's kinda cool. I wonder if Viacek is gonna come back in a big way at some point in the future. You know, in like a half a decade or 1 decade or something, and he's gonna be at Blizzard. Is he still at Blizzard? I guess he is, right? So maybe he's gonna be like game director of like another game at some point. He's on loan to China though. I have no idea. I have no news about Wyatt Chang. Like for the last 2 years, I have no idea what he's doing. I think armor goes snapshot buffs from gear you switched out. Oh, I think that's the least of our worries with the armory. But yeah, I do expect that too.
Greetings. How shall I guide hammer things on your return?
Schreier's book about Blizzard. No. What's that about? Is the Diablo stream live, by the way? Not yet. Okay. Should go live at some point. Bye bye 4GA Shaco. Whoops, man. Don't worry, guys, you're gonna fix it in the next season. I mean, in Diablo 3, we had a bug at some points where the armory would eat the legendary gems. Which is not as bad as like eating half your gear or something, but yeah, apparently that was the thing, and this is why I avoided it for many seasons. But I think that is no longer a problem. What I'm running these pits for over and over again. Mostly for experience right now. I'm at 280 Paragon, and I was thinking about maybe at least getting close to 300. And pit is by far the best way to get experience. We need 460 million per level right now. Which is something like, I don't know, 25 pit runs or 30 pit runs at this point. Actually, no, that's quite optimistic. It's more like 40 runs. Take out Gillian's Brew. It seems to be just kind of rare. Any hopes and wishes for Season 7 besides balance patch? Not really, honestly. I mean, I do have wishes. You know, they should not just balance, but they should also, like, you know, maybe address certain problems with builds, certain problems with classes. Like, you know, stagger, maybe. Or general, like, you know, Sork, you know, enchantments and Sork single target damage and, you know, stuff like that. And also, like, you know, balance out the activities that we have in the game better. Nerf pit XP, buff other XP, or like, you know, nerf XP required or something. To like, balance that out a bit more. Boss rollers are way too good. You know, Helltide is way too weak, and so on, so... Bargains on Undercity, there's like so much stuff they can do, basically, to make everything just better, basically, and like more balance of each other. You're farming 1 hour of Helltide boss, no drop. I'm not sure if you can drop from the Helltide boss. I think you have to open the chest, huh? Or you have to find the Red Cloaked Horror. But yeah, I have no idea about the Gillian's Brew, actually. I've not tried to farm it, really. Only a few minutes to Spiritborn buff. Let's go. Chest and Hellborn and Red Cloaked Horror, okay. Yeah, I think it's just like, you know, get the Hellmaiden and stuff. Did they fix the Cinder thing, by the way? Or did they just fix the potion? What about the Cinders from the Blood Maiden? Nope, okay. Pit and Horde should be about the same. Yeah, I think they should not make, like, you know, or even risk making Hordes the best XP. I think they need to nerf, like, Hordes XP by, like, half and Pit by, like, 70% or something. And then nerf the overall XP required by, like, half as well. Or something like that. The monsters are specific to this event, the new cold type monsters, they drop ridiculous cinders. Ah, interesting. This is from the event. Yeah, I also don't want the season where we sit in hordes again, man. I've done that way too much this season already. Nini did continue the buff on hardcore. She's done like most of the renown. She's like in Torment 2 now. But she's not playing default much right now, I think. Silent Sword is joining apparently. I'm about to stop playing those since we have the campfire.
Have a well. Shame hello, vastly hello, shining beauty.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Hello, shining well. Hello, Vasily's ghost.
See some steel you need.
Are they live? Title is there at least. Okay. Let's see if something happens there. Gonna make build guides for PoE 2 as well? Absolutely. I mean, if I have one strength going for myself, I guess it's that I can figure stuff out relatively fast. So I will definitely use that in PoE 2. About a different way to far out the site. We have 3 different ways. I'm kind of content with that. I would much rather see like a masterwork and rework in general than just more ways of getting the same shit. Viewers in despair with no copy pasta guides. True, actually. I just realized it's gonna be a bit of a struggle to try to actually make build guides. Because there's like nothing for it. I guess I can try it with screenshots or some shit. Is it true Elon is world record holder? I'm not sure if he's holding any record, but I guess for a brief moment he was. World record in most dollars. True. Nah, I saw the 2-minute run from Elon, but there's plenty of people that did 2-minute 150s. and especially like with like the anti-venom thing yesterday. It's probably a lot of people that, you know, try to do like the fastest time, basically. So I'm not sure if he has the fastest now or not. I don't think that 152 is the fastest imaginable time. You know, we're doing like 1 minute clears here, for example. And you can get relatively close when you just like one-shot everything, which I guess with a high-end setup you are doing with anti-venom. Yeah, Eden is gonna be playing Diablo 4 from the White House while giving the press conference. He's just like grinding. He's like, man, guys, you know, just asking questions, you know. It's gonna be like a live stream for him. Yeah, Department of Diablo Efficiency. Holy man, imagine if we had that. Dude, all the bugs would be fixed in a week. Ah, Diablo 4 is live now. Or Diablo channel, I mean. Okay. I just saw the notification pop up. Can Mania be on stream? Maybe. Wait, is it working? Okay. Let's do this, yeah. Okay, so that's him.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
You guys want to listen to the intro videos they're playing on the Diablo channel? That's like some stuff. I think it's like the same thing that I showed last time. The Twitch is expectedly brutal. Yeah. I'm counting on that. Think the PoE 2 will be a middle ground between D4 and PoE 1? No. PoE 2 will be even further on the other side of the spectrum. You know, PoE 1 is the middle ground, I guess. Well, I guess it'll depend a bit. So, I mean, you don't have like the insane content bloat in PoE 2 when it launches, so that's like a big advantage. But I do expect that the game will still be roughly equally complicated to, like, you know, be successful in terms of like how well you have to play, or even you have to play even better, I guess. Or like, how much time you have to invest into making a build and, actually following that build and, making the gear and all that will probably be kind of comparable, maybe longer than PoE 1, I imagine. PoE 1 has seen a lot of power creep over the years as well, which is something to kind of keep in mind here as well, right? Like, there's like ridiculous farming strategies these days, ridiculous builds and so on. And PoE 2 will probably start with like a more balanced approach, I imagine. Which means a longer approach, probably. And yeah, I mean, I guess you kind of can compare like, multiple things. And then say, okay, like, some things are better in PoE, or harder in PoE, or faster in PoE, or I think 1 versus 2 or something. Or D4. I guess it comes down to like what exactly you're comparing. Demonic Witness. What happened? PoE 2 is really complex. I don't think it will have a huge interest. Well, they will interest some part of the RPG player base. I mean, the RPG player base is generally used to like more complicated stuff, I suppose. But even so, Diablo 4 is large because it's a very casual friendly game, right? You can just log in and blast and be kind of successful. And in PoE 2, that's much harder to do. And this will remain the same in PoE 2 as well, I think.
Too easy for warriors like us.
Alright. For the shit. So this...
special work with the materials, with the shaders for those characters. Shaders are the code that runs on the GPU that takes in all sorts of inputs like textures and lighting and position and outputs what the object's surface is supposed to look like. We wanted a shader that was capable of adding this sludge layer, this hatred layer over top of it, and making it dynamic and animating so that it really looks like it was constantly undulating or writhing. So once we had this shader function, we were able to kind of apply that in all these different contexts, like the monsters, like the environment, the character armors even. Most of the shader work was done by Alex, who really took that shader function and made it work in all sorts of different contexts. And we also have the hatred add-ons to these characters, these tentacles, these writhing hatred growths all over them, which was a procedurally generated process that was largely run by Sky on our team.
The Hollows boss was kind of born of this idea of what does a pinnacle Hollows really look like. We have the Hollows family, and that was pretty well defined by the time that the Hollows boss kind of came up for concepting.
Our artist Victor had a lot of cool ideas for
horror themes and really wanting to push visuals with contortions and like breaking the neck of this monster all over the place.
That's where we had the option to go, like, can we push it and really get that idea of what hatred and the hollows are all about?
This inky black ichor that latched on to a once powerful spellcaster. It was such a great source of power that this particular Hollows monster turned into the Priestess of Hatred.
I'm Victor Lee, a principal concept artist on the Diablo team, and I concepted the Priestess of Hatred.
Victor Lee is one of the OGs from Diablo, and he's known for creating a lot of dark imagery. And every time we want to have a monster or boss, he's done all the greats, even Diablo himself. One of his monitors on the side of his desk is just like a dark black eye staring at him. And so when we needed something that's pure darkness, like, we had to tap Vic.
I feel like when we're talking about hatred, I kind of visualize it as like a black, webby-like thing. So I thought a spider configuration would work for this. So I did a few variations, some with souls, human souls trapped in the abdomen. It's like a purgatory because this creature consumes humans. I have this nagging feeling for a long time that why I felt it's not working, no matter how interesting the design is, I'm not pushing the boundaries. So I basically rethought the whole thing. A lot of our creatures are just like raw aggression. It's just muscly and just brutal. Maybe this one is more insidious. What if the human figure is not controlling the hatred, but it's the other way around? Like, the hatred is actually mocking humanity. It's like dragging a puppet around. So what I did is I kept the human figure as a focal point, but the rest of the creature is this moving mass of basically a ball of hatred. It broke a lot of rules, but I just felt like this just fits. So I went ahead with it and rendered it out.
I was looking at the concept for the first time with the designer on the feature, Charles, and we were kind of in this stunned silence for a little bit because it was this reaction of, this thing is so cool. And then we started thinking, how are we even going to make this thing move?
Typically, our monsters are bipedal or they're quadrupeds. How's it going to move? We can't rely on walk cycles anymore. How's it going to rotate? We can't rely on, the built-in rotation stuff without it looking weird as hell. It was clear that in order to make this like animate and look natural, we were going to have to pretty much dive into uncharted territory. We wanted it to move in a very unique way. We wanted it to somersault through the air and be super unpredictable and zippy and just have like ridiculous animations as those tentacles are flying all over the place.
We had that narrative and kind of drive to make it formless, and with our conventional rigging that we couldn't do that.
We were doing prototyping before the feature even kicked off. Like, we were already meeting with animation and tech art to say, hey, we have this thing, we think it's really cool, but we need help figuring this out. So we had a lot of early collaboration, which was really what set us up for success.
When the animator came back with it, going from post to
I wonder if
post
they're gonna like make this like a real boss or
animations,
something at some point. That would be
it's
cool.
like, yes, that's it.
New letter
That's
boss.
what hatred should feel like.
When you first find the Priestess of Hatred, it's going to look like a lifeless human corpse. And you're like, doesn't look like a boss fight. I'm in a boss arena, what's going on? But as you approach, you see that the body gets pulled into a giant pool of hatred, and then out of that pool of hatred comes this giant mass of tentacles. And that is the boss. So after animation, it gets to come to me, and I get to do all of the really cool visual effects at the end. show what those tentacles are doing when they impact the ground, when they slap something, when they hit the player. It really brings the entire thing together. The vomit attack is really gross because there's like this part of the torso of the humanoid that has been kind of hollowed out and now has teeth. The tentacles come out from the mass and they grab the humanoid and kind of pull the body back so that the slit in the belly opens up and all of the hatred just pours out in a straight beam. It's pretty gross.
The Hollows are just such a unique family. From the moment they spawn in on your screen, you can tell that they are different. They have just such unique behaviors and animations.
We were able to execute on a vision that's really just so different than what we typically do.
The whole process made me feel very proud of our whole team.
Everyone just got it. They understood what the monster was, they got the vision, and it just worked.
The eye on the screen has many functions. It keeps me in the right frame of mind. What we are doing is dark. It should be horrifying. I should feel the fear while I'm doing it. It's a reminder of that. The eye also serves as a warning. Like, get moving. Don't dwell too long and wander around, you know. Get this thing moving. Get the work done.
All right.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat with a creepy eyeball we were just talking about. This one is our patch 2.1 PTR
sound good?
Campfire Chat. I know we were just here last week when we were talking about the mid-season update, but this one is kind of like the big one because we're going to be talking about everything coming with patch 2.1 and Season 7. I am joined here by Mr. Colin Feiner, Mr. Charles Dunn, who have appeared on prior Campfire Chats. We were going to have Adam Jackson. He is unfortunately not feeling very well, so we hope he gets better soon. And we do also have another guest here who is live from Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that is Mr. Dan Tangway, who's going to be talking a little bit as well about what's coming up for patch 2.1. And he's showing off his red Diablo 4 jacket. We have our new black Diablo 4 jackets as well. Look at this. Models. How are you, Dan? Hopefully you're good. And he's not sure if he can hear me. Oh, no. But either way, a few things that we do want to talk about before we actually do jump into everything. Obviously, PTR is coming up soon. We are doing this stream a little early this time, mainly because the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up here in the US. And so we are going to be talking about some of the contents before even the patch notes are ready. We do plan on having a blog immediately after this stream, so players can actually check out the blog and read a little bit more about what we talked about today. But the patch notes will be available next Wednesday for players to actually check out. So it'll be before the US holiday here, so everyone can kind of dive deep into the patch notes for PTR. PTR is currently planned to start on December 3rd, so that will be after the US holidays here for Thanksgiving.
Okay, they're doing the holidays.
So there's a ton of stuff that is coming up for players to kind of jump into. But I know what we want to do is really just dive straight deep into all the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for the first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So we're actually going to jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to kind of walk us through. So Dan, do you want to take over?
Hang on above.
Oh no.
He does not want to take over, guys.
Dan can't currently hear.
All right, what happened?
So I don't know what happened. I mean, you know, maybe we don't have satellites working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes first. Sure. Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about this last week with Adam Jackson. Just a reminder, Spiritborn, expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So, Charles.
Yeah,
Take us through it.
absolutely. I love to talk about some of the changes coming to all the different classes in Diablo 4, as well as some broader, more systemic updates that are happening that kind of affect all classes equally in a way. Yeah, so like I said, just going through individual class by class, seeing some of the new stuff that's coming for a lot of the classes. Let's start with the Barbarian, I believe is the first one up. Yeah, so Barbarian is definitely a class that we think a lot of the classes have been performing pretty well across the board. They're always a step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe a step and a half below, and so we're looking at a lot of buffs across the board for them here, specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously, it was the bonus was just 8%. Now we're going to be giving you a bigger bonus, and when you have all of them active, you're going to get more attack speed and some bonus crowd control duration, which we think really plays into that that kind of build. Additionally, we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been one of my favorite builds on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
Leafquake is the best.
Leafquake, oh, I absolutely love it. The visuals on that is just top notch. So we're really, we took some lessons from what we did on Rogues in the past with their stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to Earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to Earthquakes, just they increase the damage of all of them overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit less finicky too, right? Because now it lasts after the Earthquake expires, or if you leave it.
Absolutely. So we think this would just be a much more comprehensive build overall. We also got a new legendary that talks directly to Earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases their fire, or turns it into fire damage. And I think this is really cool. And as we're going to see some more stuff as we actually get onto the PTR. But I think
before we jump into random shit
and
like
Hammer
this.
of the Ancients might be a build that you're going to be very interested in combining those two with some of the stuff that you will see come PTR. All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. Sorceress, one of the key notes that we've noticed with Sorceress over the whole lifespan of Diablo Diablo 4 is that players often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt enchantment is probably the most used enchantment by far, because it was just kind of
and it has now become the least used
small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree. And that was a powerful build, powerful interactions, but we felt like that was making everything a little too homogenous. You felt like you had to do this in order to access a lot of these passives. And so we decided that we really want these burning synergies to really be benefiting builds that are dedicated to burning type builds, and not just ones who are splashing it in with Firebolt enchantment. And so with that in mind, we did a rework on the enchantment to increase or remove the burning damage from the enchantment and change it over to this, which has a healing component to it.
Oh yeah, I forgot the next patch though. The barriers has been removed from the game.
To really play better in the dedicated fire-based builds, rather than being something that you just want to splash into everything.
Yeah, hopefully there's a lot more build variety.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is one of the main driving goals of a lot of our updates is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this checklist of mandatory things before moving on to what you actually want for your build. So an example here on Devouring Blaze, you've got bonus. Previously, it was bonus critical strike damage against burning enemies, no matter how much they're burning for. So you just apply that little bit of burning, and you would get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a fireball build, you're a meteor build, something that wants to do those big fire crits. Devouring Blaze is now even more valuable for those builds, and it's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled to splash in other builds. All right, on to the next one. We also did some updates for Ball Lightning. So Ball Lightning, the previous upgrades, like kind of these Mage's Ball Lightning and Wizard's Ball Lightning, were about stunning enemies or spawning some correcting energy with admittedly some kind of complex conditions. You had to jump through a lot of hoops to get these. One of the things we really like to do with a lot of these updates is simplify them down and streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more builds, the less sort of focused that initial step is on that skill.
Absolutely. So we've got the Mage's Ball Lightning here that now is just increasing its damage against stunned enemies. It's really that payoff for a lot of the lightning stun effects. And then Wizard's Ball Lightning is just always going to be generating more
boss and non-boss enemies widening?
All right, on to the next one. We've got some of the new uniques that we want to show off here on the Sork. Talking about Ball Lightning. I didn't see that. So this is actually something interesting we're doing this season where we're making 2 uniques that are in the same slot. And they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns Ball Lightning into a kind of like a bowling ball, really. You send it forward, it goes pretty fast, and when it hits a target, it's going to explode and kind of splash outward. And I think this is really cool. It offers a switched up play style to the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which was kind of slow moving forward, or if you pick the other unique, you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on and take a look at that one here in the next clip. Right, so a lot of the Ball Lightning builds in the past were using the gravitational aspect that caused it to rotate around you, and we've updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique and also has some additional bonuses. To encourage this kind of play style. And obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll be able to demo out on the PTR as well.
This is like a fun trade-off now and sort of how you want to use Ball Lightning.
Yeah, it really helps it be a bit more build defining, which is our goal for a lot of the uniques is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's very foundational to your build. One thing I do want to call out here is the inherent affix on this, right up near the top, that Ball Lightning can be cast while moving. This makes it a lot smoother to just be moving around and just keep on clicking that Ball Lightning, and you're not going to have to stop like that, very short half-second stop to cast it. It just feels much smoother, and this is one that this build is just wants to be on the move, right? And that encourages that. All right, so let's talk about the Druid next. So this one, Druid is this season a lot of werewolf updates. Season of the Werewolf. I absolutely love werewolf builds, and I think they've been, maybe a little bit behind the rest of builds over the course of Diablo's history. And so this season, a lot of our updates are really focused on building, making that build come up to par.
Yeah, like pure werewolf, right? Not
pure werewolf.
Mixing it with other things.
Yeah, a lot of times you saw some rapid shape-shifting builds, and those are fun. Those are great, but pure werewolf wasn't quite hitting the mark, and so that's what a lot of our focus is. Let's take a look at some of these updates.
Oh, no.
So we've got updates to Shred, the main core skill for these werewolf builds. Previously, the Raging Shred upgrade was just a combo attack that applied some poisoning damage. So now it's going to still do that and apply a lot more poisoning damage, but it's also going to cause them to take even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds. So this is, your kind of finishing move on your combo or your core combo, but then it also enhances all of the other poisoning damage that you've applied through something like Rabies. All right, we've got updates to Boulder. Now this isn't necessarily with the werewolf theme, but still Boulder is a skill that we saw a good opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And
why is it Boulder the
basically the identity was Poison Boulder. Like just a giant ball of poison. Yeah. What does that look like, or what does that do?
Changing the damage type always helps sort of branch out and make it feel really
poisonous
different.
rocks.
Yeah, and we got some really sweet visuals for it too. I'm not sure if we have a video on that. I think we'll just have to rely on that in the PTR.
Yeah. People will see it on the PTR, but yeah, it's got some cool visuals associated with it.
Yeah, and so that one will be very cool. Definitely check that one out.
This one I'm very excited about because Bloodhowl, as we see, has always just generated spirit, but now.
Yeah, it was always just generating some spirit, but you still do that, but now it gives you even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of a werewolf form. So going back to what Colin mentioned about really focusing in on pure werewolf. That was an area that we felt, hey, we want to really reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really committing to that identity and just making sure that felt like an appropriate payoff. And this is one of the areas that we're doing that in. All right, so let's talk a little bit about one of the updated legendaries. So the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was a legendary that just caused your shred to do some bonus damage to poison enemies. It was fine, but it wasn't too enticing. But now with the new update here, you actually still do more damage just all the time. And depending on how far you're like traveling for shred you're going to do some bonus hits. And it looks so cool. Your werewolf is dashing across the screen and then just doing this like multi-hit kind of attack. And so if you're really close, you're just going to get maybe one additional strike. But if you're at this further distance, as you see in this clip, you're going to get the full 4 hits. So it's really about positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past. And you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do kind of execute that properly.
That's awesome. And it's going to be really great for like movement, just moving around across the map, which I know movement is always a big thing that players really, really want. People have always been asking for, so it'll be cool to see people kind of like just bouncing around as a druid with the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So very cool.
Yeah, it's always great when we can inject like changing how you play also, right? Because you can imagine like launching into a group of enemies, then picking out specific targets that you really want to launch to, and that's how you optimize that build combat-wise.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite ones in this patch, actually. Big fan of a lot of these Druid updates. Aspect of Wolf's Rain. So this is a combo kind of legendary, combining the powers of Hurricane and your Wolf companions. So when you cast Hurricane, all of your wolves actually spawn a little mini Hurricane of their own. And these will do bonus damage for each of your active wolves. So it really encourages these companion-based builds that already have this wolf pack of 5 wolves following them around. Now your Hurricane affects all of them, and they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as you can. They all get Hurricanes, and you just get to shred through the whole screen with that.
That's super cool.
All right, moving on to Rogue. So this is one that Shadow Clone has been probably the rogue skill that I would say it maybe wasn't quite hitting the mark compared to most other skills. And that was for a variety of reasons. And not to get too technical here on the details, but for a lot of the effects that that you have with your legendaries and your passives and those kind of things, historically Shadow Clone behaved inconsistently with those. It wouldn't necessarily pick up all of the bonuses, it wouldn't trigger all of the effects, and the end result was basically that your Shadow Clone dealt a whole lot less damage than you did. You thought, hey, I'm hitting for millions, and my Shadow Clone's hitting for like thousands, right?
Yeah.
And so we really looked at that comprehensively and thought, okay, we need to kind of rethink how Shadow Clone works across the board to really bring it up to par, to make it behave the way you expect, and then also extend that to a lot of the other summons in the game. The summons like your Necromancer skeletons, your Druid companions, and so on. So we did basically a rework of that entire system. And the long and short of it is that they should just work a whole lot better going forward in this season, where they're going to trigger all of your lucky hit effects. They're going to interact with all of your damage modifiers and multipliers that they previously were inconsistently working with. So just one example here, a very simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect. This is a very simple legendary that just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed.
Next expansion.
Now in the past, that was only when your player character, critically strike with one of your skills. And it would not happen whenever one of your Druid companions or your Shadow Clone critically strikes. But now all of that will work. So your companions or your summons or your Shadow Clone critically strikes, and you have Wind Strikers. Now your character gets that bonus.
It's huge. Kind of bonkers.
Yeah, I really can't overstate this. Like how many new interactions and synergies this unlocks with not just Shadow Clone but all of the summons in general across the game.
I wonder what's the lucky hit chance on
but with Shadow Clone in particular, we've got a new unique item, and this one is Assassin's Stride. And the effect here works with mobility skills and your shadow imbuement. Once again, kind of playing up that combo aspect. So all of your mobility skills are going to always be shadow imbued with some bonus potency. So they're going to do some more damage. And whenever you damage an elite or boss with a mobility skill, there's a chance to trigger an instant free Shadow Imbuement explosion. So those of you who like playing Shadow Step builds, one of my favorite ones with Rogue, you know, just like Adam had said before about jumping around the screen with werewolves, you can do that with Shadow Step now too. And you're just going to be getting a lot of those resets and kills much quicker as you leap out of the shadows, trigger a Shadow Imbuement explosion, and then move on to the next pack of enemies. Really cool, unique for that kind of build. Additionally, caltrops, maybe the skill that was the most kind of clunky on control-wise to use.
Thank God, seriously.
If you've ever tried to use caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes where your character would leap backwards and you wouldn't go in the right direction, wouldn't hit the enemies. We've updated the animation here to just basically be very similar to the smoke grenade skill, where you just pick a point on the screen, your character throws it, and it just goes where you point it.
I am the king of like caltropping one minion out of like 100 and then also falling, like jumping back into like a giant mob and going like, well, I didn't calculate that correctly. So that update, we were talking about this beforehand, like before we even went live, and I was like, thank effing God. I was like, oh my God, please. So I'm excited for that.
Caltrop should be so much more usable now, and we think that this is a really good change going forward.
Yeah.
All right, on to the Necromancer. So Necromancer, we've done some improved itemization and updates to the overpower synergies, specifically the Rathma's Vigor key passive. So previously, it would just give you some an overpower once every 12 seconds, and or when you overhealed for some bonus life. And now we're just tacking on a big chunk of overpower damage to it. We definitely felt like these pure blood-based overpower builds were just not quite hitting that mark. And, you know, just pumping the power into these pure builds through the Rathma's Vigor key passive, we think is going to be very helpful to make these builds really shine.
You know what this means?
On to the next.
They did not change.
We've got
base life.
one of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, that we're going to have two uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well. This time in the pants slot, and they're both going to be working with Blood Wave. So this one, Kasemi's Legacy, will cause, instead of shooting one Blood Wave out forward, you're going to get two that kind of converge on you. And this definitely changes up the targeting of it, the positioning requirements, and really the use case, because it's pulling towards you instead of pushing away. So instead of being a defensive skill, it's much more about the damage and pulling them together. And then when they hit, they do a big chunk of damage as well. So definitely turns Bloodwave into a much more damage-focused skill and a little bit less on the CC or the knockback crowd control of it.
It seems very powerful.
Plays super well with that key passive.
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially if you want to be using this for that big damage moment. Now the alternative is Indria's Memory, where it still shoots the Bloodwave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will trap the targets in a bone prison. So this is a unique that is very much about combining blood and bone. So a little bit less of the pure blood and much more about combining the two. Now additionally, you see we're using some bone spears here, or should I say blood spears, because that is what they now become.
Fancy.
Blood spears, and instead of costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost... they drain maximum life, still cost essence there, but they drain maximum life to cast additionally from a nearby corpse to fire an extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on with this one, but I think it really comes together to be a very strong build when you're using the bone spear and the blood wave, and then casting bone spear reduces blood wave's cooldown. That's the inherent affix on these legs. Really makes a really cool build that I think synergizes very nicely.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, and so on to the Spiritborn. So we kind of warned at the start. Spiritborn we recognize has been one or multiple steps above most other classes, and players have fun. People love playing the Spiritborn. Very powerful, and we really like that. But we do have to recognize, for the long-term health of the game, it's important that we have a bit better class parity across the board, so you don't feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not playing a Spiritborn.
Yeah, and we have a lot of the classes outside of the Spiritborn are actually in a really good spot. They're pushing pit tier 100 plus, which is great. And again, we're not looking to really buff every class up to clearing pit 150 easily, right? We don't want to create that arms race where we just have to continuously sort of ask you, the player, to chew through 20 different tormentors because we're just arms racing that power so much.
Yeah, we do think that kind of our target there is closer to where the other 5 classes are, and Spiritborn was just too high up.
Of that,
and it's rather than try to power creep the whole game, we'd like to make sure we make some small improvements everywhere else to the underperforming builds and those ones that don't have enough love, and then get Spiritborn back down to a more healthy spot. And so with that in mind, one of the biggest offenders, or biggest power points rather,
of, chance hit twice by 0.1.
on the Spiritborn was the Rod of Kapaleki here. This one is the one that converts your core skills into basic skills, and it used to do reduced damage based on vigor cost, and admittedly, the calculations there were kind of complex, and so we've simplified it down a little bit where they will just gain the bonus critical strike damage. It will be substantially less. Previously it was 1 to 3%. Now it'll be down to 0.1 to 0.5 per point of vigor there. We think this will bring it to a much healthier spot, but still kind of retain the core fantasy and the core build implications of this item. It just won't be pushing quite the same trillions of damage that we were seeing before.
We also fixed some of the issues called out here at the above, like viscous shield and things like that, scaling in unintended ways that were just way outside of our expectations.
Yeah, definitely some unintended kind of bugged interactions that were maybe double dipping or scaling too high. We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations. All right. Additionally, we've got new aspects. Of course, being a class in Diablo 4, you're going to be getting new content every season. So we've got a new legendary aspect here, the aspect of Endless Talons, that causes you a Razor wings to increase all of your Eagle skill damage, and Razor Wing critical strikes will grant even more stacks. So you can really stack that up. It stacks up to 50%. That's a whole lot. So you really want to be spamming out these Razor Wings and getting those crits to stack this up as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this goes back to just the prior slide where we talked about how Razor Wings and Centipede builds are getting some extra love in this specific season, which were more so underutilized in Season 6. So with Season 7, players will be able to see these new legendary aspects, of course, and then and how they actually tie back in with some of the changes that we're doing for those builds.
Absolutely. All right, we've got some updates to some of the underused uniques as well. Ring of Writhing Moon here. This one would trigger a Pestilent Swarm every 10 seconds. We felt like that was a little too long given the pace of combat in our game, and especially compared to some of the other options at the unique slot, the
Seems
ring
like
slot.
it won't really do
so
much,
reduce
though.
that down to every 4 seconds. You'll spawn a Pestilent Swarm, and the
Double
vigor
damage,
generated
tempo
goes up
doesn't
from
help,
1
I
up
think.
to 3. So a lot more resource generation, because your rings are often resource generated ones, so we want to make sure this is a compelling option compared to your other choices at the ring slot. All right, so let's talk a little bit about some of the broader updates that affects all classes. So the one I'm excited about here is the ultimate updates. So in the previous season, we introduced skill ranks on ultimates, right? So you can now rank up your ultimate up to rank 5, and that was good, gave you some cooldown reduction, some damage. But now when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So for example here on Lacerate, we've got at rank 5, Lacerate's damage is going to be increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, Lacerate at rank 1 is doing about 38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage, because it's now getting that critical strike damage scaler. And so if you really want to build a dedicated Lacerate build as kind of your core damaging effect, this is going to be a great way to build around it, and a good reward for investing all those extra skill points into it.
Definitely. I love to see us add more things that incentivize you to actually put some points into skills.
Yeah. So often, sometimes you'd see, if you just wanted the access to the utility of the ultimate, hey, it's fine to put in 1 point, right? You get 1 point, you get the utility, maybe you get some buff from it. But if you really want to invest in it, we want to make sure that investment in those skill ranks feels meaningful. And we think these rank 5 bonuses on ultimates in particular is going to be a really good way to pay off those ultimate builds.
Definitely.
All right, we've also got some new generic legendary aspects to really support this style that talk directly to ultimate skills. So we've got the Vehement Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output by 10 to 30% for 8 seconds. And you also gain additional skill ranks in your ultimate. So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses. Now we've got a legendary that will give you some bonus skill ranks.
Nice.
We've also got the Ring of Apigic Fervor, which says casting your ultimate skill will increase your damage by 8 to 18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers, but it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation to really get that ultimate cooldown reduction, or any build that really wants to focus around casting your ult many times in a row. This one is going to be a great legendary for that.
Anything, it will not be good for rogues because they use preparation, but okay.
All right, we've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature, has been really well received. We think that they've really spiced up some build variety, and we're going to add some new runes here and update some of the old ones. So all of the invocation runes have overflow. So the cost of many of them have also been adjusted to allow you to proc this overflow effect when you generate more offering than needed much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow. So an example here on the Seer rune, this generates a ton of offering, 300 offering at once. And you get that by casting 5 skills. But then, instead of just casting 5 skills and then generating all of it and then casting 5 again instantly, we've added in this exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that 300 offering at once, but then you got to wait 3 seconds before you start building up those stacks again.
Yeah, so it's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds instead of offering now with these.
Yeah, this is a good tuning knob to kind of make sure that, hey, we can give you this strong moment of power, but then it is followed by a little bit of a weaker moment where you can't generate that, rather than every rune always just being a steady amount. We would like to have those peaks and valleys. I really think that leads to more interesting moments of the gameplay.
Yeah, it's about potency versus frequency.
Right.
So you get really strong effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play right into the updates with a lot of the overflow to make sure that when you do overflow, it feels really good and feels really rewarding to get that. So let's talk about some of the other runes.
Yeah.
We've got
some new runes to show off.
Yeah, so we've got 3 new rune words here. The Nagu rune, a legendary rune that will gain 100 offering as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the Shadow Clone section, summon is our new catch-all term for anything that you summon. It's pretty self-explanatory, but that includes things like Necromancer minions, Druid companions, Sorcerer conjurations, Rogue Shadow Clones, and even Barbarian Ancients from some of your effects. Call of the Ancients and some of the legendaries that summon those are all summons. Igni rune will generate 25 offering, but it stores up offering every 0.3 seconds. So you're actually doing about 75 offering per second, roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering. And then when you cast the non-basic, you cash all in. You probably trigger the rune it's connected to. You get a big overflow. You get a big moment of power there. And finally, we've got the Chak rune that requires 20 offering rather, and this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt. That's one of those.
I feel like making fun of the rune that I showed earlier, it will actually have some use cases, I think.
Power in the Druid's kit, similar to like Earthquake or Stun Grenades.
Yeah.
So enable those kind of builds to really tap into that effect.
Awesome. Lots of
dancing balls.
Yeah, lots of rune updates. Lots of changes.
Dancing balls. Now we have lightning balls.
There's more changes in the notes that we'll have that will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just a few examples that we have for PTR. And of course, really need feedback on a lot of these changes. I know there's some people going in chat going like, hey, I'm noticing like, you know, maybe you're giving a lot of offering and then there's a little bit of a cooldown period or something like that. Let us know. Like, we want people to try those out, like test it out so that we have the feedback so that before we go live with patch 2.1, we can end up making any feedback changes based off of community feedback. So lots of cool stuff. Thank you so much for walking us through all the different class changes and everything like that, Charles. Do we have Dan available from Albany? We do have Dan. Dan is actually going to walk us through. Oh, there we go. Hey, I was like, Dan was just like staring blankly at the camera, and I was like,
yes, I was.
Dan is actually going to be talking about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1 with season 7. So, Dan, do you want to take it away and talk to us a little bit about it?
Absolutely. A couple of technical difficulties could not keep me from sharing this with everybody. So, this PTR for patch 2.1 is a PTR of a couple firsts at this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR. So what does this mean? We've got a lot of seasonal content coming up in season 7, and we want to be able to get all of your feedback on this content. It's pretty important for us to, you know, like Adam was saying, really have those iteration cycles where y'all are able to test and, you know, show what's working and what isn't. This is also going to be the first time since season 2 that we're bringing back seasonal character powers. So if you remember in season 2, Season of Blood, they were vampire powers, and you slotted them into your sanguine circle. And so for season 7, it could be a little bit different. Not vampires this time. This time it's going to be witchcraft. And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now and tease out what y'all can play in a couple weeks. So witchcraft enables you as a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before in the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten. Now, the Head Rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And
not a Millennium
you're
guy,
going
guys.
to slay them and collect
It's a
what
Head
we call
Rotten.
Restless Rot. And this is going to be our currency for the season. Now, like I said, you know, the season is about witchcraft, so there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers, and they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel to an altar, you're going to make an offering of Restless Rot, and that's going to enable you to learn the witchcraft. Now, equipping witchcraft is going to be pretty simple. You know, we wanted to take what was best from a lot of these styles of menus that we've done in the past and distill it into something that's very convenient and easy to use. And the result is this witchcraft menu that you can see in front of you. And so equipping is going to be super simple. You've got an inventory on the bottom, and then you're going to drag or otherwise move that power to one of the slots up top. You're going to have 5 normal slots, 5 normal powers you can equip at any point, and 1 unique power for, you know, really special witchcraft that you can find. The other thing is that you can upgrade your witchcraft directly in that inventory using Restless Rot. So again, we're streamlining the process to, you know, make it easy for players to equip and upgrade their witchcraft. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards, and so let's talk about those a little bit. This season, we're going to have another reputation-style gameplay in the form of Coven's Favor. Now, killing Head Rotten will get you Headless Rot, or killing Head Rotten will get you Restless Rot. But in order to advance the Coven's Favor, you actually need to complete Whispers. And completing those Whispers will increase your rank and allow you to unlock rewards, including items and materials and things like that. In addition, new to this season, you're going to also unlock at certain ranks new witchcraft.
Yeah.
And then you will have new things
We
you can
have to
learn from
request
those
one.
altars. And then, because everyone loves it, we're
Yes.
bringing back the Resplendent Spark as well. So that's going to be at the end of your Coven's favorite rank. And of course, the Resplendent Spark nowadays can be used from crafting, a random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques using a lot of those runes that you can earn in the game. All right, one last little thing with respect to witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different. And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so those you can only find by traveling out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And yeah, we just thought we'd try something a little bit different here. And yeah, let us know what you think about it. Now, let's talk about some of the witchcraft itself. We've talked it up a bit. We're going to release, it's over
PoE
20
in 20
powers
minutes, by the way.
For the season, and we're going to show you 4 of those right now. So let's talk about the first one. This one's really popular. This is the Poison Frog. So the Poison Frog, as you imagine, is a servant that you can summon that fights alongside you. As its name implies, it will poison your enemies. And, if it runs out of
Witch Doctor
health,
is never
it's
coming to
going
this game, guys.
explode viciously,
Unfortunately.
with a lot of poison damage. Folks are having a lot of fun with this one. Next up is Doom Orb. So Doom Orb is a pure orb of eldritch energy that circles around you and damages any enemy it touches. And it can also launch itself at distant enemies before returning. Also another favorite at this point. Vengeful Servant. So Vengeful Servant, as the name implies, is another servant like the frog. And this one will absorb damage and then rush enemies. And then last but not least, we've got one of those lost witchcraft powers I was telling you about. And this is Piranado. So this one procs when you cast other powers. And so if you cast a hex and an aura at the same time and inflict it upon an enemy, there's a chance that you will then proc the Piranado. And the Piranado, as you can see, sucks everything into it in a swirling.
Honestly, this shit would have been pretty cool for a Witch Doctor. No, like, come on.
So, yeah, that's
man.
a peek at some of the witchcraft powers you're going to be able to play with soon. But
made another
what
class.
good are powers if we aren't offering you some new activities within the season to participate in? And so these come in the form of headhunts.
Yeah.
Now, headhunts are a whisper-driven activity. And so the tree is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate these head rotten. And so it's going to help you by highlighting areas within the world where it thinks there's a lot of head rotten for you to kill. So you're going to follow the whispers in order to, find the head hunts and kill the head rotten. Now, these are subzone takeovers, similar to Hell Tides. They're going to feature a number of all new whispers mixed in with some existing ones. This was an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a head hunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing whispers has a chance of spawning a head rotten boss. And the head rotten bosses are the things you're really going to be looking out for, because those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about. Delivering a head rotten boss's head to the Tree of Whispers enables you to earn occult gems. Let's talk about occult gems. Now, we're pretty excited about these. Occult gems are special socketables that have unique effects that help you fine-tune your build. So they can only be slotted in the jewelry slot.
These are certainly not Manlian cards,
guys.
Okay?
Of basically
the head rotten are not
having them
Manlian monsters. And these are not Manlian tars.
And
trust me.
They only last for the
And those
season.
witch powers are not
so
vampire
when your
powers.
items transfer to the Eternal Realm at the end of the season, these are going to disappear. But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Let's dive into them a little bit. So each occult gem has built-in defense. We don't want you to have to make a choice between, a royal diamond or a royal skull and an occult gem. So all of these occult gems have defense built into them. so that really you're getting a bonus above and beyond those gems that I just described. And so here are some examples of them. First up, we've got the Elder Sigil. This is going to boost your damage whenever you hex enemies. So if you're leaning into certain types of hexes you like using, Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you.
I feel like they're
Killing
relatively
Wind.
dull.
This is going to
Like
boost
if we already have these
your
unpaired
crit
powers,
and
why do we need
move
this?
for folks who really
Just like pointless
dig,
extra power creep, I feel.
specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a Killing Wind into, say, one of your rings might benefit you quite a bit. And then finally, we've got Duststone. This is a legendary one, so it's going to be even more powerful than the other 2 I talked about. This is going to boost when you use Hex and Aura and afflict other enemies with those. So each time you do that, not only do you have a chance to proc that Piranado I talked about before, but you're going to increase the damage that you output per affliction. So you can kind of get a sense that the occult gems are providing you even more incentives for creating a certain type of build. And we are just really excited to see what kind of combinations y'all come up with. I think yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. So final thing is, we were doing a lot with the Tree of Whispers. We've got the witches around them, so we thought, well, we should, take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it. So the first thing we've done is we've updated the town around the Tree of Whispers. We added some more services to it because we expect you to be returning to it a lot more this season. And we've changed the layout a little bit to make it a little more convenient to navigate and move the waypoint so that it's just quicker to get to the Tree of Whispers to turn in things. But sometimes, you're in the middle of a headhunt we found,
limit.
And
Please.
You're getting a lot of Grim Favor, but you don't want to leave. You want to try and go fight the boss that you just summoned, right? So we've also implemented what we call the Raven of the Tree. And the Raven of the Tree appears in every headhunt zone. And that allows you to turn in your Grim Favor on the spot so that you don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have access to all those other services, so you hit your inventory limit, you'll probably want to go back to town. But in the moment, when you're in a flow, you can go to the Raven of the Tree, get your cash, and then keep fighting.
But it's only in those zones, right? Not
we
in other
felt like we
whispers.
wanted to expand the rewards a little bit more for the Tree of Whispers, so we've added ancestral caches. It's a pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an ancestral item from a cache. So obviously you see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So yeah, I think that's all I have to talk about for the upcoming PTR. So I'll kick it back over to you, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dan. Talking about a ton of new stuff coming for patch 2.1 PTR and, of course, Season 7. I'm super excited for all the Tree of Whisper updates. I know a lot of people in chat are, especially with the Raven not having to go back to the Tree of Whispers every single time, being able to turn in Grim Favors right there through the Raven. On top of that, also just the rework of the zone, so everything's a little bit closer. You don't have to walk all the way across to walk all the way back.
I mean, this Raven thing is a cool idea,
to the vendors,
but you need to put this everywhere, man. Every time you finish it, it's just like allow you to turn it in, man.
Please do choose the ancestral cache.
Yeah,
Like,
it's so powerful.
why would you not? Yeah.
And I think it's important to remember we added the ability to favorite waypoints as part of Season 6 or of the last patch that we did. So it's super helpful with that Witch Town.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, we've people have been seeing some of the new witchcraft powers and noticing some familiarities of past Diablo lore. And I will say we'll be talking more about the story of Season 7 as we get closer to launch, so players can hear more about kind of like the origins of all of like what we've been kind of talking about here with this story with Diablo 4. So thank you again, Dan, for walking us through all the content that's coming with Season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really, really big one that we're really excited to talk about. And Mr. Colin Feiner will talk and walk us through everything.
Yeah, thanks.
Space has been tripled.
Most of these are sort of systemic updates, so I'll talk through them. Paragon migration is more just a reminder on how the new Paragon system works. All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of Season 6 going to be added to your Eternal Realm Paragon. So what that means is, if you're Paragon level 230 on a season, all of that 230 worth of experience is going to get added to your Eternal, which probably is going to level up your Eternal Paragon. And I mention this because we added the really cool Soul Stone. I kept calling it the Vessel of Hatred Crystal, but it's a Soul Stone. That really cool Soul Stone that you get at Paragon level 300, you can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to sort of put in hundreds of hours to get that in a season, you can work your way there on the Eternal Realm as you sort of cash in these seasons. So we think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're like playing through multiple seasonal characters, and then eventually you'll end up just getting enough XP to actually earn those rewards at level 300 Paragon. So that's actually, it's not like, I have to have it in this season or something like that. You probably end up getting it in a couple seasons if you play pretty extensively and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely. The second one here is
it's not about playing Eternal, it's about accumulating the Paragon Eternal to get the achievement.
If you think about like the Fists of Fate, that random damage roll from 1 to 200, that's going to be tied, the floor is going to be tied to the amount of greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have 1 greater affix, the floor is going to go up a little bit from the 1%. When you get 4 greater affixes, it's going to go up quite a bit. It's not exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of a 4GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit, and I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial increase to the power of the floor. So it's going to be nearly impossible to get a 4GA with a really crappy unique power roll.
Yeah. It's always great getting a 4GA and then rolling 1%.
Yeah. That always just feels bad. You never want to be comparing like, oh, I got a 4GA. Well, my 1GA one is maybe better because it has a better unique roll. That wasn't a moment we felt was really enticing, so we wanted to make sure that the more GAs you get, just the better the item is comprehensively, just better.
Yeah, absolutely. So that should help quite a bit. And then I'm going to talk about one thing previously on that, which is Ancestral Legendaries. They are now going to, when an Ancestral item drops, it's going to drop the top end of the Legendary Aspect roll. So if you think in Season 6, we added 5 more ranks to compensate Ancestral being added. Rank 21 is usually where they end up landing. Now, Ancestral items, when they drop, they're going to be at the top end of that. So you should always be pretty excited when an Ancestral drops, because it's always the best sort of top end ranks of that Legendary power that could drop.
Yeah, we saw lots of conspiracy theories on Reddit of people going like, hey, I think like my Codex of Power is not getting updated correctly or something like that. And we totally understand. Like there was a lot of confusion behind it. We admit that on our end. And this just makes it easier and better for players.
Well, now you just got like
it's not calling
maxed out aspects super easy basically. They came from like super hard to get to like super worthless.
Making sure you got the lowest aspect rolls or anything like that.
I also don't like that so much. They should have not made it that easy, I think.
That definitely will address a lot of the confusion there, as well as just make it better for
and to get more
overall.
Ancestral drops as well.
Definitely. And then the second point here is we've pretty substantially increased the Ancestral drop rate across the board. They're not going to be raining from the sky, but it's definitely a pretty substantial increase that we think is just going to level up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better. We don't want to go too far where they're no longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too conservative on our first swing.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
And then the next one. So we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently, constantly getting stuck on the ground, and players were capped on them. So we are doing a pass to reduce them overall. But to compensate, we're actually adding a sink for them. So you're going to be able to take gem fragments and craft random legendary amulets and random legendary rings. Those all obviously have a chance to be ancestral. Once you get into the tournament. So it's a really nice way for us to sort of make sure that you're never hitting a point where you just have so many gem fragments. They're worthless, right?
Awesome. Yeah.
And then the next one I think is going to be I'm super excited about, and that's class quest updates. They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith, right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah. So class quests. So most classes, or every class, has this special mechanics. So like on Sorceress, you've got your enchantment slots. And in the past, when you hit level 15, you'd get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage to find a lost tome. So for players who have already completed that, you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15, you're going to immediately unlock that first enchantment slot. And then once you hit level 30, you'll unlock the second one. Now, for every class, the exact level is going to be different. It depends on when that would normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there will be a pretty juicy reward if you do choose to do it, but you're going to get that mechanic right off the bat.
That's awesome. And you could still just log into your seasonal
pretty
character.
Juicy.
And do
I
it to
power
unlock the
200
class mechanic. Not,
weapon,
we
guys.
don't require you to log into your eternal character to get this. Cool. So I think that's going to be awesome. I always like check the time, like, oh, I'm level 40. I should probably go do my class quest.
I have definitely forgotten to unlock my golem on my necromancers for a little longer than I would like to admit.
Well, production spoiled it as they raise their hands up in the air. But the next update is obviously a big one, which is finally we don't have to say this is in development still because Armory is coming with Season 7 Patch 2.1. So, Colin, want to go through it all?
Absolutely, yeah. This one was a really niche request. We had to dive super deep into the forum. So that one guy who asked for this is for you. I'm just kidding. This has been a super hot requested feature. We're excited to bring it to everybody. So everybody's going to get this update. Armory is going to allow you to save builds. It's going to save all your equipment, all of your skills, all of your Paragon, all your Paragon glyphs. You can even name it. And what this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So if you're really liking your Fireball build, but you got this really sweet Ball Lightning unique, now it's really easy to just save off that Fireball build if you ever want to come back to it, and you can start building out that Ball Lightning build. So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respecing or anything like that. So you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment that's actually part of an armory slot. And that's really important to know because we're just saving the equipment, right? So you'll want to know if you're going to modify this item that it would affect any of the loadouts that are currently using this item.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change the imprinted aspect on it, you know, it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one. So you do probably want to get multiple sets of gear if you want to be building these up, but it's so much easier to swap between them, so much easier to explore all of the new build possibilities that we introduce every season with the new items and updates.
Absolutely. And it's in all the main towns, it's even in the training rooms, which is very nice. And it's important to note that we will swap it from anywhere, so if the equipment is in your stash, or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Yeah, it'll just it's auto-magically does it, which is really nice.
Absolutely.
It makes it as easy as possible for players to be able to really utilize the feature, which I think is great.
Cool. So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around, and we think this should open up. If you're playing a druid, you don't have to go make another druid or go through 300 clicks to change out your Paragon. So
yeah, and I think one thing I do want to note is because this will be in PTR, we really need people to actually test it. It's a brand new feature. There's a lot of complexities behind it. Obviously, it's pulling things from your stash, pulling things from other inventories, etc. So want to make sure that players actually do get an opportunity to actually test it during PTR. Give us feedback. It's something that we're going to continuously iterate. One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do launch it with patch 2.1, the final patch itself. But for the PTR, it won't actually be, there won't be controller support on it. So I just want to caveat that now for players that are actually going to, that do play on a controller to note that it won't be there for that specifically. So tons of changes coming for Season 7. Obviously, all the class changes, the ultimate changes that Charles talked about, the balance and items are related to that. New rune words, reworked rune words as well. We have, of course, all the Season 7 stuff that Dan talked about with the witchcraft powers, and of course our new gems, the occult gems. So we want players to actually jump in and try those out. And with all the fixes that we do have. So I know we do want to jump
Honestly, I wouldn't be mad about Bendel's Stricken.
PTR updates. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot about PTR updates. I can't even follow my own agenda that's like sitting here on a piece of paper, Adam. But we do actually do have some PTR updates really quickly that I do want to talk about because as you guys remember, with 2.1, the prior PTRs, we did character copies before, or account copies from your main accounts. Things are going to be a little different for patch 2.1. This is way better for players. If you guys remember back with even the the patch 2.0 PTR, we actually did an account copy, and it was like weeks and weeks in advance, and people are like, "Whoa, this is like my barb from like." It feels like yesteryear or something like that. Now we are giving the flexibility of players being able to account copy on demand, essentially, for PTR. So with patch 2.1 PTR, there will be a kind of a new button on the UI where you'll be able to actually account copy over to your PTR account. So
you don't get
all your
Paragon points on PTR unless they updated it
account
and they give you
and move
Paragons
them over. There are a few caveats we do want to mention, though, is that it does replace everything once you do that, and you can do it multiple times. But each time you do that, it does replace it all. So if you do bounce between, PTR and like your main account on the normal game servers, and let's say you get new gear, you can move those things over. Just note it's going to wipe everything on your PTR when you do that. If you also utilize let's say you don't actually utilize the account copy over, and you actually use the account boost or the character boost that we actually have within PTR, just note that if you do account copy over afterwards, it will also replace those. So just be careful with that. We'll make sure to note that all in the blog so players are aware. But it is just a caveat that we do want to mention for players, but it does allow for way more flexibility of being able to carry that stuff over.
Definitely.
There we go. But new additions for the boosts and that we have for PTR. Obviously, we'll end up having the new unique items within the character boost that will be available in Season 7 PTR. We'll have witchcraft powers, the witchcraft progression items that we had talked about earlier as well. So those will be all part of the PTR boost. So it gives you guys the tools of being able to test everything and getting us feedback for anything that you guys want to change before.
They're gonna we're gonna finish this later, but it seems like they're wrapping it up anyway now, so we'll see if there's almost anything more. But let's go. There's 97,000 people here, by the way. It's PoE 2 login time. Yes, exactly. You guys logging in? What did I miss? Nini? It wasn't for nothing. Well, you can copy over your characters, but it's still my characters with my Paragon, so I need the Paragon, I don't care if I can copy over yesterday's character or 1 week ago, that doesn't matter, so that's fine. But anyway, let's watch this, guys. So PoE 2, we're gonna watch this now. Spoiler, they sponsored me. But I'm very excited to see everything anyway. Let's go.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance.
278k viewers.
When you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman. Shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Hmm?
Sullen!
Okay.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren?
Oh, yeah.
Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, Rookie. Blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not. Run.
Captain! Captain!
Why are you here? What is this? Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is it?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Alright, pretty interesting intro.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious.
Change the game? I did.
Impermanent.
I'm in PoE 2, can I?
Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said, my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Cool animation. Oh shit. Guess you're gonna meet a warlock, huh?
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must. those who obsess with death. Let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the Endgame. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains
What the?
of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenges.
There's a wrong time to lag. What is going on? Hello?
Challenging monsters,
Oh,
hidden
it's their
rooms,
stream actually. Oh shit.
lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover...
Maybe this helps.
But first, you'll need to pick a class.
I'm still lagging.
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a
How are they
fast
gonna make
and
this
furious melee fighter.
screen with
He
12
dashes in and out
classes?
of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
Shit, dude.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing...
Ah, shit. Where can I find the official Vivek channel? Oh look, there's me. That's not there. Okay, I guess there's like waiting until it fixes anyway. DDoS from the 4. Nah, it seems to be Twitch. It's not them, it seems. Might be just too many people on Twitch. There's no YouTube stream. This time YouTube's also fucked. Meritor, I think the trailer was really cool. And we also are part of the story now, so we always thought it's like a weird blood tentacle monster there. I have no idea if there's like anything related to PoE 1 actually. I don't remember anything that could be, you know, this like weird shade that we were fighting at the start. That then he like impaled on the rock and then he took the device from him. And then the guy said, humanity isn't ready. As if they wanted to do it later anyway. It's kind of weird. So I wonder what that's about. The story seems very interesting at least. Thanks,
Sir,
Shane, by the way.
just what are we facing
Oh.
here?
Okay.
Precious.
Ordering.
Power. Ogum. Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri Desert and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum.
I like the animation, man.
Like
Looks
all
so cool.
classes in PoE2,
Monk is really fun. I
you'll
played
want
with
to
it.
use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try
That's nice.
Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next.
No, please. Let me watch.
Skill. A Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
Last time there was no indicator when I played this.
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The Warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake.
Yeah, it looks really amazing.
But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out, but by endgame you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2 you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2 you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot.
I've already started mercenary myself.
Kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
That's cool.
The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for
the
her,
entire
while
Witch
casting
class
powerful
actually based
chaos
on
spells
minions?
that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills.
Yeah, I'm planning to play, or like to main mercenary, huntress, ranger,
like Arctic Armor, which
monk,
does
I
cold
guess.
damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements.
Spark looks very cool.
For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems.
Hey guys.
For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem.
Yeah, I'll play Ranger too, but probably not for the start.
As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes.
No.
Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage, or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill.
This whole recommended thing is really good idea.
But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage.
Oh.
Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them.
What the fuck?
You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance.
No! God damn it. Start a reload.
Each act.
Okay.
Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't: uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Storm Weaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about
pretty
hitting
cool
big.
effects. I like that they're not just like, you know,
Earthbreaker,
numbers or
every
something.
slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you socket more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access, but one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayquaza.
Pretty strong.
Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Seconders, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Seconders. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we will be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Looks very nice, I like this.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sycamores, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the Endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough Endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in Endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on Endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content, but for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types, but the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Oh, it locks you in or what? Looks like it. It's basically a bit like ritual or what?
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Oh shit, so it doesn't reroll.
This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects.
Damn.
Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breachstone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate relies truth. So they his son.
The fuck, man.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Azmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with
coming back
explosives.
The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you
They don't
can to
seem
dig up
20
as many
years
as
age
possible.
though, no?
There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic.
Okay,
You
seems
can
like
also find
very similar
tablets
to
to
the theory
increase the
monsters in
number
there.
of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches, but the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the endgame systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might reroll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting this city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge.
Great.
Way
That's
bigger than
amazing,
even
man.
we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-hander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes
Wait,
with
what?
a variety of thematic
You
elements
can get
to
this as a
use,
hideout.
or use decorations from elsewhere in the game.
Oh my god, dude.
Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vile supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vile and their pursuit of science and
cool.
progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vile weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vile did. Thaumaturge of the Vile supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vile Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power, enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to endgame maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history, the battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-colour art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclass supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails, and there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Alright. I think I need to find some popcorn or something. Hungry. Maybe I should have done that like 2 hours ago. Actually, it was a good presentation, man. What do you guys think? The endgame actually looks way better than I thought it would be, to be fair. I thought it would be way less.
Show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, now they're lagging again.
You've got to do design whenever you can.
Get ready for the 3-hour video guides.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So
Q&A is usually like a lot of
there was enough content.
A few details, clarifications.
Was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping, placeholder endgame, and your 3 acts, and the half the classes. But you've made a decision here. Clearly, that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure. Look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content, and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another, and I feel like that choice is a huge part of what makes it good. So, if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So, we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different endgame things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable endgame that we feel like you get different choices, and that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because so we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on. It's like pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, environment team is they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. Not scrap, but just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for what is it now, 6 years.
I think it's even longer. Actually,
yeah, it's just this epic journey. Whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time. So some of us are we're just churning out endgame with every league and doing all of that. But for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over. But everyone embraced it. We talked about it. Everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it.
I think they fired shots at a lot of the RPGs because it's like actually true. It's a very common thing that they develop the game from level 1 to level 100, start to finish, exactly how you play it. But what we care about is the end game, right? So doing that switch that they've done is actually a very smart move, I think. Because they're coming out in early access, they have the luxury to just ignore the discontinuity of the campaign, right? They can just say, okay, fuck it, it's gonna do Act 1 to 3, and Act 1 to 3 again, and then you're an endgame, as like a band-aid solution until they finish it. Like, if you don't have the early access periods, then you can't do that. But since they have the early access, they, have the option to do this, so it's actually a pretty good move, I think. And, like, other games tend to do exactly that, you start, and then you realize, people are getting done with our game too fast, and what do we do now? And then you spend some time fixing stuff and add stuff to it. And this is not just a problem today. This is like how it has always happened. The game comes out with like very little, and then just keep patching over and over and over, right? If you look at PoE 1, 10 years ago, if you look at Diablo 3 on the launch, and so on, right? They were all very barren games basically, and then they started adding more. Well, in some cases more, and in some cases less. But and here they come out with Endgame, and that's a really big distinction, I guess.
Genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff, but certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves. Yes, PoE 1 has 40 axes, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. It could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self-found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay. This is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
For sure.
A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like, as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, we just took this area and modified it slightly. Each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company. You get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game. And anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So, like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like there were times way back in the original Office. There was all this like. Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for PoE 1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like, that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like, it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to just get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. So a few little, I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe. No, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the Endgame focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta, and it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then
he was in the
maybe
beta.
going back over to some Path of
Okay, I
Exile 1
guess makes
stuff.
sense.
But it
Let's
seems
do
like
the
you guys
QA.
want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. So yeah, there's, and then of course the end game as well to explore. I mean, yeah, it should be pretty significant. I mean, we've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE 1 leagues are, where you play them and you play them for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
And then, sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So, in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. So firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point, there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's
that
the idea.
people will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what gives a unique balance.
You talked about the, playing for a week or how long are we expecting?
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE 1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it.
Yeah.
Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE 1's, the endgame systems, the bosses, it's not going to be this I personally, when a PoE 1 league comes out, for example, I play for a month, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean?
Yeah. There's no way
now,
Woody will let
obviously, that's
Endgame and
subjective.
Trials and hardcore.
Everyone can pick their own point when they finish.
You want a
but
ban?
if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace, see how you want to go, learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. Maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that.
As we were
new
saying,
discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profiles and Timmy spikes and things like that for both of Exalt characters.
And how long will it take for someone to make
discovery
the
part of me is
building?
ultra excited, and
I
I'll
wonder if
mind
they
you,
actually
that's
collaborated
coming from
with it,
someone
or
who
like gave
kind of
them,
knows
like,
all the
data or
content.
something.
I'm still, because there's something different about
access
making
to the game to
it versus
make it
actually
part
playing it
feeling.
live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all
There'll
of
be
that.
so
It's
many
just
glorious
so
devs in
cool.
PoE 2. It's gonna be fun, man.
We're going to get
like
a
World
massive dose
First
of that,
Race
and
and
it's,
like 1.0 launch, man, that's gonna be
exciting
fucking insane. I'm so excited for it,
you know,
dude.
what's
in
worth
hardcore.
1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth
It's gonna be so good.
If chaos is
chaos
even the metric.
yes, is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were
arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because, like, you know, 1 exalt, given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably
ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1 in PoE 2. Like, we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, you know, like
I
thing.
can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos. And
Yeah,
then,
I
and
think
then
actually that
chaos
will
being
be
the new
yeah.
divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like, who
Yeah,
even knows?
they're not starting early access on hardcore. That's just suicide. There's no reason to do that. You know, I'm preparing for the World First Race for the 1.0. You know, so that's the big thing.
Roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to. With that
I mean,
as well?
we certainly
maybe
did
I'd
have
make
one
a level
6 months
100
ago.
character on hardcore during the early access.
now that we're
just to get in the mood for it.
Now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like, you know.
But they need like a few hundred hours first,
I mean, look,
I guess.
I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025. I think really want to be, you know, full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like, we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff.
Beta will be like
we
a
always
half a
feel
year
like
or
we
so, I guess.
underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. You know, we have to make sure that, like, all of the things, like, you know, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be a scramble of, like, you know, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and, like, you know, that's always scary, you know, because it's just when we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of, you know, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. You know, we have the you know, just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that, like, there's just going to be builds that are, like, completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. You know, with hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So you know, that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's nothing we can even do about it, because you'd need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies, like, actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do with
It's a
all
bit
that stuff.
unhinged.
It is a bit, but you know, we like a challenge. I mean, you know, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just, like, mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then, like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. You know, I mean, like, as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because, you know, we have all the stuff that we kind of, you know, got a lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff that's coming. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure, like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like, we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. You know, I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. You know, the Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's, like, those kind of things I think will be
maybe my main,
we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But you know, there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been, you know, it's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for, is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, you know, or adding certain content where you know, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. Right, and where we like to remain very, very dynamic and, like, you know, you want to be able to fix that stuff. Like, oh, well, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time, but we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what do the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also, key to shaping the game in the future. Like, an actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like, okay, everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like, get back into this. People are seeing, like actually getting back into that, and like being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, before we released PoE 1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get tested properly.
Many shots of
and you
fire
absolutely lose
today,
perspective on the stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Yeah, I honestly, as you said, it is early access. It is a beta period, and I'd say personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yep.
Plus, we have other systems in there, like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, the endgame system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on, because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback, and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things, and we'll make it work. So, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of, like, if things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot, where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals. And you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then?
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was that? No. I think we haven't. Yeah. But I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like, that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually, like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that, like, people just had trouble with, just the manual dexterity required to, like, hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like, all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. And then even at Endgame, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at Endgame. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like the actual, it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique.
Yeah, there's a unique
early access to,
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different.
If you want to give it to me, I can do a giveaway.
But I think the system as it works now,
just do it now if you want.
A lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of
not
course,
necessarily.
I should actually ask them as well if they're going to give me some keys to give away. It would be cool.
Of how it works. And we've finally got it right this time. I think it works and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think
do I think the default is worth thinking now because I know they watched.
I was going to say Leech.
I guess most of them watched.
That has wasted the most.
Well, I mean, they're probably thinking, oh shit.
But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender.
I mean, PoE is still PoE. I guess there's always something worth remembering. I could definitely imagine that they're going to be massively successful despite being PoE. Despite the complexity and the vastness of the game and the difficulty of the game, they might still be very successful. So we'll see. Maybe this will inspire Diablo 4 to,
But there's like, seriously, there's been
up the game a little bit as well. That would be cool.
It's outrageous.
And about the question, Ben, for what? That was about your comment with the hardcore stuff.
You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I'm still quite tempted.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February League, and we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
funnily enough,
it's just like all that stuff is then is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, I just want to always make it clear that, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to Endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are just millions of variables here to consider, and so it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is there's always problems. And
hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and
we don't have to see all the fires.
Ideally, the best time.
Okay, so Wonkas gave us 2 keys for the early access. Where did you get them, by the way? How do you have 2 extra keys? Where did that happen?
We obviously normally have to worry about the whole.
But we can do a little giveaway then of the keys soon.
If you can deal with something within an hour or 2 of it happening, then it's you're kind of okay because
Wait, this is for Steam, right? These are Steam keys.
Everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
We're
gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look.
We
have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. That's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Is this when he's finding fires already? No. These are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, and it there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I sort first? But obviously, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience under your belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't make me
both
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic. To put it lightly, it was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. There's a lot more kind of, that kind of stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. All that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things.
All right.
We
I
do
set up a raffle, guys.
There's also kind of light.
Type ! ticket space 1 if you want to join. It's only on Twitch, by the way, for the YouTube guys. If you want to have a chance for the Steam key, we have 2 Steam keys on Wonka's Wonders for PoE 2 early access. They were $30.
You can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that
I'm gonna run for a few minutes and then
got through
pull
the
2
PoE
minutes.
1 story had no idea what was happening by the
Thank
end.
you,
And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
Guilty.
One thing I will say though is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that when you're playing a second time that it feels we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's
Exactly.
hands.
So I'm a person.
Okay, it's not on Steam. It's on the Path of Exile website. But can you find a link?
For a cutscene. Immediately it feels way more annoying, because there's just this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and the camera changes position, sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is that can be cool. But then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. That kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat the quest.
Effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint, so you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah.
So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
Let's pull winners.
There's a puzzle.
Wait, only 126 people? What is this?
Exactly.
Everyone else has already bought a supporter pack?
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being an
so he went out there.
Ismite history.
All right, let's do it.
Telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui.
All right, Tefros 8 and Heaven's Swords.
I was kindly reminded that actually he was
congratulations.
An orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So,
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. We have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So and they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. We're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line, and if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you, and it's like, and so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that, but there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into, just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world,
these are nice little details for sure.
There's other little things.
This really gets lost these days, I think, a lot in
games. You saw
games.
the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and count.
I think it's not so bad, if there's like a fire elemental boss or something, and you shoot fireballs into it, and it takes like, let's say only half the damage or something, and then it's just like, one of the 100 bosses that you defeat where you have like such a special mechanic or something, but it really adds a lot of flavor to games. So I think this should definitely be preserved, I think, to some degree. At least for like campaign stuff.
Whenever it was, you saw the ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of history. And these little things like somehow make the world building feels so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives, again, a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's like, I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character. Yeah. That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like. With our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the, there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable as opposed and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and
It makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes in you.
Absolutely. We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like play the blood mage, and now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking Ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like Ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapons. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the Ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you want to make that super, super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about Ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Second trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like, how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively, in the full game, there's going to be 3 Ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those Ascendancy trials to be able to do your Ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you, as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with, to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. It's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean,
just
you're clearly leaning into that now. You have such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trials, with the Ascendancies. So, and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the Radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, and like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos.
Early summer will be great, man. It's going to be so much fun.
A lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Yeah, effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. Anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs and, you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item-generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure, you know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom, they are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
I mean, we're going to be blasting it in December,
The
in January.
only thing you can't trade is
I
gold.
don't release until
So
season
we're
7
like
starts.
the exact opposite of most games,
And
where it's
then,
like the gold
we'll
is
see
freely
how I divide my
tradable
time.
and the items get locked. We're like
I
the
might just
gold
play
is the only
season 7
thing
a
you
little
can't
bit and
trade,
go back to
and every other item is
PoE
free. You know?
or something like that.
Yeah, and
We'll
that's
see.
because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
Absolutely.
so you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
want to trade that away.
Effectively.
Yeah,
It's going to be a lot of things to learn. It's gonna be
So,
fun.
how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this.
Yeah,
I did the trial.
it is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But yeah, the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You did.
Not to brag.
Well,
I did.
well,
I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was
yeah.
watching him do the boss fight.
You came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that was
you were
part of
like-
my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE 2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that, is fun.
100%.
So you got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now. It can be
And your
fully
defenses.
mitigated and
Yeah,
everything.
so fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps
that-
in Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah,
combat
correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for
Yeah.
now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So
But there's 3 different
people
trials,
sort of
but they
broadly
all
know
have
that
the
crew
same
are in
purpose.
Act 4, so it's the question of how would the crew.
And they give you the
extend it,
ascendancy.
is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called
is
trials
that correct?
associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend and Ultimatum, we want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this
He's,
stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems.
And then he just
so
like technically, because it's like speed run
unique
through the
rewards for
campaign,
each
and then at the end of the campaign you do like one thing and you get all 6 points for your ascendancy or something. Because apparently it scales your level or something.
unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus 1 socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items. Whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively, the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get +1 socket. I mean, it's something that everyone will want. But on the other hand, there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's Valorbs are more forgiving though.
They are, yeah.
But if you think about we talked about enchantment, yeah. So some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards endgame, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got this is life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not?
Too.
I've got my
much better than I
Valorbs and I
thought it would
val
be,
it and it
actually.
re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res. And
I
I've got a
knew it would be very
tri-res double
good.
defense life helmet.
But it
and I was
looks
like,
even better.
Awesome. So even that,
Quite
which
excited.
can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon,
How long is the
you've
beta on
got your
for?
3 damage
Like half a year?
mods, and you've got some bad suffixes. It could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it, it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
And then you told me about a new unique result,
I
which I don't know if you
wasn't
want
sure
to
if I should
spoil
ask
or
about
not.
the unique one.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi,
How do you like
honestly.
it?
I mean, he got it made.
Did you already buy the
We discussed it.
188
I
prototype?
agree. I agree.
You
I
mind it?
messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
Just
no,
tell
we'll,
He was all for it.
it didn't turn into a dexterity chat. And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it it goes up to. I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum
I heard
and
about
maximums.
that, but, I
so,
guess
for
that's
example,
what I
if you had
mean,
1,000 life Calm's
know.
heart, you can
There was
use
something
this
about
to
Delph,
get. Again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to.
Does
But you'll be
anyone
able to
know
get a
anything about
1,200 life Calm's heart, for example.
You have House of
Now
Blackie?
that's obviously giving up the enchantment
You
in a
have House of
socket.
Okay.
Just thinking about sockets on Calm's heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you
No,
can
probably
actually
maybe got someone.
do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think...
Corrupted divining of uniques.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
I
has an impact
mean,
on.
we'll guess we'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it.
Wait, did he say that the Valorbs can change the minimum and
So that was
maximum
all
ranges?
just
of
talking
the
about
stats?
the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies, but what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the class we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Northman,
Something that isn't just if you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the gladiator, and the problem is okay, they're all just about hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. Sure, they all sound cool. Don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy. And you've got the mercenary and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself, It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there, and then one thing that's more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger, and but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that. You might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right? Yeah. Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff, and you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a Spellcaster Staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers, and so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism.
If you're going to play PoE 1, then you
down
can't
a
follow this
bunch
conversation very well, I think.
either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. You don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want.
One is free. That's true.
And yeah, so that's embracing that, making sure people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to, go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
Sure.
It sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards, but is it all just being
I think it's more
redone at this point?
At this point, At this point, they'll just be different, right? Like originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things going on.
I mean, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. Like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like, how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work? It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. So, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden,
Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly. So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about like skills here. So much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there, and didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come with, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes.
And there was another thing that they did lately where they invited content creators again. I played at Gamescom
it was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly. But that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, when you click that all gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh, well, why can't I use a sword on the other hand?
You absolutely that's
actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, that's like a whole other thing. Like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. And I was like, I was throwing my gas grenades. Which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then. So and my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
I wonder if like his bell would actually also apply to the debuffs that you apply to the bell to other enemies. Like the armor break on the mercenary shot, for example.
Support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. It's like you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. So you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like, you know, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going tink tink tink
then
tink
you
tink
have
tink.
armor
tink.
explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have
probably.
some other thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that, eh?
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, you know, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and
yeah.
And Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean, that's historically accurate.
yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, frost walls, and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
PvP and
and then,
PvE
yeah,
too.
try and
Actually,
see
I don't think they've
what
talked
we can
about
break.
PvP at all.
Just for good
Maybe
fun.
there might be some like
honestly,
PvP
the thing
arena. There
is
was one in
hardest to
PvE1,
then like.
but no one really
'cause
cared about
you
it.
get this thing, which
And
is
there was
quite
like
interesting, where you
PvE
have
Royale,
a
which is
staff
actually
is
a
both
mildly
the player and
successful,
a
I think.
developer. And I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that you know, something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but you know, something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
It's the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like you get a
builds.
situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build. That's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then. You know,
like you're supposed to be making game, not
Exactly.
hiding your good
I
builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and you know, whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check. Just
Well, that's the
don't
thing.
know.
No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing
I
is
wanna
actually
exploit
Look,
this.
there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? You know, and those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon, and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do.
Just
at a
doing an
moment's
anti-venom,
notice,
guys?
rather than actually requiring like, you know, oh, I have to find the big, you know, this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story. Yeah.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last like month. It's like coming in a lot, because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But you know, it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels, and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build
I think this
diversity
is
and
a really
interest,
cool change. I
have
didn't know
to
that they were going to do
making
this.
The decision of like,
What's
you
this
know,
new info today?
where is this going to go?
With the one
and the thing that's been important
support
about that
gem?
system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist, because
Yeah,
you need
there's a
because you
lot.
only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and like you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, like, you know, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in
pretty
like
old.
many
I
different
didn't know about
ways.
it.
And there needs to be more options than what you can even. Like, there needs to be, in order to have choice, you can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of like, you know, where do I put my model projectiles? Where do I put my PS? Where do I put, like, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And, you know, like, I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better.
I wonder if it's going to be
We were
possible to
certainly
have two of
hesitant
the
about
same
the whole,
active skill and then
you know,
have
you can
different
only have
support
one
skills for
support
it.
per character thing, because it sounds bad
Probably
if you just
not,
hear
right?
about it as a player without actually
Probably
playing it.
everything is
Like, your
zero
first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like, we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is. And so that, I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that like it just had to happen. So it was
Arguably, if you need to, like, if you end up in situation where you like, I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly. That is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that because it results in this outcome. But like that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice because you no longer have like mandatory, like here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's like there's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having like all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Like every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does like interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And that
maybe you only use that
do.
occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know?
Yeah.
But it's like,
exactly.
you know, it's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable. And that situational stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the Mercenary as like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. Like you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch. Exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But look, we might decide to bring that theme back, and in a reward system later.
Yeah, I think
like
for Vile skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
Like
but I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like if you're looking to be able to like the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head. But what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240. I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than that.
Yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
I know 100 of them or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
I know that's a lot.
You got what
because there's 20 to 25 for each of the for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up, and so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them.
All staffs, wands, and scepters have a skill
exactly, right? We're not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like how many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
I mean.
Like if you add them all up,
I don't know who remembers all these things.
I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch,
countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
True. Tons.
Yeah,
it's tons.
Yeah, and those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah, that's wild because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default attack, and you can support any skill that comes from something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's so that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like Add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah,
so like, damn it, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like
that.
really
I like
difficult.
that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually mean it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have
when
to
I played
spam
Warrior,
actual
for example,
auras
default
that,
attack was very important to take down
many
bosses.
characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks.
Because this one out of mana. At least in early game.
Well, it does remind me though. So with all the, this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah, that's going to make people actually want to use it now.
So you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the two trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics, in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master, then you'll
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of like put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame too. Exactly. So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons?
Oh my god.
Now
it's lagging. Okay.
Because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
It doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we'll need to come up with a
we
name for
probably
that.
have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That one's going to be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through it.
Or a Doom.
It's not a progression blocker.
I thought that was like just like random background knowledge now. That,
it's a progression blocker to difficulties, the high difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So yeah, like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and
oh my god. Why is it
progression
lagging?
Through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content, and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them, and you can either do like just all on one for a while, or you can just like do each of them as you come to them, and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. Well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is, of course, for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing engaging with those mechanics well. But effectively you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. Like it is part of that sort of story of all of that. So yeah, that's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PoE1 a lot of the time, where it's like you had to fuel it by going back to maps. To,
right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of but effectively, so long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Those hard, then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what does, I saw on the breach nodes, it said increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, that will increase the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just
that's wild.
Making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right?
But it does affect. Yeah, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE1. So a unique item that is ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. So you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty, so you can be getting these farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide, I've got these points, but I'm not, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale that in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively get whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult.
I mean, I
without
did not
necessarily
expect to
having,
really pivot too much
could have
from
been like, oh, you know,
D4
you increase
right
the
after the
like
expansion
10%
launched,
or something like that.
but
But
it
maybe
also
be a
depends
bit
like how
more
the
vague
seasons are
about it
going.
and
Season
actually,
6
like,
was...
specifically tailor the difficulties.
I mean, I had fun,
tiers,
but it was
like,
kind of a flop
more
in like
specific.
terms of design and, you know, whatever, you know, what they're doing with the Spiritborn and these kind of things, and if they keep doing mistakes like that, then oof. So let's hope that Diablo 4 is going to improve, and we'll see how it will go. We'll see how PoE 2 will go. It could also be that the early access might have like a lot of issues and whatever, right? Bugs and who knows. But I do trust GG more to do this stuff better than Blizzard for sure. And I will probably have a lot of fun with the game, and I definitely need to learn the game. So I will be bouncing a lot of PoE. So long term, we'll see how it will balance out. I want to bounce between the two, I guess.
So this is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently. Is like the harder you make, the harder.
You can all play PTR in the PoE 2 queue. Yeah. Oh man.
Hardest content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players, because effectively, like, a build's only viable if it can defeat, like, you know, the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like, that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really, like, I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is.
Yeah.
Like, we have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but you know, I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here, because what we'll see is, like, you know, if we find that, like, you know, there's only like some particularly abusive, like only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's kind of going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that, because we don't have the crazy history. You know, PoE does not have the history of PoE 1 to be able to, you know, to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without, you know...
That being said, though, like, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is, to some degree, necessary, because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time. You know, so you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things, but like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation.
I don't know about you guys, but I think Duriel is a very skill-based encounter, and I always feel very accomplished.
But I would say it is very much, a lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like, I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, you know, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it, and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or, you know, or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block,
or
shield block,
using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say, any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this very cute atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the same for all your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of.
Yeah.
I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the atlas. And it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of, you know, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
So that's the feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, you know, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had.
Yeah, it does look like Delve.
One of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay,
kind of sad. I really would have liked like Delve as like a real side content. I like the part of the mine, you know.
There was always a problem.
The mine feeling was so cool. I think
differences
the immersion
between
in
in-game areas in a system that works like PoE 1 does, then effectively that's the only map people like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever.
Yep.
So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas we kind of get that we've got in PoE 2, we get to kind of have both of the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You know, you feel like you're exploring. But because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to, move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, can be added to it. You do things if you like the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So like you've both got controllability, but also the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where like for example you get more variables where you just have there are like 4 towers really, you got a good tower cluster and you've got really good maps in that range. So like there are maps
not even be aged because of time travel stuff, for example, right? PoE 2 is 20 years after PoE 1, I think.
The range is effectively say how do I quantify this, like say 350 monsters up to 700 monsters, whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, much more drastic range. Now those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, right? I mean, like, that's part of the PoE experience. But, for 100%.
But... How much control do you have as a player, though, over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well. Yeah. Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Into
the fog of war.
The fog kind of in 3D the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be, by the end of someone's league, quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special more iconic things you find. But we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole... hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
now you're hunting, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure. As opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers. There's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little
So
weird.
we wanted to start with to actually like at least. I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're in
you're on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes,
But you still open
well, even
portals
then we were saying,
though.
like, can we at least
On the Atlas device.
before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, how many moons are we? Don't. There's a
Didn't show
whole
diff
complicated.
cards. Yeah, hopefully they're
thing we
gone,
need
man.
to
I don't like
figure
diff
out
cards.
there.
Wow. Same. I think they're like one of the worst systems in the game.
There's a build but up league coming.
But I mean, I guess
Alright.
the reason
So
for
we've
the
got
6
this,
cards was
1 in 4
the
maps
supporter
is
stuff,
boss
right?
maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining that are like a marker, just so you know.
I was worried
but
about that.
honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that if you generally speaking, you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops, and effectively. The only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. So you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're
you're
cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, this is fun. I'm like,
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE 2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. Like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one. Because, obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring
you
around.
can chain
You're
the map
picking your
boss.
pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, no, right. You mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I wasn't looking?
Not yet.
Josh was like, wait, no, wait, stop. It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into
They say that every map environment changes every time.
as well. So
no, but it's like very
get points on
randomized.
that.
They said like any monster can appear in like any combo basically in the maps and
you
stuff
get a
like
lot
that.
of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects
And then
all mapping.
the map itself will always be
things
like
pack
randomized.
size,
where exactly
you've got
everything
multiple
is, and where you need to go exactly which
all
direction,
can work
and
together,
how
and
the
all
blocks
can
fit
so
together,
there's
stuff
3
like
of
that.
them. One plays
It's
on
all
like
like
corrupted
procedurally
maps, one
generated
plays
kind of,
on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
basically at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
This is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses get generated.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps, and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put
ritual.
a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have all. You can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
Similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strong boxes and essences. And things like
So
that
initially, we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it.
Looking forward to it.
Sorry, on the Atlas.
Yeah,
but we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like you randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree at all? Yeah, so you can kind of like see more.
I'm not sure if they said what tier is maximum on the map.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like,
I mean, look, internally, we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why this makes sense thematically is because a map doesn't blasting, to a specific location, whereas a waystone
cruel
can take
act
you to
2,
anywhere.
and it's gonna have
So that's the reason why the name change had happened. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because that's the PoE one connection.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean,
like I've always
many
gear clips, man.
Delving in, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with the system. It's also a very
how can I fit my entire build into a 1 minute Twitch clip, guys?
Make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there. Heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion. We've got awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, we're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Look,
standing and then
mistakes were made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where you had super uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider. You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
A Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like when we actually get there, what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit, because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1.
Yeah.
That you like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way, like, removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like, I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
You can craft relics, which
yes,
were
and the reason
uncraftable.
why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And
I didn't realize that's actually really cool because it can't retry.
Necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that
it's basically very similar to like tempering in that
game
sense,
of like.
right? You just
I'm just
click
going to
like 5
click
copies of the
again
same
and again
thing
as my
and start
crafting session
tempering
is
and
no
break
longer
them.
really the
It's
middle.
kind of similar, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of
You
is
do like a
something you
crafting
want to be
process
able
and
to
then you're done
use.
with the item.
You are still
or not.
reforging and metacrafting things.
Oh yeah,
You've
yeah.
got
We've still got stuff
annulls,
like that, right? We've
you've
got annulls and you've got
chaos that does
but that stuff is
add
higher
remove.
up. Like that's kind of more of a later game
It's
thing. Yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
There's stuff to do there, and like the metacrafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels. Like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the stuff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using Exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say, honestly, in the last month, we have, like, over, like, 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and... there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff because, again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there, but we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt, that process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and and you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 Exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare so that I could then put my Exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. Like, we want to make sure that like if you don't have enough of those, like so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep like I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for Regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets and order to
I
salvage
surprised
it.
them with my my methods, my
and,
degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easier to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting. The question of
So
that.
we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. Then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb, like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it, I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system
I didn't
that
get the
is
box
working
yet,
and
but I think it's on its way, Monkey Clown.
That I think was a real win. How long
is the postage
love
I
how
don't
that
know.
system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving two things kind of in its way, which was, or maybe even three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization, it's the what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there. That is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things, So,
So I was worried that some of the changes you're making might move us away from some
Why do
of
a
the
box on stream?
like
Why not?
deep, impactful crafting that we have. But it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta
Looks like you also got the person
crafting
unique.
and the ability to make like a really good item.
This is where you get from the
but
Marvel's
you're
puzzle box.
also making
That
sure
is,
that
that's really cool,
the
actually.
physical item itself that you
I
find
can put
matters more.
Absolutely.
I saying
And I mean, like,
I can put my personal unique item into PoE before I got to do that into Diablo.
with the item system as well.
Fucking
One of the things I love is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the
effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, that like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. Like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just it means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. So you know that's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE 1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE 1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We have
kind of
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like, are the items actually good? Like, ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. You know, like that is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting it at that point.
Mm-hmm.
That's really good.
I quite like
how
how
generally like less
the
loot.
exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways. Where like a
the more
player
you
is
explore,
struggling,
the more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's
Yeah.
true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well.
Yeah.
If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and you know and you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
Exactly.
and certain like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again.
Yeah.
And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, "Oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff." And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like, if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss like 10 times, I'm not just going to like
go again
just
until you
continue
kill
doing
him.
that.
What do
I'm
you
going to go,
mean?
oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all the sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with a boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just going to go do some other stuff, and then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things. That
there's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
Or like there's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there, and I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit, but also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find, and I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But like you never get to an area and don't see some unless they are like very obviously hidden intentional secrets that.
There's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes, I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Don't worry about that.
So, pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently, we got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Definitely for us as well.
Yeah, okay.
Solved a lot. We're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all
Literally
the anger
my
and
favorite.
friction for me was especially bulk trading. It was horrible, and I was just like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like were more engaged in Endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So, do you take that then as like as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and like how that'll end up. But
Is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exalts?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause like horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
we just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So
yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah. The paths we weave. So, how likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like. The currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that like fixed a lot of the, like it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't, but I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying trades.
Yeah,
most
they
of
were
the
for
time.
sure. They were.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. So we've had some so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. There we go.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a tricky question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to
it accelerates
you
everything,
very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And
Yeah.
like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
So-
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that like it is a game about economy and trade.
100%.
And
So, yeah.
for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean, that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like we don't have Kirak mods costing, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I know where to get
them
it
as well,
right? So you're not just like having to. I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly beyond trivial. Yeah. So there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But each to their own. That to be seen, and
and there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably, even potentially beta launch or in the future.
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we We put you back
You
to
put you
solo.
back to solo?
Yeah,
okay, great.
right.
Good. That's good to know. It's like you have,
But you just-
You have to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
before you
But
move.
you're just like, all right, you can go home now. Or we're like, go.
Yeah.
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. Yeah, I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules.
Yeah,
now
how
that we
does that
have, because
work?
I know you've changed them recently.
So, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls, things like obviously more life. And I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard or more than in players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
From what I saw, it's pretty hard to
You're
pull
not
off unless
having
you,
a fun time.
get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets. So like you're back to normal
Now,
again.
in endgame maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to
then-
ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals, so you can have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as
Yeah,
long
yeah.
as you don't
Okay.
die.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can take items out, but
okay.
a death will end that map for you.
Yeah. And to remind people, the if you like log out or the server crashes or something like, not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay,
right.
And you just kind of jump back in
and
have another crack.
So effectively like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving, well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Yeah. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing, and so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if the server crashes or something, that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Yep.
In
Now,
PoE
it is worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance.
Cool.
You don't have to die to do it, and you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool. Excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back in click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change it
why
back.
that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
He's a click to move player, yeah.
He's
You have a
100%
few
click to move. He
purists
is
there.
very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it,
That'll be reassuring for, I think, some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD.
Right.
Even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations for your live things too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I tell him to...
It does feel very good on the Mercenary.
Yeah,
that kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational tactical play style. It's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
I'm feeling
it's a while. We're getting
creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. we've been rolling. Yeah.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will do it later, though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE 1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular. Wouldn't be far away.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those?
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
that's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
the cluster jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
yeah. We've got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go, just start thinking about that.
It's a little while.
So I guess to just finish us off for today then, do you guys have a recommendation of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly,
there's so many choices now.
There are. So let me, okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the betas.
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction level by a very, very tiny margin that compares the others.
That's fascinating.
I mean, it is like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to you have to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class.
I don't know. Cool. I've been loving the mercenary, but to me it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more
Maybe.
tactical.
Maybe.
And
I don't know. Like
considered.
I like it. I really like
to
that.
correct if you
But
make a mistake.
honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So you know, it's just
Nice.
whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So yeah, right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But yeah. I'm not sure if you've got a similar.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that monk and then warrior had the highest satisfaction
Yes,
levels.
warrior's
And I was
next,
like,
by the way, technically, if you're looking for.
that's pretty good. That's
Yeah.
two melee classes.
Exactly.
right now.
Exactly.
That's a win.
You know, that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but
It's such a change from like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gotten a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
melee.
I just have a real desire to freeze time, so I just want to go sorceress and then just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to get some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not been getting enough attention.
I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So
Yeah.
it just feels cool.
All right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, all right. I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full Grenader. You were.
I was doing
combo.
the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I know what. Some sort of monk trigger build. Obviously, it's always just going to be fun to play
they have
around
so many
with
of those like stacking effects, the wind and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well.
Oof. Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. For I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here, so
There's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure. Thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means we can actually have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to wrap it up, boys.
Yeah, exactly. That's good.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much for watching, everybody.
Okay, I'm coming right at the end.
Maybe
we're going to rewatch the last 10 minutes or something.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly.
You can't have patch
Where's the
notes.
launch notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, and thank you very much.
Thanks heaps. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really. So
that's it.
Yeah.
Can't wait to play.
It's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing. So.
All right.
I assume we've faded out and cut.
Hopefully.
You never know.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Well, it was a very good presentation. I've actually been sitting here way longer than I thought I would. Usually I don't really watch through the whole Q&A, but it was very interesting to hear about it now. There are a lot of really good things to say about their, intentions and, philosophy and everything, so it was nice. You just caught the last 2 minutes, well, you can rewatch the whole thing on VOD if you want. Let's go link the Path of Exile channel, you can see it there. Can I show it again? Well, I just linked it there so you can check it out yourself. Time to see the juicy D4 notes you missed. Oh boy. Well, I saw that was the blog post. But I guess it's just like the same stuff they showed us. Plus, some screenshots and whatnot, so. But it might be like more of the, season stuff and the powers and so on that they didn't actually tell us. So I guess you're gonna see it. Let's watch it again. Leave the stream on there when it's like, oh man, my Twitch draws, man. Increase nobody cares skill by times 10, or that sums up to default patches. Well, we'll see. This is going with something that is like in a very safe bet instead of trying to do it as like something cool and new, which is kind of sad in season 7, but it could still be a fun season. Before we go back to blasting more PoE, I guess. That's probably how it's gonna go. Music. It's very ominous. What class am I logging into? Yeah, so I'm most excited about Mercenary and Huntress. And then to some degree also probably Ranger, Monk, like all these like Dex classes basically. That's like more my domain. Maybe Shadow as well, we'll see, but I haven't really seen anything from Shadow. I'm gonna make a recap video for the D4 stream. Well, first of all, I need to finish the D4 stream. I haven't even finished it, but I think they were just about to wrap it up anyway, right? When I switched. I'm not really sure what else they said though. I should check that out maybe. Because I actually have no idea. Okay, let's just switch back to the Diablo 4 category. Since there's not really much more to see here right now. But there is some things to see here in D4, so... Oh, it's really good though. I'm very excited, I gotta say. There goes. Alright. Too bad. Oh shit, they're raiding
all
DM,
the
man.
classes. What class are you?
Holy. Log in.
Shock? So do you get twice as many multipliers?
They just
off the
fucking raiding
shock?
DM.
All damage contributing shocking me. Who cares if it's less shock duration? You're always going to be shocking, right? Wouldn't that be crazy? Yeah, what up, Woody? Good to see you. I have no idea anymore. I after seeing these reveal, it kind of threw my whole plan out the window. I was going to go pure warrior, but then I see this, and I mean the mage is looking.
Tree, you can make all your damage
mage
types
is
apply
looking
shock.
pretty good, man.
Make a shock build from any skill.
Welcome everybody.
Alternatively, you could become a
Login, boys.
chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with time freeze.
The coolest move, I think this right here was the peak.
I need to rewatch the whole thing
When I
again,
saw this,
I guess. We're gonna do it tomorrow.
This to me looks like
Just so like, you know, there's probably also like
the
gonna be a lot of stuff on like
absolute
Reddit
peak
and stuff
excitement.
and like
Can you imagine
screenshots people
you're about to
took.
die, okay?
Gonna be
You're
interesting to
playing
see like, you
hardcore,
know,
you're
there's some
about to
tooltips, some of the items and so on. There's gonna be a lot of stuff to dig through. Does he not know? No, he talked about it. He said, oh, I just got raided. I think, or something like that. Why does it say installing Spotify? What happened here? Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna stream that much longer anyway, but I just had like a snack and some tea, so I guess we're gonna be here a little bit and see what else we can dig through with the Season 7 stuff. Can you still get drops? For PoE, you can still get drops, but not on my channel anymore. So if you're here for the drops, then you have to check for another streamer. Because I switched back to the 4 category now. Also, turn on some music. And there's like some more stuff I wanted to
character
go
boost
through
that we
here.
have.
Oh, actually, yeah, but we forgot about this, yeah. Seems like there were like 10 more minutes or so at the end that I missed.
With 2.1, the...
Yeah, we're talking about the character copy and stuff. Spotify would like to know, they actually want to know your location, by the way. Like, we had some trouble when I was in Bulgaria to actually get the Spotify to work for me. Because they did not believe that I was sharing an account with my wife. Oh, man. Anyway.
Prior to PTRs, we did character copies before, or account copies from your main accounts. Things are going to be a little different for patch 2.1. This is the blog. So
But things you can like fast forward
just
now.
note that if you do account copy over afterward, and PTR will have, you know, witchcraft progression items that we had talked about earlier as well. So those will be all part of the PTR boost. So it gives you guys the tools of being able to test everything and getting us feedback for anything that you guys want to change before the Season 7 and patch 2.1 actually kicks off.
Play that mage.
Cool.
Which one go?
Now we can go to Q&A. I do want to call out quickly just a reminder that we will have a blog up immediately after.
They actually kept the entire stream to pretty much 1 hour. That was actually it, right? So they actually like cut it to 1 hour so they can all go watch PoE. Nice.
After the stream for PTR, patch notes will be next Wednesday. Again, this is due to us streaming a little early for the holidays, just to make sure that everyone was here to do a stream for PTR. And then PTR is planning on starting on December 3rd. So players will be able to jump into PTR then. Of course, it is just PC Battle.net, just easier for us and more flexibility for us to be able to do updates and everything from our end for PTR. But I know we have a question teed up, so if you have questions, please put them in chat. And we will get those, we'll try to address as many as possible for the end of the stream. I have to reach over. There's a plant here that no one can see. But will all the PTR content be available on day one is a question that we probably, we've heard when we announced the PTR stream. And we know that players are probably going to ask.
Yeah,
just
only
because
3 days.
With the past PTR, we had
split it out.
Yeah, we did split it out. We will say that all the PTR content will be available day one. So players can jump in and actually check out everything related to patch 2.1 immediately with day one whenever they need to. So shouldn't be a problem. Jumping into some questions. Small Petting Zoo. I know Small Petting Zoo. They're a person that plays a lot of companion druid.
I would imagine based on the name.
So they're asking, will there be fixes to Storm and Werewolf tags given to Druid Wolves by the item Storm's Companion?
Yes.
They have never functioned, would more than double the damage of the build.
Yes, actually, as part of that comprehensive update that I mentioned to summons across the game, I did take a pass to look at specifically updating how the Wolves interact with Storm's Companion. And now, whenever they're imbued with a lightning from Storm's Companion, they do count as lightning skills. And because not to get too technical, but because the way the damage is calculated and attributed, it should also work with all the things that say, hey, when you deal lightning damage, do something special. Your lightning wolves are going to be triggering and interacting with all those effects. It should work in every way that you're expecting to going forward.
Awesome. Shocky pets.
Question from Narrator Dog. How does the Season 7 stuff fit into lore? Because during Vessel of Hatred and the tree seem to be on good terms. Dan, I don't know if you want to answer this or if you want me to answer it. Up to you.
I believe when I see it, yeah.
Yeah, so I'll say,
trying, at least. That's
first
good.
off, we're not going to get too deep in the
Gonna be happy.
We're going to reveal more about the story as we get closer to the release of Season 7. That said, we are really looking at trying to build upon the events of Vessel of Hatred with every season moving forward. And so you'll start seeing changes in the world as we do that. And I'll leave it at that.
Cool. You'll hear more soon. Again, we plan on doing a more grandiose reveal of Season 7 content and the story as we get closer to the release. So you'll hear more about kind of like the backstory of everything and how the Tree of Whispers plays into everything.
And
as
we
well.
done all the glyphs. Glyphs work different now. That was 100 now.
81. Is there going to be a rework or cost reduction to masterworking? Veiled Crystals have become a huge roadblock with trying to gear multiple alts.
Yeah, I think we are always keeping our eye on the economy. We did a big pass. If you remember, we did a stream last week that was talking about tightening up the economy. So we do intend on taking a look at just generally how things are playing out. I think alts is something that we need to definitely be taking a look at. We do want to encourage alt gameplay. That was part of the big Paragon changes. So that sort of feedback is super valuable. It's really good to know that Veiled Crystals are that alt blocker. We want to make sure that alts are something that players are really excited about if that's something that they want to pursue. So appreciate that.
Question related to like stacking items. This is from Marwan Gaming. Any plans on the amount that you can stack, like items, potions, like like potions, keys, and runes. Wow, I can't read. Any updates, or are we looking at any of that type of thing?
We definitely are looking at it. We don't have anything to share, but it's top of mind. I know that boss materials, for example, are at 50. There are some technical reasons why we have it like that, but it's something we are actively looking at.
Dude,
Dracaronia.
There's a technical reason why boss materials only stack to 50. Oh man.
Mentions, do you know if XP wells are getting fixed? And do you know if there's an opportunity for maybe pets collecting loot a little bit faster, or anything on the screen for players?
I know the XP well definitely has been reported, and it's something we're looking into. So we know about it. We're looking at it. This is part of the PTR is to find a lot more of these types of problems. So we will look at it. As far as the pets, no plans at the moment. I know we've done a big pass on a lot of things to essentially make sure that, like, when a rare item drops in Torment, it's just going to get auto salvaged. So we do try and essentially make a lot more of the loot just auto pick upable.
Question from Mags PvE. Will Druid ever see some love for ravens? Would be awesome to have maybe a different companion outside of like the wolves and everything that they have right now, or the vines and stuff. Is there any plans for maybe adjustments to ravens in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. Ravens, one of the...
Max are going to do a race for PoE 2 launch. Maybe they're going to do an official race. I mean, they have to build in, like first to reach that level, first to do that area, first to kill that boss. So that's actually part of the in-game system. So I'm not sure if we're going to have like a Maxroll race. There might be like some event that I guess Sis will set up. Sis is like, the big PoE event guy, and he's in Maxroll now. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have something, but will it be the exact launch? We'll see, I guess.
The three companions compared to the wolves and the vine creeper, which I think are often a bit more of the marquee ones in the companion builds, at least as they currently are. That's something we're definitely aware of, and going forward, when we look to make new effects for these companion builds, I think ravens might be maybe the next one we start looking at, but nothing I can commit to firmly at this point. But it's definitely something that we have noticed, and it's something we'll keep in mind. So we appreciate that.
Part of that summoning tag update was really to sort of give us more tools to do things like improve the Raven experience or the Call of the Ancients experience.
Yeah. I think that summon update is going to be really huge for companion druids and every other build that uses these.
That sounds ridiculous, no?
And we'll definitely look at it under that new lens after this update and see where we can make further improvements.
Imagine a snapshot.
We'll do
the
one
power
last
and all
question,
that.
but this is like a two-parter questions from two different people. One's from Teampo Diablo 4, the other one's from Dejal 22, and they're both related to Armory. Will items in the Armory be locked from accidentally selling them? And separately, will saved items for Armory builds have like maybe an icon or something associated to them to kind of like call them out that they are part of a saved build?
Yeah, so when you do save a loadout, we favorite all of those items. So just automatically that happens.
No mistaken, crap.
Yeah, you'd have to unfavorite it, then sell it, and then at that point it's like, well, it's sort of on you. And then the second part is, yes, there is a little icon that does indicate that, hey, this is part of an armory.
Cool. So yeah, that like, hey, this is part of a build. Don't mess with it. Don't accidentally unfavorite it or anything like that, which is good to know. So cool. Well, we again thank you guys for tuning in for our patch 2.1 PTR stream.
Guys,
I know there's a lot of news coming down the line for Diablo 4 as we get closer to 2.1, but we do have a blog that will be going live this afternoon, probably right after this stream. And again, our patch notes, the full patch notes for this PTR will be next Wednesday. So it's a little bit of a delay, mainly due to the holidays and us doing the stream a little bit early. Normally we have the patch notes immediately after the stream. So there's going to be way more content beyond what we just talked about here in those patch notes for people to actually check out. And of course, patch 2.1 PTR is launching on December 3rd for PC Battle.net users. So really looking forward to people jumping in, trying everything that we talked about today, including the new features, including the armory, including all the Season 7 stuff with witchcraft powers and occult gems that we actually heard from Dan as well. So huge thanks to Dan.
Yeah, they said there's going to be a second icon when it's part of an armory set.
Thank you, Charles, for talking us through
the armory will cost no gold to change your stuff.
PTR.
I'm not sure if it will automatically imprint this right stuff on an item that we use.
Probably after the holidays, but we'll see you in the PTR for sure. And
For sure, guys.
we'll check you guys out in Hantu. See you guys. Thanks.
Thanks.
all.
Okay. Okay, there was actually not really anything else in here. I want to see that armory stuff actually over there.
Count copy over.
It's going to save all your
Save
equipment,
load,
all
name
of
your
your
favorite
skills,
builds,
all of your
a character
paragon, all of your
bound,
paragon
changing
glyphs.
slots,
You can even
different
name
kind of
it.
nodes, does not cost gold.
And what this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So if you're really liking your fireball build, but you got this really sweet ball lightning unique, now it's really easy to just save off that fireball build if you ever want
It's actually
to
like
go
a
back
very
to it.
neat,
And you can start
like
building
tidy
out
way
that
to
ball
display the
lightning,
entire build, pretty much.
So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respecing or anything like that. So you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment that's actually part of an armory slot. And that's really important to know because
Can you
we're
play
just
PDI
saving
instead of
the
PoE?
equipment, right?
Yeah. So if you fit enough
you'll wanna
hours
know
into
if
the
you're
first
gonna
3
modify
days,
this item that it would
you can
affect
play
any of
PoE
the
too.
loadouts that are currently using this item.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change
That's what I'm
the
planning to do
imprinted
at least.
aspect on it, you know it's still part of
I
that
probably
build,
cut back
so it
on
might
like
not
my
be the right
overall
one.
like
So
random
you
builds
do
testing
probably wanna
bullshit
get,
stuff.
multiple sets of gear if you want to be
Just to
building
like
things
my
up. It's
Maxroll
so much
guide
easier to
test
swap
and whatever it might be like a
much easier to
new
explore all of
big
the
build or
new
new
build
meta or
possibilities
something,
that-
and that's
that we
probably about
introduce
it.
every season with
I
the
should
new
easily fit that
items
into like
and
2 or 3 days, I guess.
Absolutely. And it's in all the main towns. It's even in the training rooms, which is very nice. And it's important to note that we will swap it from anywhere. So if the equipment is in your stash or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Whenever they're paying you, I'll double it.
It's auto magically does it, which is really
What do you mean?
nice.
Absolutely.
It makes it as easy as possible for players to be
I
able
think I've
to
exchange marked
really
TBA.
utilize the
Otherwise,
feature, which I
exchange
think is
builds.
great.
Cool. So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around, and we think this should open up. You know, if you're playing a druid, you don't have to go.
All right. Let's see what the notes say. What you need to know. This is this link here, by the way. Also put our camera back, I guess, where it was. This is fine. Yeah. Okay, December 3 to December 6. That's what it says here. Okay. I guess actually some info about it. So I wonder if like Paragon Respec is just free now in general. Same we know that we capture the following: equipped items, Paragon board, and glyphs, skill selection, and class mechanics. Okay, so it doesn't sound like it will like auto re-imprint your stuff. Okay, new powers of witchcraft. Okay, Eldritch, Psyche, and Growth and Decay. Just test the cringe spawn for 3 days, so we have to shit again like this season. Yeah, I mean they're fixing the Spiritborn stuff, so game should be more balanced. They said if you put a different aspect on gear, use and know that it will still have the wrong aspect. Yeah. Yeah, that is like kind of stupid, I think. There will certainly be like cases where people forgot to re-imprint their stuff. I think that should be part of our armory. Like re-imprint it with the right thing, man. If you saved that imprint, just re-imprint it with the thing. That's it. Why don't I do that? You know, like amulets, rings. Like this stuff gets used quite a bit, I think. If you try and enchant a loaded item, it wants you. Yeah. Doom Orb. They fixed the elixir, yes, I'm under. Oh, we actually have all the powers here. Okay, we can go through them in a second. What else is there? Lost powers. I guess these are the unique ones, right? Okay. Hunt the Head Rotten. The unique boss variants of Head Rotten display. Son of Whispers. This is a Legion area, by the way. This part here, on the bottom. So you can have a Legion inside this thing. Or is it this here on the right? Maybe it's this one on the right, actually. I'm not sure. The PTR is only for PC players, not for console. It's totally not similar to Blood Tides, and it's also totally not similar to Malignant Hearts and Malignant Monsters. I mean, not a lot of points for creativity, but it might be pretty cool, at least. I'm gonna check out the powers in a second. There are a few ways to improve the chances you head on possessed by a fugitive head. Increase torment here by using Draught of Whispers. Okay, so a very new elixir as well. Root holes. Seek out these micro dungeons. Dude, why do they always make these? Like, what was it, in Malignant season? We had the Infernal Horde season. And they always make these weird, shitty side dungeons that no one cares about. For no reason. It's like literally Malignant tunnels. Perform dangerous rituals. Root holes are only accessible using Whisper Wood. Sigils found in Whisper caches and silent chests. Okay, actually it's not quite the same, I guess. You actually have to find a with sigil, but still. It's basically like a waltz a little bit. All these can be found in Fractured Peaks and PTR. Wait. So you have to use the sigil and then go there? Or like how does it work? D4 is going to become D3 for playtime. First weekend launch, then bye-bye. I think for a lot of people I could see that actually. Season 8, Return of Malphas. Well, actually, I would like Malphas to just come back as a boss fight and stuff like that, but not the entire season at least. Okay, you can also see all these powers here in a second. New runes, we saw those. Okay, it takes 6 seconds to get 500 offering from this Igni rune here. Which build can afford to not cast anything but basic skills for 6 seconds? That's not very much. I guess like some bar builds where like, you know, play bash or something, or shout, 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 and then just like bash or something. But I guess if you're playing a basic skill, well, you would think you would run through Pain Gorges, which actually forces you to use another skill every 3 seconds. But 500 offering in one chunk is certainly good for like any kind of overflow. Okay. Stormclaw. Maybe, actually. But you usually play this with like Nature's Fury and Symbiotic, no? Oh, he's like all the items as well. Wait, did we see this? Mantle of the Mountains Fury, unique chest armor. We did not see this actually. This is new, I think. Okay. Another unique quarter stuff. Oh boy. Now we have one for basics, one for cores, and now for potency skills. Or focus. Wait. I didn't see the second Rokunik. Wind wasn't actually going to be used now. I mean, Pockets, like I said, has been trying it lately. Apparently it's better than Scant and Alpha Barrage for some builds. Thank God, yeah. Okay, I want to see the uniques and stuff first, and then we can go through all the items, because I want to see it first. This here, basically. Okay, Barbarian. Mantle of the Mountains Fury. 50% Hammer of the Ancients damage for 5 seconds after an earthquake explodes. I suppose this is a multiplier. Bunch of armor. Hammer of the Ancients. Defensive stance, random. And chance for earthquake deal double damage. Okay. Hoda and earthquakes. Range also forms a seismic line that deals its damage and slows enemies by 60 to 80% for 4 seconds. Earthquakes it passes through explodes for the total damage and are consumed. I mean, that's a relatively interesting effect, actually. I kind of dislike that it just makes a third skill that works exactly like Death Blow and people, I feel. But okay. It sounds like it's exactly gonna be like Death Blow, right? But it's an interesting effect at least. You can like transform your earthquakes into... Are earthquakes actually damaged all the time, or are they critting? I think they are critting, I'm not sure. But maybe you can do some shenanigans with this. Your earthquakes do 50% increased damage, and the damage is converted to fire. Aspects. Okay. Questions, would you run this? It doesn't buff your Hoda. And this kind of sounds like you want to buff your Hoda as well, right? There's Hoda ranks, there's Hoda damage. So you kind of want to do both, and then you don't really want to do something like this. Okay. I need a lot of extra damage. Druid. Malefic Crescent. Willpower, Werewolf, movement speed. Very much needed on Werewolf. 1 to 2 rings of Feral Aptitude. The value of a loop and ferocity's consecutive critical strike damage is increased to 100, 150 against enemies when consecutively striking. Wait. Did it change that? I thought it's like after 3 hits you get 1 crit or something. Every third level skill critically strikes. Deals 100% increased damage, double to 200 against injured. Did they redesign it or something? I don't get it. I have no idea what this means. Wolves Rain Legendary Aspect. Casting Hurricane also spawns smaller Hurricane on your Wolves for 8 seconds. These Hurricanes deal 50% of Hurricane's damage for each active Wolf. Wait. These Hurricanes deal 15% of Hurricane's damage for each active Wolf. Does that mean it multiplies if the number of Wolves and then again it double dips on the number of Wolves or what? Because there's more of them? Yeah, I don't know what this means, yeah. The consecutive crit, and this might, maybe they're reworking Blueprint Ferocity again or something, but it just did. Maybe third valve skill, critical strikes. I don't get it. Maybe this just means if you have 100% crit chance all the time, you have like a consecutive streak of crits. And then it's like, you know, the first hit buffs it, the second hit buffs it, and then you get the third, you know, the critical thing. And then this is like a giga hit or something. So maybe it's gonna be like insane. I don't know. So Hurricane sounds like it could be kind of nutty. Hurricane is already like a pretty strong build right now. Shapeshifting to new animal form causes a lightning bolt to strike a nearby enemy dealing 19 damage. The lightning bolts deal 20% increased damage and stand for 2 seconds. That seems so fucking worthless. What is this? Okay. Necromancer. Endurance Memory. Casting Bones reduces blood waves cooldown by 2 seconds. Okay, we saw this, right? Blood waves additionally bone skill, spawns in bone prison. Bone spears additional blood skill. That's kind of interesting stuff here for once, for the Necros at least. To drain 10 maximum life each cast after hitting an enemy. To consume. Interesting, so you cannot drain life from yourself. You have to hit an enemy, then it consumes, then it drains life. To consume a surrounding corpse and launch a new bone spear from it. Ah, okay. Because of that, I guess. I think this is kind of weird. Like, Bone Spear is a skill that is supposed to be all about positioning, right? You have to hit at max distance, get the shotgunning and all that stuff. But first they made this, like, you know, Bone Spear minion stuff, where the minions just like all over the place. And now they make this, where the corpses are all over the place. So, you know, the entire, like, playstyle is just, like, gone now. I don't get it. Like, that was the fun part about Bone Spear, you know? Oh man. What do I think about Season 7? It does look pretty interesting. But the hype is definitely there for PoE 2 right now. Okay, Steven's Legacy. Maximum 45 here for 70% of your maximum life. I mean, whatever number you have on 45 doesn't really matter, to be fair. 70%, 7%, like, who cares? So, it just basically means you have always 45. And most effects at 45, you even with very low numbers, always mean you have 45. So, this is a Necromancer we're talking about. Necromancers always have barriers. So as long as you have barriers, you don't lose 45. So, that's actually a pretty interesting thing. I think there's actually Bloodwave build right now that is like an S tier, I believe. That's gonna be very strong with this. Like, Necromancers are getting pretty good stuff, man. It seems. 300% extra damage. They have like these like weird stacking mechanisms that goes to like ridiculous numbers, which I guess is good to like kind of like shortcut boss fights and stuff. But what this also means is that they're probably not going to make like a long-term like boss fight solution, right? But they're already putting these kind of effects in here on like various multis now and various items. I kind of expect them to not fix bosses as a whole, right? Like, everyone has that problem with like long boss fights and high pits and these kind of things. And this kind of mitigates that a little bit. Looking at this after PoE stuff is a big oof. It is, yeah. Of distilled animal legendary aspects. While sword is active here unhindered, gain 1% increased movement speed per sword up to 60. Wow. 60% movement speed. And unhindered. Another bone spear aspect. Okay. Rogue, Assassin's Stride. I really like those boots. This is gonna be very interesting, yeah. This Assassin's Stride with the Shadow Imbue. Mobility skills are always Shadow Imbued with 80% increased potency. Yeah, this is really something for like Shadow Step. Also for dash and like rapid fire stuff. Like the problem is that they need to really buff Shadow Imbue itself quite a bit to really make this like good. Because realistically, Shadow Imbue will not do anything unless you play like an alchemical admixture build and then like only in like low end Torment 4 content or something. Wait, what is this? Slice and dice. Twisting blades initiate cleaves. Twisting blades return 45% faster. Interesting. The initial hit cleaves. Wait a minute, does that mean we get more blades? Uh-oh. This might mean we get more blades spinning. Which sounds pretty wild. It also sounds like we're not going to have any boss damage on this build anymore in the future. Okay, let's see what happens there. That's interesting, actually. Enemies affected by Shadow Imbue take 50% of its damage every second. Shadow Imbue deals 50% increased damage. Okay. So you basically get like a wannabe dot that can actually crit with the Shadow Imbue. Okay, okay. Shadow Imbue could actually be a thing again. Looking at this. Interesting stuff. You ran to be back in season 2, it was awesome. Yeah, I played some TB actually like just these few days, like the last few days I played some TB. Pushed like T100 of it and stuff. This is gonna be on the 3rd of December on the PTR. And then in the next season on 21st of January. Yeah, I have to definitely try this TB stuff here. Okay, Sorcerer Strike of Stormhorn, unique focus. Chance of ball 9 protects to cast twice, there's no chance to cast a Super Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning splashes on contact for 100% damage and stunning enemies for 1 second if it uses maximum range. Super Ball Lightnings are larger, do 100% more damage, have a higher lucky hit chance, and its stun duration increased to 3 seconds. Okay. So what exactly do we gain out of this thing? So if the chance to cast twice now becomes chance of Super Ball Lightning, and the Super Ball Lightnings do 100% extra damage, then this is effectively no upside. Right? So what is the upside of this? What do we gain from this? We get a few ranks of Ball Lightning, okay. Projectile speed doesn't matter with gravitational. I do have a build here. I actually made a video for it too. Just like yesterday. 2 videos even. And we can expose our blue edition. Yeah, I saw they were like shooting it, but can't you combine this with gravitational aspect anyway, or what? Does it like, is it exclusive a gravitational aspect? And here's ball lightning can be cast on moving. Attack speed. Dude, honestly, they should like start making all these like, you know, crazy numbers on all these aspects. And this should be a fucking unique power, you know? This is just the inherent stat on this fucking thing. But what it actually is, this should be the unique power. You know? And just delete all of this shit. It changed gravitational. Ah, okay. I didn't really catch that. Did we see that here? Damage reduction for each active ball lightning. Skill ranks of ball lightning, chance of ball lightning cast twice. Ball lightning's orbit you. Ah, okay. So they put this here now. Creating a static field that damages all enemies within. For 180% of ball lightning's damage per active ball and granting unhindered. Okay, so this is a kind of like a lag prevention as well, I suppose. Yeah, it is weird with the super ball lightning. Like, this focus does not seem like an upgrade to like a legendary focus. Like this. Okay, you have like, you know, cast twice becomes super ball lightning, and super ball lightning does 100% more damage. So this means when you have 100% cast twice, you have 100% chance of super ball lightning dealing double the damage. And if you have 100% chance to cast twice, well, you deal double the damage. It's literally a, you know, zero-sum game. So I don't know what the fuck this is about. It seems very weird. I mean, this could be something maybe with like this splashes for increased damage, so you like shoot it out and then it explodes at max range, so you can actually play like a ranged ball lightning thing. It's actually cool for once that they are making like alternative ways to play a skill, right? This is something I've been suggesting for a long time. For example, for like twisting blades, I want to play, you know, either a version with the spinny blades, or I want to play one with just returning blades and no spin, where the returning blades are like super beefed up or something like that. That would be really cool. And I guess they're starting to experiment with this for once, so let's see. Maybe multi-dip somehow. Yeah, but Hadouken ball lightning. Okay, Spiritborn. 30% chance of potency skills to deal double damage. 4 ranks to focus skills. Your focus skills benefit from all their upgrades. And increase the damage of your potency skills by 20% up to 200. Huh. So that's like a razor wing thing. Now what about those focus skills exactly? Let me see that. So that means Vortex, Soar, Ravager, and Toxic Scan. And I do not see the value in any of it. Yeah, that seems pretty pointless. Yeah, okay, save like 2 points or something. Like, okay, wow. But it's like nothing like a combo or something like that. So, you know, usually just go for the knockdown Vortex here. And okay, it's nice to get like a slightly shorter cooldown or something, but who cares? Then you have like the vulnerable, literally doesn't matter. Then you have this unstoppable, which most of the time also doesn't matter because of gorilla secondary or something. You can also do like, you know, hunter spam for initiative for the unstoppable. There's many ways to get it. Armored Hide makes you unstoppable. Okay, then we have this, which basically does nothing. So you just do this anyway. Then you have, this is only for Fawn's builds. This is for builds that don't even exist right now. So basically nothing matters. What matters though is this 200% increased damage. But is that enough? Chance of potency skills to deal double damage. 30%. And this is actually a 750 version because this has 40% block chance. 800 versions against S-rolls have 45% block chance. So this is going to be much higher. So it will reach 100% chance to deal double damage. And there's another upside here for Razor Wings in particular. Razor Wings has a cap of only 12 casts active at a time. So if you attack very fast and you have double casts, you actually hit a 12 cap very quickly and you don't get a full spiral. I actually noticed that when I was playing it. So you have the advantage that you cast less by having the double damage. This is 4 ranks of focus skills. I wonder if like something like the Toxic Skin build will use this. Razor Wings hitting an enemy increase their ego skill damage by 1% for 3 seconds, up to 50. Razor Wing critical size grants 3 stacks. I like this aspect, that's a cool aspect. You can actually use like Razor Wings as a support tool now. And question is, do they actually return in 3 seconds? Can you cast it and then, you know, wait like 5 seconds and then cast the next one, for example? If you can do something like that, then this is actually kind of good. But it sounds a bit clunky. Because you have to not just cast it, you also have to hit an enemy. And increases Razor Wing damage by 50. Yeah, it's like a slightly better aspect than, you know, Conceited or something. So, sure. You have to use 10 focus skills in an 8-second timer. I guess this will stack down, like, and refresh the timer probably. They increase the damage of opponents' skills by 200%. I mean, they might nerf some of the aspects, you know, they might nerf unyielding hits, they might nerf redirected force, the resolve stacking is probably gone. So we will not have that many, like, super OP aspects on this class anymore. We'll maybe even get to the point where, you know, we're going to use some of the skill-specific aspects again, like, I don't know, rebounding and there's a crushing hand aspect and these kind of things. Okay. It's kind of interesting that they're adding more uniques to all the other old classes than to Spiritborn, where Spiritborn has the least right now and gets the least for some reason. Anyway, I don't see this unique corner stuff being very good, to be honest, even for a Razor Wing build. What other policy skills could benefit from this? Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible. It has dex, life, so it's basically the same as like a normal weapon. I'm not sure about the values exactly. Dex. 198, 544. So it's kind of like plus minus the same as normal. Then you get this, which is basically your temper. Then you get no second temper, basically. And you get no other damage set there. So you're gonna lose a lot of like additive damage there. You're gonna lose like 300, 400 additive damage or something. But you get more multiplicative temper. Because usually you cap out, let's say for Razor Wings, 40. And you cap out at 88 with a triple masterwork. And if you start here, and then this becomes even more like ancestral, let's say this is like 35 baseline. Times 2.7. Okay, it's actually not really more anyway. Maybe a bit more. And then this is relatively useless outside of Prodigy's tempo, procs or something. So I guess there's a bit of an advantage to get skill ranks to what actually? To Vortex, I guess. So the only thing I care about here. Actually, for my Razor Wing build, I did put points into Vortex for more Prodigy procs. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't make like a better solution to the cooldown of Razor Wings. Like I thought, you know, if they want to make a Razor Wings build, which they are clearly doing, then they would maybe also change how the cooldown works a little bit or something, or reduce the base cooldown a bit. Maybe they will. I mean, it's not here. Okay. Let's see what they have here for the powers. Occult gems. Non-unique Elder Switch powers gain 25% potency. And this, and this. And they're all unique, right? 25 move speed and 50% crit chance. Okay. Leave 4% more overpower damage to hexed enemies. Oh yeah, right, they didn't talk about overpower, right? They didn't talk about like nerfing overpower or anything. Or changing base life formula. Oh boy. Get ready for another season of overpower builds. Agility, Corpse, Incarnate, Mastery, Weapon Master, and Wrath skills. So it's like Boulder, Death Blow, Mighty Throw, Ball Lightning, Firewall. Nothing. Oh, Toxic Skin actually. It's an Incarnate skill. Corpse, no, okay. And then Dash, Shadow Step, okay. Killing Wind. This is quite strong. I have 3 or more Eldritch Witch powers slotted. I have 3 more Eldritch Witch powers slotted every 5 seconds. The next core skill cast gains the Eldritch tag. Uh-huh. Hi, Timmy. What do you think about the odds of legendaries and uniques that can generate at the NPC boost when being ancestral? Usually just like do like a character boost and you have like full ancestral gear, I don't know. So it wasn't really that bad. Just the bags didn't drop legendary, or it didn't drop ancestral uniques, I think. Good luck, Timmy. Think Capeleka is still a viable choice for Season 7? Seems unlikely. Maybe for Quill or maybe for Payback, because Payback has like extra resource scaling. They basically double dips on resources. If this is how the skill works. In the Capeleka. So maybe there, or maybe for Quill, because Quill has a extra benefit of getting more Quills when you have the Capeleka effect. So you get like an extra damage bonus there that other skills they're not getting. So those two skills I could imagine still run Capeleka, but the others probably won't. I imagine that we might play Crushing Hand and, you know, Touch of Death and all this stuff without Capeleka now. But we'll see. Yeah, realistically, well, the way to do this is just create a fresh character, don't overwrite your old one, and just like keep boosting until you get what you want. And then put it in a stash. That seems kind of broken. Defensive, Macabre, and Trap skills gain 20% cooldown reduction. So this means like Flame Shield as well and stuff like that. 30% crowd duration and 20% lucky hit chance. That's also relatively strong for like Fists of Fate, Rogue, Stagger and stuff. Frozen more barrier, Frozen more fortify, and Frozen more thorns. Okay, the only effect that matters is this one. Maybe slightly the barrier. While you have an aura active, you deal damage over time 35% faster. That is very strong, actually. That is a really good effect. That seems pretty strong. It doesn't say what is what here, so we can only guess. Like if there's like a psych power or a growth in decay or a, what was the other one, eldritch. If you would take fatal damage, it would take that fatal damage, it would prevent the damage. Oh no. Then gain a barrier equal 100% of your maximum life and disable ritual powers with a summon type for 6 seconds. What the fuck is this? Oh man. What is it with Blizzard and their love for cheat devs? I think they nerfed the rod of Kick W too much. I didn't do any math on it yet. I think it can still be used. But it is a pretty heavy nerf for sure. Friend of the bog. 3 or more growth in chaos. You get 10% primary stat, 10% life, and you're always unhindered. That is really nice, actually. That's just like a nice power. Holy. Okay. You can have 5 of these, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the unique one also. Actually, there's one that is a star. So this is like the Eldritch in Decay, or there's a Psych, and there's the Growth in Decay, Eldritch. And there's like one that has no tag, I guess, or something like that. Because there's 4 of them, but only 3 different types. Moonlight Ward. But how many ranks do these have? 5 ranks. So this is 15% damage reduction and 5% maximum all res. What the fuck? Actually, yeah, this side. Yeah, it's like a 20% increase, and then so against elemental damage, it's actually 41% effective hit points gained. Crazy. Okay, gonna be very tanky. Dude, it's gonna be such a crazy power creep season. It's actually gonna be wild, man. Like, they're already like buffing everything in this mid-season patch and stuff. Like next season, when people log in and they have these powers and whatever else they're doing with like new builds and buffs and whatever, there's gonna be so many builds clearing like in 120s, 130s in the pit. Okay, I have not seen anything with auras, by the way. There's a lot of stuff that mentions auras. Wait, are these also only just the gems, right? Ah, okay, I forgot. Okay, these are only the gems. Okay, so here is the powers. Let's see. Deadly Storm of Fire, Swarm every 5 seconds, every 2 seconds, inflicting X total fire damage over 1 total attack. Okay. I bet you were supposed to get a witch pass in season 4. I know, in season 4 it would have been even more odd, because then it would be even closer to the season 2, right? Like, we just had Season 2, which is basically this. So, I don't know. There's not data mine, this is what they posted on the blog. You can see a lot of like the details already. Maybe 250 resource spent release an explosion dealing X shadow damage. Each explosion triggered within 10 seconds of the last increases the size and damage by 130. And the third explosion pulls enemies towards you before detonating. That pull could be kind of interesting. It's basically like a vortex at home. And if you do like a Banished Lords build where you expend his resources like every second or 2 times per second or so on like a payback build, depending on how big the pull is, this could be kind of interesting. Those effects apply vulnerable to enemies. Reduce effects X% increased damage against head rotten. Wow. Okay. Just like literally a raw damage buff. X of Flames deals 1600 additional fire damage each time you deal damage to the target. Interesting. This could be pretty wild with some builds, like Vein of Arrows or something. 1600 additional fire damage each time. What the fuck, dude? That seems like a lot, actually. This seems very powerful. And you can also do this with minions, right? Apparently minions will not trigger everything that you do. So if you have like an army of minions, this could be really powerful. Attacks of Flames explodes, dealing damage to all nearby enemies when you land a critical strike. Okay. Gonna have an army of one Shadow Clone. Yeah, Shadow Clone sounds like it's gonna go into many rogue builds now. I mean, they will probably nerf the number on Shadow Clone. I guess it's gonna do stuff like, 10% of your damage or maybe 20% of your damage now and not like 80%. But at least it will do that damage. And it will give you only like a hit proc, which is actually kind of big. So all of these CC procs and whatever. New rogue boots is interesting. Flicker Strike. I mean, do they actually give ranks to agility skills? We already have a Shadow Step build, and that's basically just like an upgrade to that build for the most part. Yeah, there's ranks to mobility skills, okay. And ranks to Shadow. And mobility skill cooldown. Okay, so all of this is kind of nice. No dex, no life or something, but I guess this works. So yeah. Shadow Step with Shadow Imbue. But the problem is that for Imbue builds, especially for Shadow Imbuement, you kind of need to go Alchemical Admixture, and if you don't do that, it's gonna be F. Aura of Misfortune. Enemies near you have excellent chance for their attacks to be interrupted. Does not work on bosses. What the fuck? Automatically link your life force with up to 3 nearby enemies. X of the damage you take is shared with the linked targets as physical damage. Okay. Gotta wait till January for Hurricane Wolves. Well, you can play it on the 3rd of December on the PTR. Could use his boots for dance and knives. Technically, yes, actually. You could always have Shadow Immune on the dance and knives. Might be pretty okay boots for dance and knives. But you lose... not sure. You lose like an aspect basically, right? Like Frostbitten or Concussive Strikes or so. Plus potentially more ranks. Plus dex. Might not be worth it. We'll see. Maybe. This Order of Lament sounds so awful. If the initial enemy dies, Order of Lament is passed on to another nearby enemy. And if there's no nearby enemy, then yeah, you have 30 seconds cooldown. Tough luck. This seems relatively nice, I guess, to get an aura around you that slows all the time. Vengeful Spirit. While active, all damage taken is instead taken by the spirit. Okay. Warning affects enemies' projectiles was active. Okay. Yeah, you can probably have two imbuements at the same time. I'm not 100% sure how it works if, like, Puncture, you can get, like, Pestilent points every 3 attack, and Cold imbue every attack. And I think you can have both at the same time. Because when you have arrows, it's also imbued with all 3 at the same time, and that works just fine the way you expect. So I'm pretty sure you can have multiple imbuements. Summon a poison frog servant that attacks and poisons enemies for X damage over 3 seconds. On death, the frog explodes violently, dealing X poison instantly. This explosion will always critically strike. It's like an early game Noxious Resonance trigger or something. Poison frog attacks will pull enemies towards itself and taunt enemies. Okay. Increase your primary set by 3% per monster. Okay. Soul Harvest. Oh man. Dude, they're literally just making the entire like Witch Doctor into the season theme. That's the season of the Witch Doctor, dude. Okay. Shadow Clone build of grow power. Yeah, I'm not really so sure yet. I guess we have to see a lot of stuff in action to see like how much damage does it do. I don't really expect most of these effects to really do any damage. I think I'm mostly just looking for buffs and so on. Buffs and debuffs. Anarchake is gonna be happy. Yeah, this is Anarchake season for sure. I mean, I also like the Witch Doctor kit. It's kind of sad that we're basically never gonna see Witch Doctor now. But I guess that was relatively clear already with like the high demand for Paladin. When the damage over time effects exceed 85% of the target's total life, they immediately die. So I took a mythic and just baked it into this thing. Wait a minute. You don't even have to poison them up to 100%. It's just 85%, right? So any dot build will just have this now. And it's going to be pretty busted, actually. Like poison DB and stuff. It's going to use this. Aura siphoning. This poison damage to enemies every second. I wonder if that's actually like a tick or if that's like a dot. It kind of matters for rogues at least, and for druids as well. If you can just run around and have like an aura dot around you for poison damage all the time, that's kind of wild. You could like envenom and stuff. Sorry, Travis. Maybe better like this. This cycle. Dealing any damage of your skills has a 15% chance to grow a flower from the ground. When an enemy is near, the flower deals X poison damage to that enemy over 5 seconds. An ally is near the flower, heals for 6% life. The flower withers away after use. The flower may grow once every 5 seconds per enemy. Seems very random. Damage and healing effects on enemies or allies near the flower. Okay. Lost powers. So these are the big ones. Breath of the Coven. Dealing damage or applying a crowd control effect of any of the witchcraft effects increase your attack speed by X for 10 seconds, stacking once per unique witchcraft effect. Witchcraft effects are Eldritch, Psych, and Growth and Decay. At rank 8, gain 40% lucky hit chance while bonuses from Eldritch, Psych, and Growth Decay are active at once. Okay. Hex Specialization. Increase the potency of your hex effects. At rank 10, increase your critical strike chance by 10% against enemies affected by hex effects. Okay. Aura Specialization. Size of aura effects is increased. Increase your critical strike damage by 50% against enemies inside your aura effects. And I thought they're trying to make a season where dots can actually be competitive. Little did I know. Okay, Pyranado. When enemy is afflicted by both hex and an aura effect, Pyranado is summoned, pulling enemies towards it and dealing X physical damage over 12 seconds. May occur once every 20 seconds. At rank 5, Pyranado moves itself towards nearby enemies. Yeah, honestly, to me, it sounds like most builds would probably like take the aura specialization, take like 1 or 2 of these auras, and then take one of these gems that gives you like, you know, if you have 3 of this or 3 of that power combo. It's always like funny and random stuff, but I feel like most of it sounds not very useful for like late game builds at least. I can make an advantage at home, yeah. I mean, like hit-based builds are definitely getting a lot out of this. The new ultimate aspects allow an iron milestone build to be viable. Maybe. I mean, you can definitely stack this stuff really fast, right? Where are the other powers that I've previewed? I didn't see them here. Armory. On the head rotten, head hunts, rituals, here's the gems, new runes. Did you forget to put them in there? I think I forgot to put them there, right? Start to refresh, let's see. Yeah, they didn't put it there. I need to find the screenshots. Wait a minute. So this Perinado has no tag. This is Psyche and this is Eldritch. So this star means Psyche, I guess. And this is just like random witch power. And this Eldritch is like this purple thing. And this is Growth and Decay is the green one. Oh, the fork looks cute actually. Discover forgotten altars in dungeons across Sanctuary. I wonder what these do. Did they say what they do? Sounds like certain powers need to be unlocked from the track. They give you the forgotten powers. I thought you can just do this here. With an altar and offer Restless Rod. So I thought you can just do this here. There's a 3 altars, right? So there's like Growth and Decay. And then one of them is Eldritch and one of them is Psyche. So I guess probably Psyche here and then it's Eldritch or something. Okay, here, ultimate updates. Additional legendaries added geared towards ultimate support. Casting ultimate skill increases the damage by 30% for 8 seconds. Ultimate skill 4 additional skill ranks. Okay. Casting ultimate skill increases your ultimate damage by 18 up to 180. That's a lot of damage, dude. That's a lot of fucking damage, dude. 360 on a 200. At 10 stacks, your cooldown and this bonus are reset. Okay, so you basically get half of that. If you put on a 2-handed weapon, you get basically what it says there. So you get an average of roughly 180% bonus, which is still a lot. This will actually help dev chop quite a bit. Yeah. I guess it would even help something like Rain of Arrows, which right now is like conceded on a 2-handed or something. So Rain of Arrows is gonna be maybe the best build on Rogue. Iron Maelstrom, I mean, maybe. Some powers are found in the world from those altars, okay. So I guess we'll try to make like a list of where are the altars. Are there any scenarios and affixes where your armor is reduced? No, just the difficulty setting. Now this is kind of interesting here. Lacerate. Damage increased by 40% for critical strike damage bonus. So maybe Lacerate gets to the point where it can actually do something. When they have like 2000% crit damage or so. I wonder if it's going to be Blizzard Math or if it's going to be proper scaling. Ring of Wraithing Moon. I kind of doubt that this Ring of Wraithing Moon will be very useful, because you'll usually use Pestilence Storms on a poison dot build. And then double damage should not do anything. Usually double damage does not work with anything that's dot. But I guess we'll see. And they got -1 here. Look, 227 to 422. This is 228 to 423. Because of reasons. What did I remove for this actually? They removed the unrestrained power for this. So that might actually be a nerf. So if this double damage part does not work with poison dot, then unrestrained power was actually better. Because it's actually not bad. This is, I think, 4% damage per point. It's not that far off. Unless you like really master this. Stat squish, -1. Stalkering 5 afterwards, let's see. Okay, we saw this. Here's the Kakelike. So the stats aren't changed. Yeah. It's quite a nerf. I'd say you have like 250 resources or something, right? So 250 times 3 plus 100. So this is before. And now this is after. So this is quite a nerf. 3.77. Just from that effect. Anything else? Actually, nothing else. Okay. Vigorous is actually useful. Ah, wait, I changed the passive. True. Velocity is now vigorous. Okay, that is actually useful. True. So this means you don't actually have to get resource generation anymore. But it also means that we kind of lost the ability to temper like resource cost reduction for extra DPS. I mean, you technically still get more damage from it, but so little that you probably wouldn't really care that much at this point. Like a resource cost reduction roll. I mean, a little bit, I guess. It could still be something like a 5% DPS increase or something. Like, if I look at this here, right? 225. Let's say we have 250 resources divided by 0.9. Let's say we have like, how much resource cost reduction do you get? Like, say 12% on an item. So we did this times 0.5 plus 100. 225. So it'd still be a 7.5% damage increase, actually. So I guess resource cost reduction is still a pretty viable temper for a resource slot, if you don't need the ultimate cooldown or something. Yeah, 4 ranks to Vigorous before masterworking. This will probably go to 6, just masterworking it without the crit. 6 ranks in Vigorous is 30% extra multiplicative. I wonder if they nerf Ravager, actually. It could mean that they're nerfing Ravager. Yeah, Velocity was not entirely useless, especially like early game when people didn't have like a full setup. This would actually help them to, you know, get to full resources sometimes at least. But realistically, you want this, so yeah. And I guess by now most people probably understand how Rod of Kabaleka works. They removed the 30% penalty, but it still says returns the full damage. Yeah, true. Forgot to update that. I can cut out this 9 there. It is quite a nerf. I mean, the Blood Spear does look cool. But yeah. This seems very random. Bloodwave. Cast a Bone Prison at the endpoint. Seems okay. Random 115% overpower damage because that's very good. Damage reduction while injured. Okay. Tides of Blood is a pretty good passive though, I think. It's like the blood damage passive, right? Which one is that? Yeah, that's actually very strong. And 25% pre-GA, so with GA this is 37.5. With like a bit of mastering you get like 60% life or something. That's a lot of fucking life. Plus the times of blood ranks. Okay. So what exactly do we have? Wait, is there any purpose of the Blood Moon Breaches anymore? How big are they now? Another 50%. This might actually just be outclassed now, right? If you look at this. Like Tides of Blood ranks, so that starts at 3. And then it becomes like 4 or 5. It's like 50%, and then you have 80% there. So that already beats the other pants. And then you also get all this life there. There's a bit of life here, but it's not the same. Also the same random overpower damage, cursoration, whatever. Okay. %, ultimate damage. Chance of blood wave to deal double damage. Is that the same as here? Yeah, it's the same as the temper. Okay. Blood wave cooldown. This looks like a very strong build. It's like a pretty, like, you know, smooth sailing, AoE, pull everything together and make it go boom kind of build, I guess. Just need to get enough blood wave cooldown. The question is, can we? I mean, you can do like the Bloodlands blood wave thing, right, that people are doing. And they added a random 120% overpower damage. Like what? They must be nerfing overpower. There's no way. They must nerf overpower. Like Bone Spirit, like you don't even need to run the Bone passive anymore. You can just run Wrathmass Vigor for Bone Spirit. Last time is reduced by 2 seconds each time Blood Orbs heal or overheal for 400 life. Wait, don't Blood Orbs actually heal you based on your max life? Don't you just like pick up one orb and then boom? Some Blizzard have really likes overpower, it seems so. I mean, that's a good change. Wait, does this actually have a mobility tag on dance? This is not a mobility skill. This is mobility, and this is mobility, and this is mobility. So Dance on Ice cannot actually use this. That's not a mobility skill. It's an agility skill, but not mobility. So it's pretty much exclusively for like dash and shadow step, so you can do some shenanigans. But it's gonna feel really good, man. If you find these boots while leveling, dude, I'm actually, when a season start, I might just gamble boots to get this. Like, first of all, you have perma 100% speed, and then you just like explode everything all the time. It's gonna feel really good, man, leveling with this and like, you know, going through the torments. And then it's also this here, damaging an elite or boss with a mobility skill has an 80% chance to instantly trigger a free shadow imbued explosion. Yeah, so you're actually playing like a shadow imbuement, shadow step. I kind of like a mixture build with this. They don't even need this mobility skill ranks and stuff. You just go full shadow imbue. I wonder if that can be enough. Will feel better than Spiritborn and Dance of Knives. Some people really like the Flicker Strike Fantasy. It's pretty fast when you one-shot everything. Personally, I don't like the Shadow Step stuff too much, like a pure Shadow Step build. But the idea behind this is kind of cool. Yeah, the sad part about this is that you have to hit elites or bosses with the mobility skill itself to get the lucky hit. So it's basically just for Shadow Step because Dash doesn't have great lucky hit. How's the lucky hit on this? 25. And I mean, there's the clones who get 50, so it's like half of Shadow Step. Maybe it's not that bad, actually. Maybe you can actually like dash through a pack, you know, boom, 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 and then like Shadow Step down the single target or something. This could actually be something. There's the dash aspect where you get like a second dash. If that works with the lucky hit now, maybe. I saw this earlier. Strike of Stormfront. Boots of 0 movement speed. Yeah, they give you 100% movement speed on the implicit. Dude, if that's what's in store for the big enchantment rework that we have been waiting for the entire sword class, I have bad news, guys. I have pretty bad news, I think. Change the critical duration and attack speed. I mean, yeah. And this whole werewolf stuff could be something, I suppose. I think really what looks good is like any kind of minion stuff will be probably pretty strong, especially like even like the hurricane with the wolves, man. That sounds like it's gonna be pretty nutty. Spiritborn will probably remain relatively powerful. Even if Kapaleka is not good enough, there's actually a world where I can see we're not using Kapaleka anymore. But maybe some builds will. But you still have the option to play a normal weapon and do a lot of damage. So I'm not really concerned about Spiritborn unless they do, you know, huge nerfs across the board to a lot of Spiritborn stuff. Like, we'll see. Not sure what I mean with centipede buffs, by the way. Yeah. Sorgastoon 17 damage meme. You want all builds to use Fireball Enchant? I do not want all builds to use Fireball Enchant. I want them to take every single enchant they have, throw it in the trash, and start again. That's what I want. The old rod is probably really good. Yeah, I mean, it has become like kind of usable now. Honestly, if you're talking about like a Kapaleka build, right? Where is it? We have this. Or we have this. But the thing is that Nezukim only works on single target, which is a problem. And at least the other one will always work. But you get guaranteed crit, guaranteed overpower, bunch of life stats. It kind of compares to the life index there. It's a bit better. We do not get the chance to double damage at all. And we do not get a 200% bonus. Yeah, so if you ask me, this is a log out here on the Nezukim actually, and this is actually better. Question is, would you use this over a normal weapon? What is the strongest aspect on the Razorwing build? It might be the new one, it might be this one. It's 50%. What about Redirected Force? Redirected Force is probably still better actually. You can still reach 100% block relatively reliably with the quarter stuff. Plus... yeah, not exactly 100%, but I can get 70 permanently and then 100% with Armored Hide. So if you have Armored Hide active all the time, you have 100%. And then Redirected Force gives you 280, right? Yes, you get 280 from this. So this is straight up just better, putting it there. And you can also get like 210 on a neck, for example. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna use this. I'll try it. But, yeah. Is there any other potency skill that matters? What else is potency? Touch of Death is potency. Payback is potency. Rushing Claw is potency. Do we care about any of this? This is probably Kapaleka angle. And honestly, this is probably Kapaleka angle too. Because you kind of want the 100% crit chance. And if this is not Kapaleka angle, then at least it's like a Partition Helm angle. You need the 100% crit chance. So you can trigger your Noxious Resonance all the time to get the explosions. And then there's Rushing Claw. And I don't think I'm interested in making a Rushing Claw build. And then there's Toxic Skin, which might actually be like the strongest build here if they don't like Giga nerf Noxious Resonance. I hope they do nerf Noxious Resonance. I think this is too strong. Or they're probably not gonna nerf Toxic Skin in some ways. Because if you add like another, like, how many ranks can you get? 4 ranks to focus skills. That's probably gonna go to like 6, 8, 10, 12. If you can get 10 extra ranks of focus skills, you can get a rank 30 Toxic Skin. And at that point, things get really wild. People are already running around with like rank 20 that gives you like a, I don't know, 11 seconds poison or something. No, actually way longer. How much is it? Okay. It's 0.5 per rank. So 15, it's like times 7.5, it's like 14.5 seconds. And then it becomes 19.5 seconds. Is that correct? It doesn't actually show this here. Toxic Skin lives for now. It sounds like Toxic Skin got better. But I guess you'll have to see. Like it got better in comparison to other builds, let's say. But I'm pretty sure they might nerf Noxious Resonance. If they do this, they have to do something about Stinger, but I think Stinger will live on if they nerf Noxious Resonance. Toxic Skin will not live on if they nerf it, I guess. Depends on how much. Touch of Death will be fine. And then there's not any other builds that run it anyway, right? Unless they do some weird shit effect Withering Fist or something. Scourge doesn't really do enough damage. Scourge 100% uptime, 100% Toxic Skin, yeah. We'll see. I'm gonna try Toxic Skin on the PTR, I guess, and we'll see what happens. Alright. I think I'm gonna call it though for the night, guys. Also a lot to digest. We're gonna go through this again tomorrow and see. Overall campfire rating. Well, the campfire was relatively good. It was just like really overshadowed by the PoE stuff, I guess. I did not dislike what I saw on the campfire. I think they are kind of either leaving out a lot of stuff that I would hope to see, or they are, you know, maybe doing other fundamental changes later down the line, which I could understand. But what they showed was generally good, I'd say. It was not a bad campfire. Like, you know, the mechanic, despite not being very innovative, it looks like a fun mechanic at least. And yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty cool season. It's going to be a very hefty power creep season, that's for sure. We'll see. Zandaria build bench. There's a lot of stuff for dots in this. Maybe not. There's a lot of stuff for dots and lucky hits and stuff. We'll see. Is evade going to be usable without the bugs it's currently using? Evade will be fine. I think evade build will not go anywhere. What about the free? I mean, they should probably announce the next season at some point soon. That should be probably sanctified. Or something. Anyway, I'm gonna raid someone and I'll see you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Gonna raid Scissoran, let's go. Or what else can we do? A lot of people are streaming. How about Tai Killer actually? He's doing some WoW. He's already leveling his OnlyFangs Orc Rogue. I see. Pog. I'll probably also be playing some WoW the next days, so let's see. Have a good one, guys.